head, maybe just doesn't want to flip for it.
Yeah. And I think it's actually less absurd than people think with the ICM, and especially like this isn't just ICM. Like this might be this guy's shot at one of his only shots at winning a large amount of money in poker. You know, so like whatever. Like I'm not gonna fault it. And based on ICM, I literally don't think it's outrageously bad. I'm pretty sure it's definitely a get in, but like. You know, if this spot's only going to happen once in your life, I mean.
And you want to pay jump a couple times?
Yeah.
That is a real thing. Like, look, if you are someone who plays like $60 dailies and stuff, and then you're at this table, like, you literally can never win this much money. Like, you would have to win like 50 dailies this year,
We have it all
or
in a
could just
call.
make a pay jump here.
I agree completely.
Yeah. Beahm has Todd chips. He has 50 bigs. Around 40 or 50 bigs. And he's calling the 10 big blind shove onto the gun with 9s, which is super standard.
Yeah, it's all pretty standard. Like the shove, like the call. Good luck to them.
Not a good flop for Matt.
Oh. And that's going to be a good game for Matt.
Yeah.
Thought he played well.
Same. Yeah, good game, Matt. Definitely played
Oh,
good.
I hate watching the deflated feeling.
Yeah.
That look is like awful.
If any of you guys are feeling bad for Matt, you guys can tweet at him and say, hey, man, keep your head up.
You
At
played well.
Matt Schaffman on Twitter.
Nice $37,000 payday on a $500 tournament.
Yeah, it's great, and he'll feel better about it in a night or two.
Yeah, you always feel bad. Like that's why tournament poker is such like a it's just like such a weird thing because you pretty much always feel bad at the end of the tournament. Like he
I
feels
just
awful
feel
right now.
like in a daze because I don't think of what I'm going to do past the tournament. I'm like so focused in the. Dallas Tyree says, pulling for my friend Ryan at Grind on Mine, watching the live feed from Fayetteville, North Carolina. So we got some fans in North Carolina
Nice.
now.
Shout out to North Carolina.
They have to have like the last 10 minutes where you actually got to win some hands. Didn't get coolered 4 times.
Young opening under the gun 1 with ace queen. Ryan in the small blind. Oh no, Ryan on the button with pocket 5s. I wouldn't be doing anything here. I wouldn't be shoving. Just based on ICM and stuff. Like it's just I would really be. He's not like I mean we can see his cards, but he's just not opening that wide.
I just had a flashback to Clue just now, and you said Ryan on the button with pocket 5s.
Oh. Good game. Just played it the other day.
It's a great game.
Played with my girlfriend and her 3 young nieces.
Nice. Did you win? You punished them?
I was teamed up with her 6-year-old niece, and we punished the 12-year-old and Megan.
Nice.
Yeah, top boss, Clue player.
We need to have a games night. You live like 2 minutes away.
It's like 20. But
That's
yeah.
what old people do is like have games night. We should do this.
Now I'm down.
What do you guys do if you're Beahm here?
I thought he would have called already, personally.
Yeah, I'm expecting a call.
Yeah, I mean,
His chip position is so good if he doesn't get into any of these tangles, though, that like
Yeah, I know,
I
that's-
don't like
that's what I'm
it. It's
thinking.
not cool.
I don't know what I would do. I would be. I don't know. It's so many chips. You know, it's a third of his stack. It's
Yeah.
a fright.
It's tough to fold because Ryan is so capable of having like ace 10, ace jack, and just YOLOing it in. But
Yeah.
like if it was someone like Kenny with this stack, I probably could fold ace queen.
Yeah, for sure.
But I just think you're just too likely to be ahead by a pretty decent amount.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish we had ICM lines right here. You know, what would it tell us?
He's calling.
Someone do it. Gags. Is Gags listening?
Let's put Gags
someone,
to work.
someone ICM-izer this with
See if ace queen's a good call.
his
Young-
range being ace 10 suited.
Young does make the call. And good luck to them.
This is gonna be interesting if Ryan doubles up.
Oof.
Wow.
Spade
Does
though.
give
Spade
Ryan
though.
a spade draw.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, and that is a turn of
What a
things
run out.
for Ryan.
Yeah.
Hey, all you people who say internet RNGs are rigged,
Yeah.
this is just like that.
Yeah, I think live is way more rigged.
Live is totally rigged.
I lost. I lost in a PCA in the PCA 10K main event. I lost to a 1-outer, which I've pretty much never lost to online in anything significant. So I'm the one. This is me. I should give out bad beats.
What a run out.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Over folds, over the blind. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see Beahm open this hand. He seems a little bit gun shy after. I think he might have got shoved on once, and then he lost that big flip.
Beahm puts in a raise, 1.2 million.
I would still be opening though.
Brian folds. And on the small blind. Folds.
Ryan in the big.
Giving it some thought. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
He might be shooting.
He's unaware that he's raising for value right now.
Yeah.
Puts in a re-raise.
He's probably making like 3 mil.
2.8 million.
It's
I
kind
mean-
of small.
Yeah, I size my 3 bets at a position a little bit bigger than that, personally.
Because they're both a little bit deeper now.
Yeah.
You don't
They're-
want to
they're
get
one- they're
flatted
1,
when
2
you have a
chips,
hand like
right?
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to get flatted and have to play eight high out of position.
I definitely like where Ryan's mind is, though,
Mhm.
as far as his awareness on Beahm's late position opening tendencies.
Yeah, I think this is a point where Beahm really has to take a stand, and I mean, I think it's kind of obvious that he's shooting him up light. I don't know. I wouldn't be having this.
It'd be interesting to see if we go from 0 light 3 bets to light 3 bet, light 4 bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't necessarily on the surface hate Ryan's sizing, but if you really want to put Beahm in a spot where he has to shove or fold, that's why I would like bigger.
Yeah.
Because now, you know, he can click. He can definitely click.
It looks like that's what he's doing.
Beahm makes a call for 2.8 million. We're going to see a
Well,
flop.
they're
Wow.
seeing a flop.
Oh, and he flatted.
Beahm is
Yeah.
going right to the streets.
I would prefer just 4 betting the hand.
Okay.
Diamonds, 10 of
Oh,
clubs,
the
9 of
Ocho.
diamonds. Ryan is first to act.
It's going to be a pretty interesting
If
hand
I'm
to watch
Brian,
see how it plays
this
out.
flop does not make me happy because when I'm seeing a raise and then a flat of my 3 bet, that should smash my range. Like I should
Correct.
have 8s, 9s, or 10s. I could have Queen Jack.
10-9
Can have
suited,
10-9
8-9
suited. Yes, hands like this flop should smash my entire range when I flat
Yeah.
that 3
It's
bet.
just awkward though, because I don't know what Ryan's planning on doing, given that he did flop a piece.
Mhm.
What's he doing? Is he check folding? I guess he's
has
check
checked.
folding.
3 of hearts on the turn.
Beahm decides
And
to
Beahm
take
snap checks back.
it for one. It's
Which
interesting.
I think Beahm needs to bet there. I think he needs to realize that this is supposed to have smashed him even harder than it has.
I would like to see a little more thought
Yeah.
involved
Yeah, I
before,
agree with
before the
that.
snap check.
I mean, this is definitely a board that Ryan could be check ripping on with a lot of hands. So I think that there is definitely something to think about in terms of betting or not. But like his hand is bad enough where I think bet folding is totally fine. You know, like it's not like he has I don't know, something better. Like maybe King Jack is significantly better in the spot where if you're bet folding, you're like, "Brr, that's a
Yeah,
bit."
you hate it because you've so much.
Yeah,
like,
but now
equity.
you kind of have like your hand's not that good. And now what's he gonna do?
It looks like he's betting 3 million.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, I think Ryan could be just check folding this flop a lot, given everything that's happened, having a hand like Ace King or
That's
whatever.
why I really think if I'm Beahm, I'm c-betting a healthy amount on the flop just because it's supposed to have hit my range way harder than an out of position 3 bet. Wow, this
Wow.
hand is super bossy. Where did this come from?
I have no idea. They ate their Wheaties on break.
Seriously.
It
This is
wasn't-
awesome.
Yeah, and at this point, I think it's
Wow,
it would
nice.
be much better to raise than call,
Yeah,
even
he
though his
can't
stack's
call.
awkward. But I mean,
He restacked them.
Ah, come on, man.
6.8.
It's tough to pull the
6.8
trigger here,
million.
man.
Yeah, I think he's gonna end up folding.
It's
Yeah.
really hard to pull the
It's
trigger. You have these
super
other
hard.
people totally
Yeah.
outstacked. You're like giving away money when you're wrong.
They're 1-2 in chips, and there really hasn't been anyone getting at a line at all, really,
Yep.
at this final table.
Do it. 6.8,
This
bro.
is the spot you were talking about where you have a mind coach being like, you know you want to do it. Just do it. Don't
Yeah.
pass up a spot that you know you want to take.
Yeah, you're still in the tournament. I mean, he's not all in. You're still in the tournament if you do this.
Wow.
This This is awesome.
I don't think he's going to, though. I think the time has come and gone.
Yeah, I think a few seconds ago it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Beahm makes the call.
He
Oh, he called.
This is awkward.
I thought those were raising chips.
I mean, I think Byung's gonna win the pot, though.
River is the ace
No.
of clubs.
No, I don't think.
I'm pretty sure Ryan wins now.
Yeah.
Ryan
This is
immediately.
Wow.
been a
All right. Well,
very
he's gonna.
weird
Yeah,
night.
he's gonna lose. He's not check calling. I doubt. He just can't.
Wow.
Nice hand, Beahm.
I think
Yeah.
Ryan's big mistake in this hand was not c-betting. I'm sorry. What? I'm like having a brain.
Byung,
fart.
you're saying? You're saying
Yeah, I'm
Byung
saying
should have
Byung.
c-bet?
No, not c-bet. Yeah, I'm saying Young. He's winning this pot anyway, but it's mostly the run out that's doing it for him.
Yeah, I think this could have been played in millions
all
of
in.
different ways.
Yeah.
Wow, he moves all in. Look at the
Wow,
heart
this
on
is
this
so
guy.
crazy.
Wow, that answers. Gotta give him. Gotta give him.
Wow.
Gotta give him credit for being all in.
That's
Wow.
awesome. Jeez. He really gives 0 Fs.
Dude, this is intense, man. These are
Wow.
players that are playing for a lot of money and 1-2 in chips.
This
they
is
have
so hard for Ryan. Like,
they have 8-5
He can
and
beat King
7-5.
Jack. He can
Yeah.
beat King
Four-
Jack.
three
He could
bet
beat some sort of diamonds.
yeah.
You know, but the thing is, I think if you're Ryan, you got to be thinking of, like, is there hands that he's bluffing with that is beating me? Like, I don't know, like maybe like 9-7 or something like
yeah,
that.
that'd be
8-7.
I mean, I'd be very surprised to see Ryan
Or
call
8-7,
here.
something.
This is actually quite entertaining to watch.
This hand's awesome. My one thing with this is that I think that a bet smaller than all in would accomplish the same thing, though.
425,000.
I don't know. I don't
Possibly.
think
Maybe
I
this
don't
would
think
be
I would have
level,
shoved.
level.
This could be scared.
You'd be scared. Yeah, but I
You don't
I
like
think he
going
could
all
have.
in.
I don't think he needs to
I give
go
him a
all
lot
in.
of credit.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I give him credit though. I give him credit
I
for
mean,
doing
it's
it.
super ballsy. I think he could have bet 6 million, accomplished the same thing, and still been in the tournament by a little shred.
I mean, in this particular hand, yeah, but I mean, I guess it could be different if Ryan had something different.
Yeah.
You know, if Ryan had
Exactly. We're seeing the
even
card.
though it probably shouldn't make make a difference.
If I'm hearing Ryan correctly, I think he's posturing. I think he said, "What do you have, Ace-9?" So I think he's posturing before fold, given that he 3-bet 8-5 and maybe doesn't. He's trying to act like he has
He's
a big
folding
decision. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna fold. But yeah, I mean, the only hands that really make sense are like something like Ace-8 or Ace-9 or Ace-10 or he just flopped it like Queen Jack. You know, I would be willing to bet if Byung was holding Ace-Jack and somehow got to the river that all-in wouldn't be his bet if he was betting.
No, that's what I mean. This looks. I feel like Ryan is considering a call because of the all-in looks like a bluff, and there's so many draws that missed.
Oh, what is he putting Beahm on? 7s?
When Byung flats, I
King
just
Jack,
feel
yeah,
like
it's
King
not set,
Jack,
yeah.
like King Jack is in his range. There's like, I don't know. This would be like a really ridiculously good call, but
Wow.
God, how barely are you though? If you're
Well,
Beahm?
I'd be. I see. This is why I need a meditation breathing coach, because I would be. I would have to. You ever see when Phil Locke is in the tank? He has to put his head down after a while.
Yeah.
That would be me. I'd be like, I wouldn't be able to keep my composure here.
I definitely wouldn't be
online,
trying to make eye contact.
No, I wouldn't even know.
what a boss! This hand's awesome.
Yeah, it is, man. If this guy calls, I'm gonna go shake his hand personally.
It's such a sick shove too, because Ryan still has 10 million left if he makes this hero call, and like,
So sick.
and he doesn't even know how heroic this call has to be. Like, he
Oh,
might
he
have
ha-
had a
he-
10.
He
You know,
has
like
to know.
I'm saying, I don't think Byung realizes what he's being tanked with
Oh
right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think actually he mouthed, if my eyes are not failing me, I think he said, "I just have an 8."
It's the part where you just,
That's sick.
guys, being a nit is so much cooler. You never have to be in the spot.
Yeah, listen to Jamie.
he almost folded just now.
He wants to call so
Wow.
bad.
Okay, oh my god, I'd be so barely if I was
He
young.
wants
He
to
could just like
call
throw
so
in
bad.
one chip and it would be a call.
And
Yeah.
I tip my cap to him. His instincts are
Are
screaming
incredible
call.
right now.
Takes down with an all-in bet.
Yeah. Wow. Nice hand to watch.
I want to watch it again. Can we just skip the rest of the stream and just
Just
dissect
turn the
that?
lights off and watch that one again.
While you guys sing.
You know,
Welcome everyone to the Borgata Winter Poker Open. We're here at the final table of event number 15, $1 million guarantee. I'm here with Mike Gagliano and Tyler Patterson.
Hi guys.
Hi Matt, how's it going?
And I'm Matt Matros. I should probably say that
You
too.
should probably say that.
So welcome. Here are the chip counts. Our chip leader is Leo Golberger.
We got some names that people know up here, around here. I guess Dan Wach is a regular.
Some
Gags know
Borgata
about him?
regs for sure. Yeah, I do. I've played quite a bit with him actually. Not in this event, but I've played a lot of cash with him and online actually. We play a lot on Borgata Poker and just in other tournaments in the past at this casino.
He's got a strong reputation from what I hear from other poker players. I played with Travell Thomas just a couple days ago on Poker Night America in a 25-50 no limit cash game. So, and he was tough and confident in that game. So I think he's. He splashes around a bit. He's aggressive and will play a lot of hands. But I hear he's got a lot tighter tournament game.
And another Borgata regular in the field is Dan Buzgon. Fun fact about Dan, this is his 38th cash here at the Borgata.
Wow.
That moves him, into
That's quite
a
impressive.
tie for third place all-time in Borgata caches with Will the Thrill Failla and Leonardo Palermo. And he now breaks a tie with Action Bob Wang.
Who's the first?
Wow.
Will's in first?
Well, Will is tied for third. And second,
Will's tied for third.
Second is Mike Dentali.
Okay, that
Okay.
makes sense.
All
Wait,
right,
wait,
Mike's
wait.
got 43
Let me think.
caches.
Wait, let me think for
All
a
right,
second.
take a guess on number one. It's a
I
player who's
did-
been around since the beginning of Borgata, I would say.
Little man.
I was gonna say that,
It's not Little
but
Man.
it can't be. He hasn't played enough.
Mike Sika.
Yeah, Mike Sika, who was just so much fun to play.
He
with.
was the best.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately passed away last year. No, it's. Do you want to know?
All right, go.
It's Howard Wolver.
I wouldn't have guessed
Yeah.
that. I wouldn't have guessed that.
So it looks like they're about to introduce the players here, and there are a lot of short stacks.
In seventh, we have Rob Saladin pictured here. Rob is from Chester, New York. He's got where'd he go? He's got $6,000 in live earnings, and this is the biggest cash of his career, regardless of where he finishes.
So good for him.
great. It's fun to watch.
Congratulations. And who are we looking at now here? This looks like Dave Zeitlin in 3-seat. He's on a very short stack.
Yeah, he's our
here.
short stack so far.
Oh, he's got some serious earnings though. 1.5 million almost.
Former Borgata champ. He was a winner here, and he has almost 24 final tables in his career. So he's been around for a while. Yeah.
We have a large amount of lifetime earnings so far at this final table between all these players.
For a $450 buy-in event, very large.
Absolutely.
That's- and a big field too.
What do we have? 1.5. Buzgon is over 1.2, and between him and then Dan Wach, they have about 3 million between the two of them, or between the three of them.
Great. Looking at Sebastian Tejada now, another short stack with just 3 million in chips. We say short, 3 million sounds like a lot, but some of the viewers may not know the big blind here is 240,000. So 3 million chips is really not that many at this stage of things.
No, not at all.
Comparatively, it's not that bad since everyone's kind of short at this point.
Yeah, there are 4 stacks right around the 3 million mark. So it's bad, but it's not dire for the short stacks, I would say.
Right.
Tyng is barely in eighth here with 3.1 million, but he's still going to have some work to do. A lot of these guys that are really down there, we're going to see probably some pretty quick action here.
And here's Dan Buzgon, who we were just talking about before, looking for his first title at the Borgata, despite having this being his 38th cash. He's never actually won an event here. So this
Maybe today would be the day,
this
Dan.
could be the one for him, yeah.
He finished second in a recent circuit event as well. He's never won a major poker title anywhere, actually. But he's a big winner online. He's won a bunch of stuff online.
He's a great
so.
player. I mean, he's always making deep runs in pretty much everything.
Absolutely.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
And here's a shot at our chip leader, Leo Golberger, with almost 13 million. He has almost a quarter of the chips in play.
Yeah.
How do you think that's gonna wind up playing out? Do you think we're just gonna see a lot from him right off the bat, or do you think he's gonna sit back?
He played really aggressive last night, from what I'm told, into the wee hours in the morning. These guys finished up at about 6 this morning to get to 10-handed. Yeah, so
it was a long day yesterday.
There's going to be a fatigue factor too, but Leo's been playing a ton of hands and taking advantage of his chip situation coming in. So I personally expect that to continue.
And we didn't just skip over Antimisirias on purpose just to not say his name. We were just still.
Mike Antimisirias in the 9 seed is actually in pretty decent shape with 5.5 million chips. So I think it will be he'll be looking to see
as a shot at
short
Travell.
All right, players,
if you're in this
welcome
situation
to the
like
final
Antimisirias is with
table
22
of
blinds,
Event 15,
are you waiting for the
our
short
$1
stacks
million
to bust before you make
guarantee
your move,
for
or are you
Borgata
going to
Winter
try to play
Poker
aggressive and move
Open.
up to the chip lead?
I think if you wait, if you're 15 big blinds, you said.
Yeah, if you're
Like if we're Buzgon.
If you're Buzgon or if you're Mike Antimisirias, yeah.
You know, I think that you kind of just have to wait and see what happens. You know, you have to wait and see if you get a situation. With only 15 big blinds, you know, we take a look at the payouts. The payouts are reasonably flat, you know, until we get to, you know, 3 or 4 handed where you start seeing some big jumps. So I think that if an opportunity arises to get some chips, I would probably take a shot and try to, you know, maybe push someone off of a hand or make a move pre-flop. But if the cards aren't there, then I have no problem sitting back and collecting a few pay jumps and waiting to, you know, for a hand that's a little bit better than that.
Yeah, and game plans can change as table develops too.
Absolutely.
Everyone else is doing, and you might adjust on the fly.
They've all been playing together for 2 days, so they probably have developed some history, so they know they've probably worked out some ranges from their other opponents' opening ranges a little bit too. So
Daniel from Marlton,
I don't think it changes too much. You're still going to be 3-bet getting it in spots where
seat 8, our chip leader
where
at
you
the
otherwise
moment,
would. I don't think the
Leo
payouts should be
Golberger
that
from
big of a factor.
Brooklyn,
No.
New York, with
We haven't yet mentioned Ben Beahm in the 1 seed, I
million
don't believe,
chips.
sitting on 6.5
In seed
million
9,
chips.
Michael
Ben
from Massapequa, New
tweeted
York,
on his Twitter account with about 80 players left that he just made the
And
bluff of his
finally,
life to get
finishing
to a
off our
million
final
chips.
table
So
in seed
that's got to be a
10,
great feeling when you
Daniel Wach
make a bluff
from
and succeeds and then you
Boontown,
run
New
up to the
Jersey.
final table.
Absolutely.
You know you're going to remember
3
that bluff
million
like
players.
forever.
Thank you
Absolutely.
for
I'm hoping to
joining us
get
today.
an interview
We are
with
going
Ben
to
and
shuffle
Yeah, let's
up
find
the
out about
field.
that.
we can get him
About
to
that
tell
bluff.
us about that bluff of life.
It looks like we're about to deal the cards here, I think. Yeah, anteing up.
Now, let's talk a bit about the payouts here. I don't think we've got a graphic of the payouts yet, but they're playing for first place $194,000 and all the way down to 10th place of $11,000.
Massive difference. I mean,
Absolutely.
a ton of money here, yeah.
You know, now we talked a little bit about, you know, some players that maybe are looking to fold and move up the money ladder. Do you think, how do you think experience is going to come into play here with some of these guys that have $1.5 million worth of earnings versus, I mean, Rob, for example, in the 2 seed only has $6,000 of live earnings.
Yeah,
Do you think we're going to see a little more conservative play from players that haven't been here before?
Right. I mean, if Rob moves up from 10th to 9th, that's another $5,600 because 9th is $16,773, and so that's going to double his biggest. That's going to be equal his biggest earning, basically his biggest cash. So, yeah, I mean that might factor into play because he's going to be thinking, wow, if I can just move up. There's 4 short stacks. If I can bust 3 of them, I move up to 7th. All of a sudden, I have 35,000 instead of 11,000. That might be a really big deal. Whereas some of the more experienced players who might have even bought into this tournament for, you know, 9 re-entries or something, might not be as interested in that.
Absolutely.
Looks like we have some action here, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, Leo, being the chip leader, opened up the button with the jack-9 off. It seems like a pretty standard play. Most of us probably are making that. Dan defending with the king-10 off, I think.
No. King-10 was in the small blind, actually. He just folded.
So we don't know
we
what's
don't
in the
know
small
Dan.
blind line, so that's fine. That's the flop went check.
I think this is going to be a really interesting dynamic. You know, so Dan is in I think 3rd place right now, but he's about 40 big blinds, and he's been here before. He actually had back-to-back 2nd place finishes in the massive Winter Poker Open event, the opening event back in 2012 and 2013, for about $450,000 for those 2 scores combined. Those are like 4,000 person fields, so he knows his way through big fields.
Yeah, this is Dan Wach in the 10 seed we're talking about, and yeah, that's really impressive to get through so many fields with thousands of players in it to get to the final table. This is now his 3rd time. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
I know that from experience, he does not like folding, especially when he has
big
position,
blind, yeah.
especially in the big blind. And he's the chip leader 2 to his right. So there's going to be a lot of button versus big blind. That's going to be a really interesting dynamic
That was kind of
to see
a,
it develop.
a classy bluff by Golberger. We don't know much about him yet as a player, but I mean, he checked back the ace-6 flop instead of just continuation betting there, where who knows, maybe he gets some kind of tricky check raise or something and decided to bluff on the turn
Definitely possible
instead.
at the
Which
end.
is, yeah, I think that's it's smart. It's kind of high level.
Yeah, he also waited to get the second check from Dan to be all the more confident that the bluff would get through.
Right.
So we see our first all-in of the day. Rob moves all-in under the gun with pocket 6s here for about 12, 13 big blinds or so.
I think it's
That's
Do we like this play, or is it a little ambitious?
It's borderline.
You look
I mean,
like you're not too thrilled about this.
I'm surprised by it. That's a spot where a lot of people are just going to fold. It's close. 10-handed. It's tough to get through that many players.
It's tough to get
I'd
through
say
9 opponents.
I would move
Yeah.
in there, but I am also mildly surprised that Rob, who, as we mentioned, doesn't have a lot of experience, doesn't have a lot of live tournament earnings, would make the same play.
Well, it looks like Rob's not going to be, intimidated by the experienced players. He's not going to be intimidated by the
He's
money.
having fun. Look at him.
He instantly, as soon as he looked at his cards, moved all in too. So
Right.
it's good to see some people came to play today.
150, 300 now. We're on 1 hour levels at this time.
The blinds just moved up as well. So the big blind's going to be 300,000 now, and we're definitely going to see some play. This is not going to be a slow final table. We're going to see some action right off the bat here. Guys, tweet at us at Borgata Poker and use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. Ask us questions, comments, anything that runs through your head while you're watching this stream, and we'll be happy to talk about it. You can tweet at each of us also. I'm at Gags30Poker. Tyler is at Tyler Poker, and Matt is Matt_Matros.
_Matros, you got
Matros.
it. Yes.
Sorry.
No problem.
I already got a couple of messages from our buddy Dan Weinman. I don't know if you guys know him. He's another professional poker player. But let me see if I can get this up here. I asked for some info if on some of these players, if anybody knew it. And Dan Weinman, another professional poker player and golfer, comes back with me about Buzgon, Dan Buzgon, Wildman75, who's on this final table.
That's his on-wine name, Wildman. Very well known as that.
He says he's such a big Tiger Woods fan that he broke his own back so that he couldn't golf while Tiger Woods was hurt with a back injury. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Both of the Borgata regular Dans at this final table are big golfers, both Buzgon and Wach.
So it looks like Ting's moving in here for $3 million, and all that we know so far is that he has a queen.
I wonder if he knows he has more than a queen.
I would venture to guess he looked at
Oh, ace queen. That's slightly better than just a queen.
I've played with I've played with almost every person at this final table at least once. I played with Leo, the chip leader, on day 1 of this tournament actually, and he had a large stack then as well.
So Tyng, we don't really know if he has a ton of experience, but he does have 2 massive scores. He has 210,000 and 130,000, I think, both here.
Yep. He won the 2011 Summer Open, the main event there, and then he finished 3rd in the Fall Poker Open in 2013 for the 130,000.
So either he doesn't play a ton but is really good, or he plays a lot and has a really high variance style, so he ends up doing really well when he does well.
I've played with him in a few 6 maxes. He definitely is an aggressive player, but I would venture that he plays more cash than tournaments.
And he's from Flushing, New York, which is where the Mets play, so that's a good thing.
Travell is really fun to have at the table. He's trash talking all the time. He's really funny. He's kind of full of himself, but in a good-natured way. He's great.
I saw him yesterday.
Travell's under the gun and has a 6 in his hand and hasn't folded yet, so I'm going to hope the other card's a 6.
I would have to guess his cards match.
Yeah,
in this situation.
I mean, maybe it's the ace of clubs, but other than that, I think it's got to be another 6.
Even that seems like a
a
bit of a loose open.
Yeah, 10-handed especially.
I played at he was at the next table over yesterday in this event, and I saw him doing some voodoo magic on his cards, waving his hands over them, trying to entice someone to make a call.
Making David our small blind and Travell our big blind, and he's up players 40,000.
So Travell will pick up that small pot. So what have you guys been doing? Did you guys play this event?
I did. I played. I cashed. I came in 184 first.
Okay.
I think.
Sneaking a min cash.
Yeah, which was a negative result for me because I was in for 4 bullets, as we say.
You played
I
multiple
re-entered
flights?
3 times, yeah. Well, I entered 3 times in one flight and 1 time in another
Okay.
flight, yeah. So, bought in for 1,800, cashed out for 1,000. So, you know.
It could have been worse.
Yeah,
Could've been worse.
could have been, yeah.
I know a few guys that were in for 10 or 12
Sure.
bullets, so.
Yeah.
I wonder, do we know any? Well, okay, first I'll answer your question. I was in 3 bullets in this thing. It came
Okay.
pretty close. Busted late, like 270, 280, something like that. So pretty
Gags.
close to the money, but not.
Gags, did you play?
I
this one?
did. I
Yeah.
finished 81st.
Oh, wow.
something like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, pretty deep
You won the last
yesterday.
longer in the booth then.
I did. Yeah, the booth lasts longer is mine. You guys owe me some drinks later. And I was only in for 1 bullet.
Oh,
I
sick brag.
swear.
Jeez, 1 bullet.
I late regged and everything. I barely made the early flight yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, and got in like right at the end of the registration and just blasted my way through.
I didn't even think it was possible to get through in 1 bullet. I gotta tell ya.
This is the first time I've done it, I think.
And then we'll take
So you're gonna ask if we know how many bullets these
Anybody
guys were
else is
for.
in? Yeah, on the final
I don't
table.
know, but I know that Dan Buzgon put 9 bullets into event 1.
I
here
saw that. I
without
heard that
cashing.
too.
So, I mean, I got to feel good for him now that however many bullets
getting
he put
some
into this
back.
event,
That's
he's
great.
getting something back. Yeah.
He's kind of notorious for putting a lot of bullets into.
He told me he once put in 14 bullets into an event here. So yeah.
That's impressive.
That's strong.
That's quite impressive. Dan Wach does the same thing, but he's more. They're both more of cash game players actually, but I think Buzgon plays all of the events here, whereas
Oh, yeah.
Dan only generally plays the bigger ones from what I can gather.
That sounds right. Yeah.
But he's put in a large number as well into some of these events.
We mentioned Mike Dentali earlier. He was on my day 2 table and claimed he was in for 12 bullets in this thing. But I think he did cash, so.
Yeah, he had
Yeah.
a lot of chips. I saw him bust on day when I was playing, so I can confirm that it's at least 2. But I don't know about 12.
Yeah, he cashed out about the same time I did, busted out about the same time I did. We were on the cash out line together, and he was mumbling about how he was going to quit poker and how Mike Dentali's such a great guy. And then immediately after
Really
mumbling
fun
about that stuff, he got online to register for the 6 minutes.
That sounds about right.
Starting at about 5 minutes of registration left. So
The last time that I was in Borgata for the fall open, I was talking to Buzgon, and Buzgon was telling Tab how he was done with poker. He was going to quit poker as well. And then the following day, he was back for the main event.
So we have a chip leader opening to 2.5x, pretty normal sizing, but he's under the gun +2 with an ace-6.
yeah, and he actually gets robbed of lay down a pretty good hand here, king queen suited, which that's a tough call facing a raise from a big stack in an early position.
Yeah, if you're robbed there, your choices are pretty much move all in or fold, I think.
I agree.
With only 14 big blinds. I honestly don't hate shoving,
No, I wouldn't have
No,
needed it.
especially against Leo.
He doesn't know what we know, which is that Leo's opening
This
with
is
a pretty
true.
light hand
This is
here.
true. I would expect Leo to be opening pretty wide,
Yeah.
though.
Me too, but under the gun +2, especially with the ace-6, I don't like it because now when the 10 big blinds shove on you, you're getting a pretty decent price to call, and just firing off 10 big blinds there is
Not what you want to do with
not
ace-6.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, and in 30 minutes, his opponents are going to find out, presumably, that he's been opening with a hand like ace-6 offsuit, so they may be more inclined to shove in. We'll see if what kind of adjustments these guys make as it goes along, if they do have access to the live stream or learn some of the information.
If you were at the final table, would you try to?
I think
Do you
I
have
would.
someone
I've never
watch
been
or-
on a
Sure.
30-minute delayed live stream final table before, but I think I would have my friends watch and let me know what's going on. What do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, I would definitely have. I'd have the live stream up in front of me if they let me. I don't know if that's something they're allowed to do, but
I'm not sure.
Boy, 6s is a popular hand at this final table.
And
Yeah.
Rob has them once again.
now the blinds are a little bit bigger, so he has less, and he's a little bit later position. So we definitely like this one. We all like that
This is a
shove.
very clear shove. Absolutely.
I think that in my experience with like players at the final table and knowing the hole cards and stuff like that, I don't think it actually makes too much of a difference in most situations. Like first off, these guys are sitting there playing with them. I know I was at a final table a couple of years ago where they streamed the hole cards with a delay, and I had someone who was like telling me hands, and honestly, like I was like, I don't even care. Like I know what's going on. Like sometimes there's like one hand where you're like, did he bluff me or did he have it? But other than that, like what's he raising and this and that, you kind of have an idea.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I think it can definitely be overrated, both because you do kind of have an idea and because everyone else knows what they've shown you, too. So it doesn't mean they're going to keep playing the same exact way they have played in the past. But I know Martin Jacobson, who won, of course, the main event in the Rio this year, the World Series main event, he said that he actually did widen his range a little when he saw how light everyone was opening. So if there's a huge difference in what you think is going on and what's actually going on, you might adjust. But I agree. If you thought the guy had something like ace-10 plus and turned out he had ace-9, you're not really going to
Exactly.
change your game plan.
So that's for sure true in these short stack situations. Ooh, this is an interesting play here. I mean, he's short enough. I like it.
He only has 6 big blinds.
I for sure like it, but you can't expect everyone to be doing this here.
No, I'm actually a little surprised. I like it too, but I'm a little surprised by the play. Does he have any big stacks behind him? Not really, right? So that definitely helps.
Yeah, he's got Dan in the big blind. He doesn't have that many chips.
Buzgon does not have a
great
chips.
spot.
And he gets it through. So that's a huge score for someone with 6 blinds. He picks up. He almost increases his stack by like 50%, right?
Yeah. It feels like a double up at that point.
That's great.
You're real excited about that.
So what I was trying to say before we saw that, just the short stack situations, knowing people's shoving ranges and opening ranges, stuff like that, might not be that big a deal. But if you talk about some deeper stack situations where you're talking about people checking back flops and what they're doing into turns and scare cards and stuff, that now you're starting to get some information that really matters.
Sure.
And like if we could see that. If anyone was watching that highlight of the event 1 and you watch that hand go down with a 5-8 and 5-7 and that massive pot in the first 2 million guarantee, that would be some information I would want to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's some information, knowing that someone's capable of bluffing a river where maybe you didn't think they were.
Right.
But I feel like usually at this point when you've played with people for the better part of 2 days, for at least the last couple tables, you have somewhat of an idea of what they're doing.
Well, that's an interesting example, I think, too, Tyler, because the player who just had the 8-5 for the pair of 8s on that river card really gave serious consideration to calling. So he couldn't have been shocked to learn that his opponent was bluffing there, right? I mean, his instincts seemed to think that, okay, I really think this very mediocre hand might actually be good. But you're right, to have the confirmation is certainly helpful, too.
Yeah. I mean, also knowing, like, that Ryan guy is capable of 3-betting light, but 5-8 off is lighter than you would have thought.
Right, absolutely. Here's a raise with ace-8 suited from Beahm, who is on a decent stack compared to some of the other players. And he actually gets an immediate fold with king-queen offsuit from Dave Zeitlin on the short stack.
That was a good catch there.
What can you do there as Dave, though? That's a really hard spot.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting called. I mean,
yeah.
I should say you don't know, but you should assume you're getting called.
You're getting called quite often.
Yeah, with nine blinds is roughly what he has, we think.
Yeah.
So
depends
basically,
on what
you got to say, I'm willing to take king-queen against the opening range here and knowing I'm getting called. And, with the pay jumps the way they are, I think you're right, Gags. I don't think there's much he can do because it's just too much equity he's giving up by the possibility of folding his way up a few spots, I think.
I think that every once in a while you end up in a dominating position, and sometimes the opener will find a fold there. In live poker, it's different than just, it's 9 big blind reshove, I'm always calling. It's
sure, I mean, he might have opened with a piece of junk, too. I mean, you never know. So if he happened to have decided, oh, this is a spot I can steal with 9-5 offsuit or something, you've got a fold there. But you certainly couldn't expect a fold. Right. But, yes, it's not completely out of the question.
I really am interested to see play develop as they get shorter handed. So, I mean, most of these guys seem really comfortable at this table, and I think we're going to see some pretty intense action if certain guys get short-handed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the comfort level, I mean, they're all laughing. They seem jovial.
The side of the table with the 2 Dans and Leo seems very relaxed.
Yep.
Ting on his short stack had a suited king in the cutoff there, I think, and he just threw it immediately into the muck, which I guess is a little surprising, but he does have a big stack in the small blind who could call a lot lighter than some of the other players, so an interesting decision. Now Dan with ace-3 offsuit here, and this is what I would have expected with his 13 blind stack here on the button. You guys agree?
Yeah, he's not going to do much else here, and we saw him counting his stack out to make sure what he has is correct, what he thinks he has is accurate. And I think as soon as Dan looks at his hands, he knows that he's going to go all in there.
Yeah.
Dan's been here before. He knows what to shove.
He wants to make sure he doesn't have 18 or 19 blinds. It's not too big of a shove, maybe. But once he knows exactly what his stack is, he's pretty confident.
Look at these impressive graphics.
Great
from
graphic
Borgata
by our
here.
crew here. Yes, absolutely.
So here we're going to go around the table. Beahm sitting on 25 bigs in the 1 seat.
Rob Saladin on a short stack here.
He's picked up
blinds.
a few chips since we started.
Yes, that's true.
Zeitlin's down to 9, so he's in the shove or fold mode for sure.
He's doing okay, actually, relative to the field here with 22 blinds. I mean, that's decent shape at this point of the.
Yeah, Tyrrell has 2 WSOP circuit rings as well. He's
Sebastian's
another one
getting
been
real
here
short
before.
here. Sorry to talk over you there.
No, that's okay. It's okay.
Tyng, if he's a cash game player, this 10 big blind is going to make him real uncomfortable. But he did just fold that king suited, which was kind of impressive.
Dan just picked up those 3 blinds by shoving on the button, so he's up to 16.
There's the man.
He's the man to be right now for sure. He's not going to make it easy for anyone to catch him.
I don't think we've seen much from Michael yet, but he's sitting there with his 15 blinds.
I didn't realize Dan had so many chips. That's a decent amount to play too, so he can defend his big. And
Yeah, he had close to
lighter and
40 bigs to start the day before blinds went up.
Are you surprised that Leo hasn't been aggressive to this point?
I mean, we've seen him play like 3 hands already out of the, what, maybe 9 we've been dealt so
and
far.
some of them were open in front of him if it wasn't. So he did. I think he's taken almost every opportunity.
Yeah, and some of the hands he's played have been loose as well. So I think you're right in that. Sometimes people expect chip leaders to play literally every hand, and that's just not realistic most of the time. I mean, there are certain players who will do it, but you can play pretty loose without playing close to every hand.
I think he's going to open like a large percentage of the time that it folds to him, like very
Look
large.
at Travell's open here.
Wow. +3. Did Wach just fold queen 10 suited?
No, Wach
the big
folded
blind?
king 3 out of the big. Yeah, that's a bit of an aggressive open by Travell. I think that it's kind of smart on one hand because people are playing pretty tight. They're 10-handed, and a lot of stacks are pretty much just going all in or folding. So his hand is almost sort of irrelevant because if he raises and somebody goes all in, he's going to fold. If he has king 8 or if he has king queen, he's going to fold as well. But on the other hand, if it doesn't work, he's just lost a big chunk of his stack. He only has about 20 bigs to start the hand, so it's definitely a little risky. But if he can get that to work a few times, he's going to be up there in chips and definitely have a shot to make a move here.
Yeah, I agree. That's a strong play. And I think you make a good point, Gax, which is that there hasn't been a ton of flatting here. It's pretty much been someone raises, all right, I'm going to shove or I'm going to fold.
No, I mean, look at
We've
these
seen
stacks right here.
almost no post-flop play. So, yeah, you're right. He can just kind of raise and just know that he's never going to have to continue with his hand.
When the guy in 5th only has 15 big blinds, we're not going to see a whole lot of post-flop play. You know, not until we're much shorter-handed, with the rare exception of maybe a blind versus blind or a button versus big blind type of situation like we saw already.
Well, it's kind of a credit to the skill level of the players here. They all understand that they're supposed to be shoving or folding or raising or folding. There's not limping going on or flatting, just hoping to see a flop and that kind of stuff, which in a $450 buy-in tournament with 2,800 players, you can get some of that sometimes.
This is definitely not an easy table for this type of event.
And here's the first really big hand we've seen at this final table. 2 jacks in the cutoff from our chip leader.
And it comes from Leo.
Yeah. 7-6 suited in the button just went into the muck.
And I think we're going to see a 3-bet from Dan here.
You think you are?
Yeah, for sure.
He does have a 3-bet face on right now.
He does have his 3-bet face on.
You called that one, Gax.
Well,
he's got 8-5 suited. This is definitely a 3-bet right here.
Like I said, he's a quite aggressive player, and he knows that Leo is opening very, very wide from the cutoff. I think this 3-bet is honestly going to work a large percentage of the time. I think he just got really unlucky that Leo actually has a hand here.
Do we know anything about Leo's play as far as, let's say Leo had a hand like ace-10 here? Is he the type that might just rip it in?
I think so.
Okay.
He's pretty aggressive, and he doesn't like being pushed around either.
Leo doesn't shove in after Dan 3-bet to a quarter of his chips. He just smooth calls and takes a flop to try to trap.
Oh, and they're
going to get it in on this flop, I think. I mean, he's only got a little more than a pot-sized bet in front of him. I got to think he's just going to ship this.
I think he is going to shove.
Is Leo really trapping when he flats
wait,
there?
I would assume so, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not sure, honestly, either.
Wow.
You know, I don't know. I don't really know why Leo didn't just go all in pre-flop. That seems like a much easier way, a much more standard way to play this hand.
He doesn't
you have
go
a top 3% hand, just get it in versus a wide range.
I'm saying he didn't get it in this flop either. So now the question is, does Dan fire the second barrel here? He only bet 1.3 million instead of shoving for a pot-sized bet on the flop. Now he's only got about 4.5 million in front of him, and he is going to bet. And this has at least a chance to work here. I don't know if it will, but Leo certainly hasn't snap called him.
See, this is showing that Leo wasn't really trapping pre-flop. He was calling to make sure he got a safe flop. He didn't want to get that many chips in.
That's pretty dangerous with 2 jacks. You're going to flop an overcard an enormous percentage of the time. Most of the time.
I'm sure we all agree we don't like that.
I mean, this is the exact reason why I think calling against a player like Dan is just not going to work out too well because he's going to put you to a really tough test.
Then again, he may end up busting him here. So
That's true.
we'll see.
That's true. You know, but I mean, just look at how pained Leo is.
Wow, he threw it away. Unbelievable.
What a play by Dan.
That's a pretty
I
remarkable.
mean,
hand
I
we've
wouldn't
had
make
here.
that second barrel if I was Dan unless I thought that Leo was capable of peeling the flop with ace high. If he had any pair bigger than sevens, I would for sure not give that second barrel.
I would honestly think he is. I
He
don't
is
think
peeling with
he's-
ace
I
high
don't think- if
sometimes?
he is a hand like ace jack, I don't think he's folding there.
Okay, see
on the
that's
flop.
if
Then-
those kind of hands, then I like the double barrel. If you think he is going to peel.
I mean,
those hands.
unless the money really is, you know, kind of like getting to him a bit. I mean, Leo only has $30,000 in live tournament earnings. Like I said, I played with him on day one, and he was talking a big game. I've seen him at the Borgata before. He's definitely been here before. He plays a lot, you know, and he doesn't seem like the type of guy that likes to get pushed around, especially by players that he knows to be aggressive.
Right.
So I can't imagine he's going to let Dan just push him around all day, but playing that hand, I don't know.
That was pretty interesting. I was pretty surprised.
Do you think the 7 pairing on the turn helped Dan get his bluff there, or do you think it didn't really matter very much?
Honestly, it's like a got to be a bad card for Dan. It's a better card for Leo than it is for Dan.
Yeah.
You know, you can't imagine that Dan is going to have too many sevens in his 3-betting range. I mean, if he 3-bet 8-5, maybe he 3-bets 8-7 or 7-5.
But he's probably
it's
not.
about
He's
his-
probably not thinking he has 8-5 or 8-7 the way he played.
Exactly.
The hand. He certainly wasn't thinking.
It's
Exactly.
his perceived range, though. Leo didn't like the 7. I mean, that's another card that can beat him now. So I actually think it ends up being a good card for him, but it shouldn't be.
Right.
That hand is so incredibly important in the scope of what's going to happen in this tournament now, especially with a player like Dan who's so aggressive and who's so experienced that he wins a big pot like that versus if Leo shoves pre-flop and he loses, not only does he lose the chips, but he loses a lot of momentum. His first 3-bet doesn't get through, and he really has to feel back on his heels. He's handcuffed with the stack size, but now he's got a bunch more chips, and Leo's the one who feels back on his heels in Dana's position. So I think that dynamic is really going to shift, and I really have, you know, I think we're going to see big things from Dan come
Yeah,
from the rest
Dan
of this
Wach,
Yeah, I
table.
think so too.
Dan Wach could be a force now. Don't count out Dan Buzgon either. I think he's.
No, I mean,
he's
no
a
one's counted out
connected,
yet at this
but-
point.
But yes, you're right. That's a huge swing for Dan Wach. I mean, by all rights, he should have. Well, I shouldn't say should have, but there were a lot of results there where he either busts or loses a good chunk of his chips, and instead of either of those things, he's now near the chip lead.
Yeah. And that's what happens at, you know, when this average stack just isn't that deep.
Right.
Every pot is really, really big, and that's why any mistake that you make or, you know, suboptimal play that you make is really, really amplified.
By the way, I said near the chip lead. Dan Wach probably is our chip lead.
He must be.
Travell just flat the open with ace king suited?
Yeah, so Travell just called out of the big, and okay, so Leo opened and Travell just called out of the big, and Travell has about 7 million. I want to say the graphic there is definitely wrong.
Yes.
So you're a little surprised to see this. Would you I would guess you would have done something different pre-flop with this hand.
Yep, I would have 3-bet, and if you get a fold, fine. If you have to get it in, fine. I mean, that's just a great hand. You're dominating so often. And you might get 8s to fold.
I think Leo has a really hard time calling with 2 8s if Travell just shoves pre-flop. So Leo c-bets this flop, and I don't think we're going to see Travell fold. You know, ace king high certainly could be the best hand here.
He's
a
got
backdoor
backdoor
hard
hearts,
draw.
yeah, backdoor Broadway draw, yeah.
And despite Leo losing that last hand, I think Travell knows that he's still going to be pretty aggressive here. Would not surprise me if Travell comes out with a raise here. That would probably not be my first option, but it looks like he's considering it. And being the type of player that he is, I think that's definitely in his range here, in his range of moves. I'd be very surprised if he folds this flop.
Looks like he's going to.
Yeah, he doesn't look to. His body language.
This is another argument for maybe 3-betting pre-flop because you don't end up in these situations after the flop by flatting too. I mean, if you have a good plan for this, it's one thing, but
Yeah, I mean, Leo could have easily had, you know, ace 6 offsuit again, just like he did the last 2 times ago when he opened.
Do you guys consider calling with ace king there?
I would not have. You talking about pre-flop or on
Yeah.
the flop?
No, pre-flop, yeah. Do you consider just flatting?
I gotta say, I think I might. The effective stack size was what, about 30 blinds? Is it, or is it?
No, it was less.
It was less.
It's like 24.
24. Okay,
Yeah.
with 24, I think I'm probably gonna get it in, but if If I'm going to 3-bet, I'm just going to ship it.
Yeah, I think shoving is the better
so
play.
I think shoving is probably ideal. If it had been slightly deeper, I wouldn't hate it because...
Yeah, I mean, if I had Dan Wach stack in the big blind there, and we were both 40, 50 bigs deep, you know, flatting is definitely an option.
Yeah, with everyone.
You know, you don't want to get it all in
game,
pre-flop and get 10th when all these guys have way less
The
than you.
chip count update here, it looks like Dan Wach
That's
and
awesome.
Leo now basically tied, and
It
everyone
has
else pretty
Dan.
short.
It shows Dan in the lead, even though the number was less. But let's call them co-chip leaders at this
Yes.
point.
First act looks at his cards and immediately reaches for chip 650. Sebastian will fold.
So Travell opens under the gun here with King Queen offsuit. You guys like it?
Action is
I think it's
Leo.
fine. You know, like I said, everyone's playing pretty tight at this table for the most
Will
part.
make the call.
But
Whoa.
Mike folds.
Leo has 8s again somehow,
Dan folds.
and he is flatting from middle position.
Action is to
I
Ben.
think that's fine. That's an interesting spot to be in, really.
with King Queen.
In both of them.
In
the
both, I
eights,
agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's much you can do with the 2/8 other than just call. You know, you can maybe make an argument for even folding.
Yeah, I was going to say fold is an option. I probably wouldn't. But
Yeah, Travell's been opening quite a bit. He opened a number of pots already so far.
Yeah, I think seeing Travell having opened so many times, I would probably 3-bet the 8s there. The problem is, what do you do if he shoves? And you're going to be stuck calling with
Exactly.
Travell's stack size, so it's a little bit risky with 10 players still left, but I probably still would have done it and worry about that when it happens because, I mean, I've seen Travell open a lot of hands at this point, and 2/8 is a very big hand.
And
Yeah,
Leo's
it's
going to
tough
like
to
this
play.
flop.
4 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
There's
8
an
of
8
clubs.
right in the window there for Leo. And let's see how he
First to act,
plays
will
this set
bet.
now. There are 2 clubs out there, so he may be a little afraid of Travell having some sort of flush draw or something like
Looks like
that.
he's going
But
to just call right away.
I think this is by far the better play.
Yeah, I
me
agree.
too.
You know, if you raise here, you really force Travell to have a really big pair to continue. And now you give him a chance to bluff on some turn cards or pick up equity.
Probably not going to bluff that turn card. That seems to line up with the kind of range Leo should have here. You guys agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know,
And Leo's going to be a little nervous about slow playing now. He's going to have to get some.
Yeah, he's going to have to bet here.
yeah, he's got to start putting some money in. I mean, even if Travell has a hand like Jacks or something like that,
And this bet will win the
he may
pot,
slow down.
unless Travell does something really aggressive. This should get through.
1.3 million.
This is a pretty bad board for his hand.
Absolutely.
So I would imagine he just folds here quite a bit. It's funny, there's a lot of guys at this table who don't like to fold and don't like to get bluffed.
I don't like to fold or get
No,
bluffed.
neither do I,
Yeah.
but some guys really don't
Yeah,
like
that's
it.
true.
And I think 2 of them are playing this pot right now, so it wouldn't shock me if we could see some fireworks in hands that we're not always going to expect it.
Travell's going to be very unhappy if he semi-bluffs here with 0% equity. I'll say that.
I think Travell is the kind of guy that does go with a read. Like, he's really into physical tells and stares people down a lot. And he's really into that part of the game, psychology and messing with people's heads with talking and stuff like that. So he can get in a spot like this where he just decides that Leo doesn't have it and just rip over him. I mean, maybe his feel led him there to not do that, but I think he does have that in his game.
Hard to make that play with, you know, like Matt said, 0% equity too. He doesn't know he has 0%
Right, but
equity,
he knows he
obviously,
has
but
just
Easily
2
could.
over
he
cards.
knows
and
he
that's
has
it.
hardly any equity, yeah.
No gut shot, no nothing.
So
just
with
2
that
over
pot,
cards.
Leo definitely moves back into the chip lead with over 14 million now.
He weathered that storm after that Jack's hand pretty nicely, winning 2 pots with 2/8.
Making 3 of a kind, making
That
a set
helps.
there really
That definitely helps.
helps. And you know,
33 minutes remaining.
Tyler was talking about, you know, psychology and stuff like that, and I think one of the biggest things is just your emotions and what happens at the table. Like I said, Leo lost that big pot to Dan, and I was saying, oh, Dan's going to basically run him over now, but making a big hand and then winning a pot back just instantly can boost your confidence again. And I think we're going to see Leo right back on the horse and just keep going what he was doing at the beginning of the table and raise a bunch of hands and try to win some more pots.
And now Dan Wach has some firepower behind him to mix it up with him, which will be great.
Well, our short stack has woken up with 2 kings here. And
Not the shortest. How much does he have?
He's
About
not the
4
not,
points.
shortest.
not the shortest, but he's sitting on what is it,
Almost
5?
15, like 13 bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, David in the 3 seed is still our short stack with only about 7 bigs or
And
so.
this might be a problem for him.
Oof, that's an interesting spot.
You think David's going to go with the 2 3s here?
I don't know.
No idea.
He makes
No,
a
he
great laydown.
You know, I don't think there's much you can do there with 2 3s. It's one of those hands that you know, when you first look at your hand, you're like, oh, I got a pair, I can
Yes,
go all in. But
exactly.
then somebody raises, and you're like, yeah, 2 3s. You know, you're probably going to get called. You're really hoping for a flip. And sometimes with a short stack, you don't mind, you know, just getting it in and hoping for a flip. But in this situation, when you have money to move up, if somebody busts, I don't hate folding.
Let's give Dave, I don't either, but let's give Dave credit for thinking that through, because as you say, I mean, he's been sitting there waiting for a hand this whole time, and he finally gets 2 3s, and you think, okay, there's a late-ish raiser, not too late, but a middle position raiser. I'm just going to take this hand and try to win my flip, but he thought about it at another level and realized that, well, I can have a chance to win a pot without having to win a showdown.
Absolutely.
I don't have to get involved here.
If you
And
can-
I can maybe move up a few spots because these guys are playing pots against each other.
If
So-
you can find a little bit of fold equity to add to your most likely flipping, then you can go ahead and do it. So if
Much
you have
better
10 to
situation.
15 bigs, maybe it's okay to go for it. But when he's sitting at 7 to 10, it's pretty tough.
Well, David's not. This isn't David's first rodeo either. He's got over 70 lifetime cashes, and he's a circuit ring and a couple other really big final tables, and to give him $1.5 million in lifetime earnings. So he's been here before. He knows what he's doing.
Dan will raise to 600,000.
Dan makes a min-raise here with ace-8 suited. I think that we all would have expected that.
Now that Dan has some chips, you're gonna for sure see some more of these opens.
And we know Travell doesn't like to fold, so he's contemplating.
What is he
a
down to,
move
about
here.
4.5?
Yeah, he's only got about 15 blinds here, so he may be thinking of shoving with whatever he has. It actually looks like he's going to flat.
Yeah, I don't think he's not the typical tournament professional. He plays a lot of cash games also, so getting a great price in the big blind, I'm not sure if he considers his 15 big blind
What kind of
stack.
range do you put him on here? Middle cards, middle pairs kind of thing? I mean,
Travell?
I don't give him ace, king, ace, queen kind of
Yeah,
hands, do
Broadway
you?
cards.
Well, he flat ace king before, so
Yeah.
Well,
I
what
don't
a flop
know.
for
I see
Dan.
It's a little different. Yeah, so Dan flops the nuts.
And Dan just assumes that the 9 and the jack kind of hit Travell's range here with Broadway cards,
Yep.
which is what I said earlier.
Middle cards,
And so he just
absolutely.
goes right out and bets it.
Makes a very
Does hit
small
it.
bet of only
Oh, there it is.
400,000.
this
I
could be trouble for Travell. This is a really good.
I mean, we don't know
Card
what
for
Travell
Travell.
has, but it looks like he hit this board.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We don't really know.
That's
I
in the
mean,
middle
let's
of
think
his
this through
range.
for a second. Travell has hands like ace jack, king jack, king 10. All of those hands are just not folding.
And all of
now.
them would have called that small
Yeah.
$400,000 bet on the flop.
Exactly.
8, 9, 10.
He could also easily just have a hand like, you know, king queen with 1 heart, and now he makes
Absolutely.
it straight.
That's, I think, a good part of his range, actually.
You know,
Me
it's funny,
too.
we can't see the whole cards, and we're already kind of spelling the end for Travell here. Do you expect him to have a set here very often?
Travell?
Yeah.
It's hard to check call 400,000 and all hearts flop with a set, I think. He could have a set of 10s.
Yeah, I think
I think-
10s might make sense.
He would have moved it in with those hands, but I
Pre-flop,
also
you
would
would
have thought
think,
he
yeah.
did with ace king, so I'm not
mean,
sure.
I mean,
Nines,
most tournament players
the
would
fours
move in
maybe.
or fold pre-flop with whatever they were playing with 15 blinds there, I would think.
Right.
So it's we're trying to guess at what alteration. And we all seem to agree that king queen is like one of the more likely.
It could for sure be
Yeah.
in there.
King jack could be, with or without the king of hearts. I think he might have just raised the flop with king jack with the king of hearts.
It's definitely possible he does not have a heart, though.
Oh yeah. Queen jack. Feels like about a queen jack to me. I don't know.
Now, here you're talking about Travell, you know, kind of trying to feel his opponent up, and he's chatting up Dan quite a bit here.
I wonder if he's suspicious of that mini bet on the flop.
Yeah, Dan bet less than he raised 2 pre-flop on the flop.
Yeah. And the pre-flop raise was minimum, so.
Yeah, it's pretty small. I don't think Dan's going to be too rattled by this table talk, though. He's a high-stakes cash regular here at the Borgata, and I'm sure that he's faced quite a bit of this in his past.
Also, he has the nuts, so he's probably a little comfortable.
Oh, that can be a tell sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if he's too comfortable. And it looks like Travell's going to lay it down.
Travell
Yeah,
has
he does.
ace queen. Wow. That is a bigger hand than I was giving him. That, for pre-flop, that is.
Wow, what a sneaky show by
Ace
Dan.
queen.
Do you see
Yeah,
Dan
it
show
just
only the
shows him
ace of hearts?
right. That's always, I shouldn't say it's always the nuts, but that's often means he has the other one, right?
From
I mean-
him, maybe, but
Like, when Travell, I guess Travell didn't show ace queen, but when Travell sees the ace of hearts and he folded ace queen, he has to know that he was way behind. There's
oh
just,
yeah, the 9-10 jack
yeah,
are
I
all
mean,
out
there's
there.
no
and
other-
a king. And
like cards that Dan could have that match up with that ace of hearts that did not have Travell in bad shape. Or do you think of Travell's flop call with ace queen with no heart?
If you hate folding, it's hard to fold for 400,000.
tiny.
I suppose.
I mean,
but-
we would have all been all in pre-flop.
I would have
with
shut
that
the pre-flop with that
Yeah,
hand.
me
Yeah.
too.
But if you make it to that flop with that hand, I don't think I'm just going to check and fold for 400,000. I want to see if that was a trap kind of bet with a monster like it was, or if it was just him trying to get away with a steal of the pot for almost, for a very low price.
I wouldn't have been planning on checking and folding, but once that flop came out, I think I would have just checked.
I think I would fold even to the small bet. I don't think that's a board that Dan's gonna
So you
be
guys
betting too wide.
I hate folding more than you guys do.
Well, we just think that even if you call on the turn, you're gonna have another tough decision.
The turn is going to be tough if he fires again. You're either hoping to hit something or you're hoping he shuts down, and you're hoping that will
we
happen
don't think
often
Dan
enough
shuts
for
down.
400,000.
Yeah, we don't think Dan shuts down often enough.
Yeah, I haven't played with him enough. I mean, my background's in limit poker, and we limit players don't like to fold hands. So.
I mean, even though it's only 400,000, it represents 10% of his stack size. That's
a good point. Yeah.
Not a small percentage.
Yeah.
So we saw on the graphic there that Travell is the former 6-Max champion. He won the Spring Poker Open 6-Max event back in 2012. We have a lot of 6-Max experts apparently in this field because David got second in a WSOP 6-Max event. We see Travell won the 6-Max event here. Dan Wach won the 6-Max event here also. And I believe Buzgon final tabled the 6-Max event here last series.
That sounds right, yeah.
So definitely a lot of shorthanded players that at least enjoy playing shorthanded and have done pretty well at it. So definitely will be fun to see what happens.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, Gags, we can expect a lot of fireworks when we start knocking out players. But for now, it's a lot of, actually, we would think it'd be even more shoving pre-flop and putting players to decision. But some of these guys, Travell especially, have been willing to flat instead of 3-bet, and it's made for some interesting situations like that last hand we saw.
Dan, you are our big blind. Don't fold your cards. Go ahead.
A little shot of somebody's rail up there.
Dan trying to fold out of the big blind before setting action, apparently.
Leo with 2 5s under the gun. I think he's going to open his hand.
I would bet a lot of money on it.
You missed makeup.
If you were a betting man.
If I was.
Leo will raise 650,000.
So Leo's made it 650 now. We saw him open in 750 before.
Cocktails have arrived via our Borgata.
Do you think there's a reason he lowered his raise sizing?
Michael folds and Dan is down.
Well, there's a theory. Wow, Ace Queen just goes into the muck from Dan Wach there, 2 seats to his left. That's a little interesting.
That's really surprising.
Yeah.
There's
a school of thought that says you should make smaller raises in earlier position because there's a bigger chance you're going to run into a big hand, and so you minimize your losses and you still look strong because you've opened from early position. So I don't know if that's what he's thinking or not, but that's one possibility.
Well, there's another school of thought that you should raise bigger from early position.
There is, in fact, that's
because you have a stronger range. You don't play as many hands, and when you're coming in, you play good hands, so you should make it bigger.
Yeah, there's differing schools of thought.
So
for sure.
Absolutely. So I like to vary based on the table situation, and with this many short stacks, all my opens are going to be minimum because I don't want to have to face the. If you make it minimum, you can fold to the 11 or 12 big blind reship. If you make it 4x, I mean, that's not a real possibility, but if you do, then you can't fold to even 12 or 15 big blinds. So.
Yeah, most players are opening min at this table. He's the only, Leo's actually the only one that I think has opened larger than that so far. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see why he.
So here's a reminder of what they're playing for out here. Again, everyone's gunning for that 194,500 for first place, but with all these short stacks here, it's very plausible in these players' minds they can get from 11,000 to 46,000 pretty easily just by waiting around. So it's a tough decision for a lot of these guys who are not among the chip leaders about how aggressively they want to go after this. In fact, we just saw Dan Wach throw away Ace Queen to an under the gun open from Leo. And
what do you think about that?
I don't hate it quite. I honestly don't hate it because Leo is not playing quite as loose as I think I had expected him to. And if he has the kind of under the gun range that we would expect, Ace Queen is not like it has massive equity against.
Yeah, but he's still like in a tough spot with a lot of hands. I mean, you can even just 3-bet fold there.
If you 3-bet, you should be 3-bet folding there.
I mean,
opinion. Yeah.
You know, and honestly, like even calling wouldn't be the end of the world. They're pretty deep, and I mean, I think Dan with position is gonna be able to outplay Leo in a number of situations.
There's also a chance you get in a good spot by calling with one of these 7 to 10 big blind stacks, shoving, and then if Leo.
You're saying if you would flat pre and then
just call.
One of the blinds shoves.
Yeah,
between,
they might shove a lighter hand than Ace Queen.
Yeah, calling has the advantage of possibly keeping in worse aces behind you.
Exactly.
3-betting has the advantage of possibly just picking up the pot here, not having to worry about Leo. So those both would have been reasonable choices. I don't think folding is unreasonable either. It's just a tricky hand to play. So here's a min raise with 2 jacks.
Sebastian.
And
Wolf.
Travell comes
Wach.
along again with only 10 big blinds now.
King
With at least one
8,000
queen.
as well, our small blind Dan. Will fold. And our big
With only
blind
10 big
lay
blinds,
down as well. Looks
I
like
really
we
think
are
that
heads up once again to the flop.
Travell probably should be going all in with most of his hands.
Yeah, I don't think most of us would
Our
like to
flop is
do anything other than move in or fold with that stack size to an opening raise. So
So when Travell's a queen, we're going to say,
queen of
oh,
clubs, deuce of
Travell's in
diamonds.
serious trouble.
we called the end of Travell earlier
It doesn't
against
matter
Dan.
unless the other card is a queen. Travell's in serious trouble here.
Travell checks. Our turn is
I'm kind of surprised to see Dan check this flop.
Yeah, that's
You
that's
know,
very, I mean,
when you have 2 jacks in your hand and the board is queen high, queen jack, whatever, I would expect Travell to have a lot of king queens, ace queens.
and Dan will bet.
not only
Travell-
that, but there are cards that could come off in the turn that could scare Travell out of continuing.
Absolutely.
So I agree with you.
I think
Travell's
it's
playing his
Travell's
queen pretty slow here. He may end up getting away with this.
his super
And
short
not going
stack.
broke
I
somehow.
think is what convinced Dan to check it because you don't need more than one street to get it in.
Does that 10 save him, or does Travell have queen 10?
Yeah, I was going to say, Dan's not going to let him get away from this if he's a queen. Like, he's probably just going to shove a lot of rivers. Honestly,
sure.
this is one of the big downsides to not betting the flop, is that when he does have a queen and the board runs out scary, he may get away from it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, if Travell's a queen and he decides to check the flop and a club comes, for example, Dan's may not get all of his money. Whereas if he bets the flop, he almost always gets all of his money, regardless of the run.
Travell's thinking about it here, and I mean, yes, that's a bad river card, but there are even worse ones that could have come off. So, I mean, Dan's really going to be kicking himself if Travell finds a way to fold this hand. Now, having said that, I still expect Travell to eventually call here. We know he doesn't like to fold. We know he's had to his top pair and has played it very slowly.
I don't know. It's kind of a situation where you might need put Dan on a hand like Ace King here.
Oh, and that's what may save him, is that Ace King got there in the end. That's what may save him.
You know, in your head, you're thinking, man, I slow played this. He doesn't think I have a queen, but what does he have? You know, you have to run that through your head for a second. If maybe Dan checked a hand like 9-8 or a hand like King 9, he got there. A lot of those got there.
Did he check the flop with 2 7s or 2 8s and turning it into a bluff? That's what Travell is going to be trying to talk himself into to make this call.
So we pretty much are assuming that Travell has a hand like King Queen or Ace Queen here.
Well, at this point, we know it's not Queen Jack or Queen 10 or.
Because
Queen
you just
Queen.
think he calls
I think so,
much
but-
quicker. I think so too.
So yes, it looks like it's exactly King Queen or Ace Queen. Right?
Also, Jack 10 would be a big portion of Dan's range too, I would think. You know, a hand that might check the flop
Absolutely.
and
We're
then
a
take
little
this
under
line.
20 minutes remaining.
Is there a difference between King Queen and Ace Queen here if you're Travell? Do you call with Ace Queen and fold King Queen, or
Personally, I don't think there's a difference. You beat his bluffs and you lose to his value bet. What hands do you expect Dan to be shoving, wanting a call here? What value betting hands would be in Dan's range?
probably pocket threes, pocket tens perhaps, possibly Ace King. I don't think I think,
Ace King is the hand that he's got to be most worried about.
I think Dan probably bets the flop more times than he checks the flop with Ace King. Personally,
Yeah, that could be true.
you know, just because if I was Dan, I would think Travell might have some mid pairs.
This is
in
why
his
he
range.
may end up talking himself into a call, because we aren't naming very many hands that he'd be value betting here. His big pairs, his good queens, all those we would have expected him to bet the flop
I would
with.
think so.
And so when he checks the flop, it's either a really big hand or it's one of those other hands we've been mentioning.
I think Travell's going to lay this down. I don't think anyone wants to go out first this final table, and I think that river card is just scary enough to let him get away from it.
Interesting.
That's my read, just based on
You've played with Travell before, right? You
a
said
little bit, not a ton.
You have
just,
that advantage. You have that
just a
advantage
little
over
bit.
me. I still think he's going to call, but
He doesn't like to fold, and he has definitely made a lot of hero calls in the past.
it'll be a great laydown if he does it, and I'll give him a lot of credit.
You know,
He's
the other
really,
question,
really going through all the possibilities here.
Well, the other question is, what is Dan bluffing with? Like,
Again, like I said, it would have to be something like sevens or
Sevens
eights,
or
where he's
eights,
putting him on
yeah.
a jack, like ace jack, king jack, even a hand like he has, and he's saying, well, when Travell checks back the flop, that's a mediocre one pair hand. He's not going to like this 10 on the river. I'm gonna get him off.
and
of
I
that.
think that's honestly probably a pretty good line. You know, Dan is definitely capable of turning hands like sevens and eights and nines.
he
with no
does
bluff.
lay it down, Gags. You win.
You know, his body language there too.
Do
Felt
we
a
ever
little
see his
bit-
other card? Do we ever
No,
know?
we didn't see his other card. It had to be a king or a queen.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, a king or an ace.
Yes, absolutely.
Button good?
There's just no other hand that plays that way. And I would put
It's
more
not
money.
a jack or 10. It's not anything lower than
It's.
a 10.
I would
so-
put a lot of money on a king there. Although we did see
He
Michael
five-
under the gun mucked king jack, so we got that blocker going for us. I guess it could have been ace queen.
Right. And we saw Travell flat with ace queen from the small blind earlier.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
ace queen definitely a possibility. But you wonder if he's more likely to call ace queen and fold king queen, even though we don't think there's any difference.
I would
maybe
think
if he's looking at ace queen, saying, "Wow, I've got top pair, top kicker," he may talk himself into a call a little easier.
For sure. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a better hand. You might even convince yourself that maybe Dan is king queen
Yes,
and he
and
thinks that I just have a
decided
jack.
to flop. Yes.
So with that pot, Dan does move into the chip lead, and him and Leo are kind of starting to distance themselves from the field. There's a really big difference between having 22 big blinds and having
Look at
48
those
big
short
blinds.
stacks. 8, 8, 6, 5, 10. Wow. 5 players with 10 blinds or shorter.
And I think that that's, part of the reason that you see so many short stacks is because of how late they went last night. I know that, late into the evening or late into the morning last night, a lot of short stacks kept doubling. No one was busting. And when players get tired, everyone just kind of sits around and waits for a hand. And the cards kind of play themselves often. And I think that so many guys just kind of folded down to like 10 bigs, like saying, I want to go to bed. I hope somebody busts soon. That's why you wind up with this sort of situation with the blind so high.
Yeah, that and, of course, the money jumps.
Sure.
brings it up.
At this point, that's what's
Yeah.
keeping them around.
So here's a 6 blind shove with Jack 9 suited. And I think this was in fairly early position under the gun +3.
Yeah, Sebastian's really short now. He actually calls all in for less with 2 5s.
It's kind of a strange play to me. What do you
With
think?
with the 5s?
With the 5s, yeah.
I would probably fold. You were talking before about waiting, or actually Tyler was talking about waiting to have fold equity.
Yeah.
Also, when someone's all in, like, I'd be looking at this guy and be like, well, maybe someone's going to call him and he's going to bust. And I can move up in a little bit of a pay jump here.
Yeah, with the 5s, if you're calling here, you're just taking your equity against his move-in range and hoping you win the showdown. Whereas if instead you wait to be the one to shove in yourself, there's always a chance, at least, that you pick up the pot uncontested, and that's enormous. You can increase your stack by 50% or so.
If they were playing if this was like a cash game with these stacks, I would undoubtedly calling with 5s would make him money in this
yes,
spot.
that's for sure.
Which is
in terms of chip, the equity, you'll have more chips in the long run in a cash game if you call with 2 5s.
Absolutely.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, well, now it's a good thing you called with 2 5s.
Sebastian definitely is going to like that flop, and David's drawing extremely thin now. He's actually only drawing to a running chop now.
He's going to be down to about 1 blind, between 1 and 2 blinds if he loses his hand, which he now will lose his hand.
And Sebastian will double up, and Sebastian will find himself a lot more comfortable now after that hand. And as you mentioned, yeah, David will be down to, he'll be under the gun too, or under the gun +2. So he's not going to have many hands before he has to put that big blind and a half in or so.
Yeah, so the question is, does he wait until he's forced to put it in? Because he knows, I mean, even if he puts it in before then and doubles up and gets to about 4 blinds, he's going to be pretty committed posting one of his 4 blinds on the big blind anyway. So this is sort of a subtle situation with 1.5 blinds here where you might be tempted to just shove it in on the next hand, but you really don't have to, because even if you succeed, you're going to be getting it in 2 hands later anyway. So maybe you just want to wait those 2 hands. Now, of course, if you have anything remotely reasonable to get it in. But if you look down at 7-3, maybe you throw it in the muck here.
I would.
Yeah,
Let's see. I'm not sure exactly how many chips he has. If he has 500,000, I don't mind waiting and posting my big blinds.
Right.
Kind of. Actually, it's funny because there's definitely a point where if you have 500,000 or 600,000, the equity from going all in under the gun is actually reasonably high, because when you double up, you have like an almost workable stack where you can fold through the blinds then. Whereas if you only have like 400,000,
it's a really
like
very fine line.
You kind of want to just fold and hope someone busts,
Yes.
and then you just post in your big.
And you're posting, you're
run
getting
it
in on
then.
the big blind anyway, because you're going to be putting in a third of your chips, even if you win.
Well, we'll
but
see.
if you double up to 5 or 6 blinds, like you said, you can maybe get through.
We'll see how David plays it. Like we mentioned, he has a lot of experience. So
here he is with 9-4 suited. This is kind of a good example.
He has about 450.
He has
it looks
1.5 blinds, and he is going to fold.
I would fold. I would fold that.
I
hand.
think I would fold too.
It's
yeah.
close. It's close, but I think I would fold that hand. I would see what we get under the gun.
I mean, it's a suited hand. It's kind of. I mean, if. Yeah.
In a situation like that, though, you're just running 5 cards in pure equity, and you're probably only going to be up against 1 hand.
If it
most
folds,
of the time.
Right. If it folds me in the button, I think I'm moving in with that hand, because there's a lot more upside in doubling up, and then I can move in again before it gets to
Sure.
But if I'm under the gun +2, man, I think I'm just going to wait until I get the post. Or unless I get, big hand here, of course.
Absolutely. So Dan gets a walk, and he will further increase his chip lead.
All right, I had to take a break there for a second. Did I miss anything, guys?
You missed the end of the Dan Wach hand versus Travell.
Did he have king queen like we?
We never found out. We really think so, because we think. Well, I think he would have called with ace queen, and I think king queen was the more borderline hand for him to call or fold with.
Absolutely.
And we don't think there's any other queen he could
Well,
have
is there a
had.
chance he's like
Okay.
queen 9 suited?
Maybe. I don't know.
Based on how tight he's played so far pre-flop, I don't think
Probably
so.
not. Yeah, I would agree.
And then there was a flip. There was a shove for 6 blinds with Jack 9 suited. And Dave Zeitlin called all in. No, Dave Zeitlin shoved with the Jack 9 suited, right?
Yes. He shoved to the Jack 9 suited under the gun +2. And Sebastian called all in for less with pocket 5s.
Yeah,
Sebastian
for about
did
4
win the flip.
blinds, and the 5s flopped a set.
So we've talking a little bit about David's situation here with only a blind and a half and how he's supposed to play it. Guys, if you have questions for us, go on Twitter, hashtag Borgata Poker Live, and we'd be happy to answer them. Christian Ling asks a question about ICM thoughts. The first stream talked a lot about it, and he was surprised how tight they advocated playing. We've been talking about that, Christian. You know, when all this stuff we're talking about moving up in pay jumps and David folding with his blind and a half and that type of stuff, that's all ICM. You know, moving up money and valuing your stack with dollars as opposed to chips is exactly that. I just don't think we have brought up the term ICM
Here's
yet.
what we're talking about here. Under the gun +1, David has Jack 4 offsuit with 400,000 and a big blind of 300,000. Personally, I would have folded this hand.
I would have preferred to have 9-4 suited than Jack 4.
Yeah,
although
exactly.
it's probably really close.
Yeah.
And Michael just moves all in. I don't even really like. Oh, I guess what else is he going to do? I mean, I think you could make an argument for just raising
call
or
maybe.
something like that. Yeah, call and kind of like try to disguise that you're just trying to knock this guy out.
Yeah.
And David's going to be in quite poor, one of the worst situations you can be in. Pre-flop with Texas Hold'em.
So the ICM talk, a lot of times people just assume that anytime the words ICM are mentioned, you just mean play tighter to move up the ladder.
That's
And
so true.
That is not what ICM is about. It's just changing the chips from tournament chips to dollar value. So if the payout is extremely steep towards the top, it actually advocates gambling.
David's drawing to a 10 here for a gut
David's
shot.
going to be
Try
down
to
to his
crack
last
this set
card.
of aces.
He actually, even though Michael hit his set, that's actually a good flop for David.
Yeah. I mean, he still has 9% equity going to the river. That's at least something.
It's a chunk of his 14 from pre-flop, so that's good.
Right.
One card to come for David.
Given that he flopped a set, it's really good.
And
Well,
it's
he
a
doesn't
5.
get there.
And David Zeitlin will be our 10th place finisher. Our first elimination of the day.
Congratulations, David. It's such a rush to get to the final table, and then it can be a real bummer to come in 10th. But just know you played really well and made really strong, aggressive decision to move in with the Jack 9 suited. I like the play.
Yeah, whenever you beat 2,800 players and get to this point in the tournament, you know, it's an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
$11,000 for David. You know, it's not what he was hoping for, but it'll ease the pain a little bit. And best of luck in the future. He'll be back again.
Probably play the main event next
I'm
week
sure. It wouldn't surprise me if he jumped into one of the events running right now. A guy with that much, you know, winnings and that much experience, probably go get a snack and then come back. Try again.
We're in a funny business where you just beat 2,800 players, like you said, and gets paid $11,000, which is a lot of money, and we all kind of feel sorry for him.
And you're very upset about it.
Yeah, and he's very upset about it.
If you told most players, you know, 3 days ago, give me $400 and in 3 days I'll give you 11,000, you'd be happy about it.
Yeah, of course.
But as poker players, it just doesn't quite work that way. So you saw with that pot, Michael moves into 3rd place with only 22 big blinds.
Which is kind of funny because that pot was tiny. It was a 1 blind all
It was,
in
but
and
it jumped him from 7th or 8th up to 3rd now.
Wow.
Yeah, look at these stacks as we go around, man. Oof.
King 9 from
Leo in the steal
Buzgon.
position
Yeah,
has a big hand.
just throws it away. But it kind of works out for him because he would have run into a huge hand here from Leo.
Mike is down. Dan is out.
If I was Dan, I would be really playing back at Leo.
Ben
Like,
and
they
Ralph
both have a lot of
also
chips in
both
Dan's
have Leo
position.
will take the
So
bronze ante.
if Dan starts putting pressure on Leo, he just can't really, like, what's he going to do? Is he going to try to put all of his chips in and potentially get, you know, 9th at this point? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, based on that Jack's hand, it seems like that probably not. So.
Guys, if you're down at the Borgata, come play slots. They're doing slot instant bonus, January 22nd to January 24th. Play, win, repeat. Borgata slots. You guys big slot players?
I can say I'm a big slot player. I did win $500 in a slot machine when I was 18 years old. I think it was my very
How
first
did
time
that-
gambling
wait.
in a casino.
Wow. So this was
Arizona.
this is-
It was legal.
Oh, it was legal.
Yes, this was
Okay,
legal.
okay.
I was down to my last $2. I was never going to gamble again. I've been betting $2 the whole time. I tried to bet $2 again. I messed up the machine. I only bet 1, and I didn't win. So now I'm down to my last $1. I'm like, all right, I'll bet that. I win $500, and I say, I'm never playing slots again. I'm done with slots.
But you
I'm
might play
quit
this
a winner.
And then you stumbled into the
And
poker
I found
room.
poker a few years later.
There you
yes,
go.
Exactly right.
What a great story. If it wasn't for that win, you may not be here today, man.
That's true. Jeez, that is scary. I might have a job somewhere.
Butterfly effect, being in office.
That's a great story. So you're a slot advocate now.
Yeah, play the slots here at the Borgata. All right, Leo with yet another big hand. He's been dealt quite a few big hands in this short time we've been here.
Dustin at Sunny Hoff on Twitter asks us, what are the chip denominations? And that is a great question. If you take a look, so let's start with the smallest chips. The blue chips that most players have a okay amount of are the 5,000 chips. Those have been in play since the start of the tournament. Those are worth 5,000 apiece. The next denomination is the red. They're the cranberry kind of colored ones. Those are 25,000 apiece. Actually, you usually see the 5,000 ones get removed reasonably soon. The cranberry are 25,000 apiece. The white chips are 100,000 apiece, and whatever that other color is, green or brown, I can't
Let's
quite.
call it green, I guess, but I think it's green and brown.
Yeah, it might be the two. Those are worth 250,000 apiece. Those are the largest denomination in play, and I believe only a couple of players have them. The chip leader and a couple other guys.
If you ever get one of those green and brown chips in the tournament, you're doing very well.
You are doing very well.
And so 10th was also the same as 11th and 12th, right? Is that
Yes.
also correct? And
Yes,
our
that would
good
be
friend and no stranger to the booth, Jamie Kerstetter, finished
That is true.
11th last night. She was the final table bubble.
It was, I won't lie, I was rooting for Jamie to be here. We've been quite fun commentating on one of the commentators from last week's stream.
I think we were all rooting for Jamie, and she's really
I think most people at the Borgata
I think everyone on the East Coast was rooting for Jamie. She's one of the nicest people in the poker world and a fantastic player, really hard-working player.
And a fantastic commentator.
And a fantastic commentator.
Was there anybody
Buzgon
else?
just throws away ace-5 suited. Dan Buzgon's playing pretty tight here with his relatively short stack, hoping that some of these other guys can bust and he can move up.
And honestly, it's a good play. Like
Yeah.
I can't imagine shoving with that hand for as many chips as Dan has. Yeah. Even though it's only
he could open and then fold.
I mean,
That's
he only
a
has
little
like
tricky
9
too.
bigs.
Oh, he's down to 9 blinds. Okay.
I mean, maybe he has 11.
Now, if he's down to 9 blinds, that's definitely true.
I think he has like 3.3 million or something like that.
If Dan were 9 blinds and everyone else had in the 20s, you would shove that hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is something that
because
ICM
we have so many guys, and yes, reason we haven't said ICM that much, going back to that Twitter question, is when we're talking about page jumps, as Gags was saying, that's all ICM, and then we're taking that into consideration when we're discussing why Dan Buzgon should or should not shove with ace-5 suited here, and it really depends on the distribution of the stack. So with 9 blinds, it's often a shove with ace-5 suited, but in this particular situation, where there are a bunch of players with similar stack sizes, it makes more sense for him to wait.
Absolutely. And guys, if you want to join in, ask some questions, tweet at Borgata Poker, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. We are here all day until there's only one player left in this tournament, answering your questions, talking with you. If you chat, we will talk. Going back to Tyler's point about 11th through 12th getting paid the same amount. Yeah, it looks like Dan is 3.6, and he wakes up with the hands here. 11th through 12th gets paid the same amount of money because this is a 9-handed tournament. Although when they get, or 10th through 12th, yeah. When they get down to 10 players, they combine to form one final table of 10s, usually called the unofficial final table, and then 9 is the official final table. First off, how do you feel about that? Do you think we should just play 5 and 5 and then go down to 9, or do you like combining at 10?
I don't think it makes any sense to combine a 10. I think it's only for tradition. I've had this debate with people before.
I don't think it makes any sense either.
Because somebody has to play 5-handed anyway. If nobody
they
did,
both play. Well, if there's 10 left, they both play 5-handed.
And if there's 11, Tyler's point is that
yeah,
one of the
one
tables
of them has
is
to play
5-handed anyway.
5, so you're not stopping
well, that's
that.
even more unfair.
What do you guys think of Dan with 12 blinds here, min-raising under the gun, trying to get action with his 2 aces? It looks like it's going to work against this hand, but what do you think of the play in general?
I don't think it makes a difference. Like,
it depends on your lineup.
It depends on who you're playing against. If you're playing against all bad players who might see a flop, if they're in the big blind or if they're in mid position and they get like, King Jack suited, it's obviously fine to call, or it's obviously fine to min raise. They might do something bad. If you're playing against all good players,
they know you're committed.
They know you're committed, does it really change their range too much, though? Are they all going to fold 2 jacks? No, they're still going to put it in. If I was playing against all good players, I'd be much more likely to just shove.
I agree.
So great situation for Dan to double up
one
with
of
2
the
aces
best.
here.
Ace of
And
Not the greatest.
actually a bad flop for Dan.
These sets
The
of
equity
aces
actually
flops
goes
are
down.
bad.
You never want to flop a set of aces.
Yeah, not when
You
you're
guys
all
might not know
it
this.
seems.
This is advanced poker theory. Don't want to flop a set of aces.
So Sebastian's looking for a jack.
Well,
But the 10's going to end it.
gonna do it.
And that will do it.
Wow, that puts Dan in a
For
new
Sebastian.
spot here. That makes Dan more force in the tournament.
River breaks, and Sebastian will be our 9th place finisher.
Congratulations, Sebastian.
Congratulations, Sebastian.
That's a big payout.
Sebastian will earn $16,773 for his efforts. And that will bump him up to just shy of $100,000. Keep trucking, Sebastian. You're going to cross the 100,000 mark soon.
and nothing he can do there, really. I mean,
No.
you say you know that Dan's Buzgon is committed when he raises under the gun, but it doesn't matter. Ace King is such a strong hand that Sebastian has really no choice.
No, there's really nothing he can do there.
Right.
So with that pot, Dan moves up into, looks like only 5th place, and now we see, you know, or no, I'm sorry, Dan is going to move into 3rd with that pot.
So the 6-8-8. Now there's some. This is very classic ICM situations where there's those three guys.
3 distinct levels of stack sizes, really.
Very in bad shape. The 24 and 20. It's kind of a disaster to bust out when you have 24 bigs. If there's 3 people who have 6, 8, and 8. So while I like gambling for the big top payout here, this is going to be a spot where you just kind of have to wait at least one of them out.
As a 20 big blind stack, you're saying.
Yeah.
I find this really frustrating as a player because my instinct is always to try to do everything I can to win the tournament, and then I come up in situations where I know I have to sacrifice some of that win equity for the actual dollar equity, and I try my best to do it, and I often can, but I do have a few 9th place finishes on my resume for this exact reason.
Yeah, me too.
I was calling it off.
All right, our cards are out.
I was trying to get you to shove though. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for the 20 big blind stacks right now.
Should we have one big blind only? No.
As one of those stacks, though, you can really apply pressure to the other stacks that are the same size as you, by
Yeah.
reshoving on them and that type of stuff.
All right, and
Yeah,
that
there's
is
huge first-in equity too. I mean, if you can show that you might be willing to play a pot, people are going to be really unwilling to play back at you. And also the other side of the coin, you can reshove over some openers with 20 blinds, and they're not going to be able to call you with hardly anything. They're not going to want to go broke.
Right.
No one wants to lose at this point.
The 250 big blind stacks can really put pressure on the 20 big blind stacks right now, both pre-flop and on the flop.
And we see Dan
So
wake up with
Buzgon
another
gets
big
aces
hand.
in one hand and kings the next hand. Nice life, Buzz.
So you see some of the players standing up. They're going to have a break after this hand.
They're going to miss some action.
But the 2 Dans are not going anywhere just yet.
So now Dan started this hand with looks like about 23 blinds. Does he 3-bet small? Does he 3-bet shove? Does he flat? What do you think here?
the other players seem to have lost
You know,
interest in
he just doubled up. That has to, kind of factor into the decision-making somewhat here. I mean, Dan Wach, who's the one with the king-queen, might say, oh, Buzgon has some chips now. Maybe he's looking to play back at me. He knows I'm aggressive. So maybe he will view a 3-bet as not super, super, super strong. But in general, when he only has 7 million in the big blinds here, I would usually just call here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of like a flat planning to trap. Looks like Dan is going with the small 3-bet option.
I mean, you have 2 kings. 3-betting is never bad.
Of course.
But I just don't think we're going to get that much money out of Dan. I mean,
That's
out of
actually
Dan
a
Wach.
bit bigger 3-bet than I would have expected. An additional 1.1 over the 6 when Dan only started the hand with.
Wow.
He shows it too.
Well, that's like the hand you
Yeah.
wanted to call too. It's like the
Yeah, he's
hand.
not happy.
what
And I actually don't like Buzgon giving out a little bit of emotion there. I'm sure he told him he had a good hand. I feel like you kind of want him to think that you were kind of there and it's for the future. And maybe making a move, keep him on his toes.
It depends. I get that, but I think Wach's. I think if Wach's going to be making mistakes, it's going to be on the action side. So. So no, that affirms what you just said.
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah,
meant. Yeah, that's absolutely right. You want him to think that you're lighter than you are.
Yeah.
I think it was just an honest reaction. I think Dan was just kicking himself a little for not trying to trap because he had him in such bad shape.
Exactly.
I think
exactly.
he was saying to himself, "Oh man, why did I bother 3-betting to a quarter of my chips when that was clearly going to look very strong."
So
But he's still in good shape though.
Yeah, they're both still in very good shape and in contention here. So with 8 players left, we're going to take a 15-minute break while the players take a break, and we will see you soon.
Chip leader now, Dan Wach. How are things going for you so far?
They're going pretty well. I'm running pretty good. I've had some big hands in spots where I usually don't have big hands, so it's kind of nice. So I'm picking up the right spots and running pretty good.
So we saw at the very beginning, you got in a pretty big pot. I mean, it's on the live stream, so they can see it. So yeah, you 3-bet with the 5-8 of clubs in a spot where Leo might have been light. So we all liked that was a good spot, but he wasn't light. So take us through that hand.
He opens big sizing, so I wanted to try to take advantage of it and 3-bet him a little light. And since I'm the second chips, I don't think he wants to risk his whole stack. So then when he calls, it's kind of like I think he has like 9s or 10s here very often. I mean, he could have like king, queen, queen, jack, and gets sticky because he doesn't like folding. Okay. And then the flop comes, and I just have to continue because I haven't opened in a straight draw. And then when the turn comes, he can't call it a flush draw, and he can't. I don't even know if he's supposed to call a queen, jack for all those chips. So I decided to rip it and hope for fold. If I call, I have 8 outs and hope I can get there. But I got the fold I wanted.
So that's a big momentum shift now. So now you're the chip leader, and you took a little momentum out of the former chip leader. So everybody's got to be kind of scared of you. What do you think? What do you think's going on from here going forward?
I mean, we have a lot of short stacks. We're playing really shallow now, so I'm gonna have to kind of open hands that I'm gonna be calling shoves with. So I can't do too much until we get a little deeper again. But I'll try my best to pick the right spots.
All right. So if you are not going to win it, who do you think is next in line? Who's most likely to win the tournament right now?
I think Dan Buzgon would be my choice, especially after that double.
Oh yeah, the double. Yeah, I missed that. That's.
And he 3-bet me the next. He 3-bet me the next hand, and he said he had 2 kings.
So now he's running good too. So that's something you're taking.
Back to back.
So. Okay.
First big hand.
You good? All right. Thanks a lot, Dan. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Taking the time to interview with us.
All right. Take care. Would I lie to you? Did you see the jack yet?
Yes, rungood.com.
Yeah, did you see my jacks yet?
I was told. I asked my friend what you folded when you said you folded a big hand. I had to ask. No. What a straight draw.
I don't like a fish now. I don't look like a fish now.
I have no problem.
Hey, Princess.
I'm playing my cards. What can I do? What am I going to do?
Make sure you tell me if my cards are shown, because everybody's saying they're not shown.
I know exactly.
Yeah, that's good like that.
Anything is a good spot.
Not under, but.
We don't like this.
What am I going to do with it? All right, $40,000 ante. The blinds are 200,000, 400,000.
What's the ante?
40 ante.
40 ante.
2-4, right?
Yeah, I took all the blue ball.
Yeah, good? Yeah, this is the last one.
I thought it would go to 50 in this one.
Are you sure you got a bumper, guy?
You can tell when somebody got chips, they want their antes to go up. That's complaining about the
Leo's
antes
the
being
big
up.
blind. Daniel's a small blind. Michael will be first to act. 200?
We don't all run like God. We
200,
want the antes to be down.
400 blind.
All right, we're back here at Event 15, the Borgata Winter Poker Open, $1 million guarantee, and we are 8-handed. I'm Matt Matros, and with me is Mike Gagliano.
Gagliano, you got it, Matt.
And Tyler Patterson.
Get it on there, Tyler.
Oh, hello, guys.
There he
Now
is.
I'm on.
So we're picking right back up with the action. As Matt said, there's 8 left, and they're still all playing for that $194,000 first place.
Quick all in for 6 blinds with 2 sevens from Rob, which you would expect.
And Leo with ace-jack. Leo is second in chips, so I don't think we're going to see him going anywhere with this hand.
Yeah, he can't fold this hand for a 6-blind shove.
The big blind is 400,000 now. Blinds have gone up once again, and Leo's just going to verify account before making this call. I can't imagine he lays a hand this good down.
No, this is going to be a call. This is going to be a coin flip situation.
He is thinking about it. I like that. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. He wants to make sure everything's what he thinks it is.
I mean, I would verify the
make sure you know.
And he does make the call. So we're going to hit the races for Rob's tournament life here. Leo's going to be looking for an ace or a jack.
Or the royal flush.
Or the royal flush. Right off the bat, he's looking for an ace or a jack, though. First thing he's looking for. And here's the flop.
Flop is a king of
Pretty good for Rob. Not really any backdoor outs too much
Yeah,
there
that's a
for,
really
for
good
Leo.
flop for 2 sevens. You can see his equity moved up to 73%, so you know that that's a good
All right,
spot.
let's go to the turn.
If those
Still
threes had
looking
been
for
two
the ace of
eights,
the
it wouldn't
jack.
have been so good. But well, there's a Broadway
There's
draw.
some new outs.
You know, I just said there weren't that many backdoor draws, but there's one of them.
Yeah.
And Leo picks up some outs at the 10
But
now.
still 77% equity
Pretty
for the
close.
2 sevens.
Leo's like, yeah, I'll take that card.
All right, let's
Rob
go
looking off from the
to
rail.
river.
Will this be his last
Quarters
card?
behind him.
No, it will not.
The 2 sevens hold up, and Rob is going to double up here.
So now, even though Leo's the chip leader, that does hurt him a bit. Leo's going to be down to about 13 million.
Stacks are
And-
so short that almost any pot you lose at this point hurts, even against a 6 blind stack.
Absolutely.
For sure.
We'll see how Leo takes that beat moving forward. You know, I call it a beat and kind of a beat that you just lose the flip there.
Yeah, there's again, we all know there's nothing Leo could have done. We all said he has to call here, and there's no decision to be had. Sometimes you just have to lose some chips in this game.
Yeah, sometimes the deck decides.
Yes, a lot actually, but yes.
So we've been informed by Tab that the chips that we couldn't make out the colors are actually black and orange. They don't look black and orange from here.
We'll
but
take your word for it.
We'll
Tab.
take Tab's word for it, yeah.
Tab,
kinda-
Tab, a fantastic tournament director here.
Absolutely.
Borgata.
Oh, yeah.
Takes care of his players, listens to the players, creates structures based on players' comment, picks the events based on when players' input.
Really, his
Tab
only
is the
flaw
best.
is that he's a 49ers fan, I think.
Also, he picked us to do the live stream. So.
Oh, that might be a flaw.
Yeah, if you guys haven't had a chance to come out to the Borgata and play some poker, you definitely are missing out. If you're into poker at all, there's something here for you to play. So stop on by and check it out.
Big fields, good structures.
Hey, there's us.
That is us. You can't see us in the shot, but those are our names. Nice, good wide shot here, the poker room. You see the 6 max event right just at the tip
the
of
edge
the
of it.
bottom there.
They're getting down there in that 6 max event. At the final 2 or 3 tables, I think.
I mean, it's probably pretty star-studded. I mean, you would.
They played till
imagine.
5 in the morning themselves last night to get down
Wow.
to the final 18. Yeah.
I think it actually went even later than that because I know someone who busted in 14th place, and I think he was done at like 5:45. So they passed the 6 o'clock margin, I think. So we see Dan Wach opening under the gun with what we only know is a queen, but he looks like that will be enough
That's
to
gonna
take it
get
down.
through, yeah.
Last year in that 6 max tournament, Matt Affleck won, my buddy. We ended up going straight from here to the Super Bowl after that little victory. So
How
it
was
pretty,
that?
Solid
pretty
weekend.
fun.
That
Yeah,
is
it was
a
a
good
great
weekend,
week.
yeah.
Yeah.
A good shot of Kelly, another tournament director here. She keeps things moving. So she just
Yeah.
calls the live action down there.
She works hard. She's running around down there.
She
and
was working super
Yeah.
hard during this tournament on day 1 and day 2.
Did a
Like on
great
the
job.
bubble, they were running around like crazy. They did a really good job of keeping track of all the players and keeping count and everything like that. So hats off to the.
It's tough to manage a 2,800 person field. They do a pretty
Yeah, I
good
mean,
job.
250 people cash. You got to make sure. You got to know where that money bubble bursts and find 251 and find 250. On break, they were trying to color everyone up. And I saw Tab out there cutting out
This
chips.
is an
and
interesting spot right here.
So
wow.
13
I'm
blinds.
impressed
Rob
by
open,
Rob.
open folds 2 4s, and there's 2 very short stacks still around.
All right, now hold it. Rob did the same thing with 2 6s under the gun when he had like the exact same stack
Yeah.
at the start of this final table.
Yeah.
So I wonder what the difference is there. I wonder if it's a first off. I mean, 6s is a better hand.
Yes.
So did he draw his line somewhere around there, or because you got to draw the line somewhere, or did he just double up? Maybe he feels good about doubling up and doesn't want to lose those chips.
Yeah, I mean,
There could be other factors like
the
the,
two
the
very
pay
short
jump is
stacks,
different
yeah.
now. The short stacks are different now. Like 12 big blinds means a lot more now than it did when we were 10-handed and people had more chips.
I mean, if you can get 8th is 23,483. If you can get to 6th, that's 46,406. So he can double his guaranteed money if he just busts those 2 short stacks. And I mean, I probably would have moved in, but I can see what he was thinking. Not.
I think with 2 4s holding is fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's definitely
I actually
fine.
think I would've
It's definitely fine.
And that's interesting having a few players in this booth here. 3 of us have like kind of 3 different views on that hand. Like, so you see some stats here pre-flop on Leo, and so the first stat is VPIP, and this is voluntarily puts money in pot.
That's right.
You want to explain that, Matt?
Well, I mean, it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's when you put money in that you didn't have to. So posting a big blind or posting a small blind doesn't count. But if you have chosen to put extra money in with the hand, then that counts as a hand that you voluntarily put
Any
money in.
raises, any calls.
Yeah.
And so we've seen him play about 32% of hands so far, and I believe that's the highest at the table.
It's a fun graphic. It's fun to talk about, but I mean, obviously the sample size is so small that it's
Yeah,
not
we've only
favorable.
seen a couple orbits hands here.
So Travell with a pretty standard move in here with 6 blinds with King Queen. And he's, I think, is going to get called by 2 threes.
I don't know.
You know, this is close if you're Ben. One of the problems here is Ben only has 5.5 million or so. He calls this like half of his stack. He's going to be in Travell's situation if he calls and loses his hand. He's going to be the short stack with only 6 bigs. So, you know, you talked earlier about having fold equity and trying to retain that. This may be one of those spots where you kind of let it go and just say, I'm going to wait and pick a better spot to shove.
Travell has been pretty tight with raises, too. I mean,
we've only seen him shove. I think he shoved once blind versus blind. That was all he shoved so far.
So there's probably a better chance than usual that you're facing a bigger pair and not just 2 overcards. Still, I mean, when someone shoves for 6 blinds and you have 2 threes in the big blind, it's, man, that's a tough spot to
Really
find
tough.
a fold.
And this is a really good example of trying to make an ICM calculation. If you can try to put the chip values into real cash dollar value, it'll help
Ben
you
does
make
make
this
the
decision.
call.
It's really tough.
Yeah, and if this were any other stage in the tournament, this would be an automatic instant call. The only reason why it's even under consideration is because of these pay jumps that we're talking about. But Ben does make the call, so we're going to have a coin flip situation.
Another coin flip, and we'll see if the pair can hold up again or if Travell can find the double. Well, that's a good flop
Yet
for the
another
pair.
set, man. There's lots of sets going down here.
There have been. And Travell is in quite bad shape now. He's going to need running straight cards. Otherwise, he's
pick up
going to
a
be
sweat.
eliminated.
We can get a 10 here for a sweat.
No sweat.
Deuces again. That's the driest turn card you can get. And Travell's going to be eliminated in 8th place.
8th place for 23,483.
So
good run by Travell.
Yeah, congrats again to Travell.
He made that fantastic laydown with the top pair when he was facing middle
He did.
set.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was a really tough spot. And
pretty
really,
great.
you know, shows the range of his abilities.
And he really likes to use his post-flop reading skills, like I said earlier, and you can tell that, I mean, with the not shoving pre-flop with those hands like King, Queen, and Ace, King, and there was a pair in there, I think,
He was
too.
chatting up Dan Wach during that hand. I'm sure he was trying to pick something up there. He did make the correct laydown, so he may have gotten the right thing.
Yeah, so, I mean, good job for Travell.
So we're down to 7-handed. Are we going to see his play start shifting yet? Are we going to see more flops and more aggression, or are they still going to be kind of playing tight, waiting for those other short stacks to bust
Yeah, we
there?
still do have at least one really short stack. Well,
if we can get the stacks to combine a little bit in the next few hands, like
Ting
before
is
the level goes
down
up.
to about 3 big blinds
Ting
there.
Ting
He's
is our
really
micro
been
stack at this point. So
he's really been having a rough
I
day.
think we're going to have to
card-wise.
lose Ting, or at least have Ting double up before we really see the fireworks start.
I think with him having 3 big blinds there, or 4 at the time, that might have been a spot for me to fold the 3s. If I was
Good
in,
point.
if
Yeah,
I was in Ben's
I didn't
spot.
realize he was
Yeah, I
that
didn't
short.
either, yeah.
So Dan opens the butt with 9-6 off. I don't think Dan's even going to look at his cards, honestly, at this point. With those 2 on his left, he's just going to open pretty much anything.
With a 3 stack out there? No, he's just gonna open. Yeah.
They just can't do much to him. So, and Dan knows that. You know, one of the things that this, you know, at final tables is your table draw and where your seat is, and how stacks will line up and that kind of thing. And when you have 2 big stacks, whoever gets the seat on the left, the other one is the advantage. And Dan by far is the best seat at this table. Dan Wach. Dan Buzgon probably has the worst seat at this table.
Yeah, all the
with
chips
the 2
on-
big stacks on his left.
All the chips on Buzgon's left. He's managed okay with it so far, but that's probably why you've seen him play a little tighter than maybe we would have expected.
We've also seen him get aces and kings, and that helps you battle those big stacks.
Especially when they hold up.
So each jump now for the next 3 or so are all, it's like 11,000. What do we got here? We got 11,000, 12,000, 12,000 again. So the payouts are so flat now, and then steep at the top that once that 3 big blind stack is gone, it's really time to gamble. Like it's time to, those 12,000 jumps are just not worth waiting for when you have a $140,000 jump.
Yeah, a chance at
slightly ahead.
194.5 exactly.
Ting's going to move all in for his last 3. He's in the big blind,
He's
actually.
basically calling.
And he's going to
all
call
in,
it off.
Yeah. I mean,
Leo's going to ask for a
it's
count
not
for-
actually a call. He's raising.
He is
potentially
raising,
5,000
yeah.
more, but there are no 2 cards in the deck that Leo could have that he would fold here. So.
And Leo will call.
So Ting's actually in much worse shape than he's hoping for here. You're hoping for 2 live cards with Queen 2, and Unfortunately, only has the one.
To be clear, when you've posted a third of your stack, though, and you have a suited queen, there's nothing you can do.
No,
You
not
have to
really.
call it off.
It's actually good for him that he ended up only playing against one person. Against two, that queen deuce is pretty tough to
All
win.
right, he's got 5 outs and a backdoor diamond.
That's a pretty
draw
good
going
flop if
forward
you're
here.
Tyng.
Yeah, that's not
Other
bad.
than hitting a queen, you're pretty excited about this flop. Queen or a 2 immediately will take the lead for Tyng.
That's not a good card.
Jack doesn't really change much.
Oh, just another card gone.
Just another one
Yeah.
out of the deck.
And the river.
Here we come. All right, so now we lose Tyng. Another big payout. What do we got? 34,000 there. Wow. For a
Tyng actually did pick
$450
up 3
run.
outs with the Jack. The 6 pairs, the board double pairs, and he picks up
Oh,
outs.
good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's why you're a professional.
But yeah, Tyng will be eliminated in 7th place and receive $34,000 and some change for his finish.
So now we don't have any micro stacks anymore, and we're gonna see some fireworks. I think.
I think we are now. 6-handed. This is where you definitely see some stuff happen. And you know, it's funny. Tyng had a pretty bad day. You know, he started with a kind of short stack, and he really, I don't think, picked up one hand all day. We saw just him
No, he
folding
never did.
pretty much garbage after garbage. But he still managed to ladder up over $23,000 from.
Wow.
it's not a bad day's
place.
work. For
No, honestly, you know, and that's what
Good
separates people
observation.
sometimes. You know, that's what separates, you know, an amateur from professional sometimes is making that extra money. Hey, if you're in New Jersey, be sure to join everyone for the BorgataPoker.com, the Garden State Super Series, big online series. It's coming to a conclusion this weekend with the main event on Sunday. Have you guys had a chance to check out the Borgata online
I did.
site?
It's pretty cool to be able to play legal online poker in the United States. So
Yeah, I mean,
I did.
I
Get to
can't
play
play
a
it in
little
my home state of New York, so I'm jealous of New Jersey.
Hopefully
guys.
soon.
Yeah,
Hopefully New
hopefully
York's
soon.
coming along
bit.
soon.
Still a
but
felony in Washington State.
well,
I'm
they're
not.
they're
That might
looking to change
yeah,
that
might
too.
change up too.
Our Washington's looking to regulate online poker too. So my favorite thing is just, you know, you can put money on and take it off right here at the cage.
Yeah, that's really
real
cool.
easy.
It's really convenient.
Super easy and convenient, and just cash outs are really easy and everything like that. So I'm a big fan.
So they have a big lineup of tournaments, and this Sunday there's a big schedule of guarantees.
I
It's
think
actually
it's over
pretty cool.
$400,000 guaranteed tomorrow. They have a bunch of different main events, different buy-in levels, all kinds of stuff. So check it out if you guys are in New Jersey.
You could bring your iPad down, or
They
maybe not
actually
an
have
iPad.
computers here. They have computers over in the lounge there.
Some real fireworks here going on, guys.
So-
Dan Wach opens in the hijack, and Rob 3-bets from the button to, I don't know, about
1.6.
more than a third of his chips. It looks like. Did we know Rob was this short? That he had 11
Well,
blinds?
Rob just doubled.
Okay, right.
Remember, he
So-
folded, and then he folded the 4s.
That's right.
That
So
looks unbelievably strong
that looks
to me.
really crazy strong. I agree
Yeah.
with Tyler.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
Dan
Dan's.
makes the same.
I would
read.
fold ace jack.
We don't know
there
what they
if you
have,
shove
but
it.
Fold ace
Might
jack.
have
I
called.
would fold a lot of hands there. Yeah.
Rob is representing that he has aces or kings, basically.
I would
Now,
imagine
whether
he
or not
does.
he actually does, we don't know, but we think so. We all think
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, ace king is a monster too. Maybe queens, but yeah, it looked like a monster for sure.
Also, Dan is opening like absurdly wide there, so he's going to be folding most of what he's opening.
Yeah. But if you're Dan, are you calling a shove with a wider range there than you are putting it in over that 3-bet?
Oh, definitely.
I am too.
You know, I mean,
the guy
For sure.
for sure.
if I have like a hand like, let's say 2 9s maybe, and he shoves there, I'm like not really happy, but I'd probably call.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I would think
I
he
agree
might
with
have
with all of that.
ace queen or ace jack or maybe even 2 8s sometimes, and we might be in okay shape. When he does that, I don't think he ever is bluffing, and my 9s are just never good there.
Whoa.
So we see Dan open again here, and we
Rob
know
just
he's
snaps
king
it all
7
in.
suited. Yeah, I mean, Rob is ace king this time.
And he didn't even think about the small. And he's got more chips, and he still didn't think about a small 3-bet.
So
just
we know
ripped
he
it.
was
So, like,
definitely
almost had to
nutted.
be aces or kings last.
Definitely was nutted last hand.
I hope
Those
Rob's
are
leveling
those are
this
really
all.
unfortunate spots for Dan, where he raises back-to-back hands, and a player who's been playing pretty tight so far
Just has it.
plays hands, moves
Yeah.
in both times. That's really just unlucky when you have a big stack like that, and every pot is so important. Those are really can be make or break situations in these types of.
But the
tournaments.
handcuffs are off now, so people can fire away without worrying about.
Well, we
you
just
know,
saw
moving
Dan
up
open
that
king
limp.
7 there, so I think
Right.
we're definitely going to see more of that.
Yeah, 6-handed now. This should open up a lot.
All right, players, it looks like we have just found out that we will be taking another break.
I'm excited to see Buzgon have some chips now. So
Still doesn't have
get-
that many. He's only got
Yeah.
15 bigs now.
Oh, really?
Well, the
Jeez.
blinds went up. Big blind's 400,000
Oh,
now,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Daniel's, he's got 6 million.
That's funny. Yeah, it's
You
tough.
know, I mean,
After that double,
relatively-
he had 20 bigs, or 25 bigs, I think. and he
Ben
was in
Beahm with
third.
20 blinds here is going to open this Jack 10 suited in the hijack.
I like this. You know, he hasn't been getting too out of line yet. He just picked up some chips and might as well put them to use.
Yeah,
great.
I would open this hand all day here.
Wow, but Leo
Unfortunately,
wakes up
he's going
behind
to
him.
run into Leo's third pair of jacks on the
Man,
day.
Leo's had some big hands. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what he does with these jacks.
Looks like he's just going to shove for the 20 blind effective. Meaning Leo has more than 20 blinds, but the most he can lose in the hand is 20 blinds. So I think this is fine. What do
I
you
think it's a fine way to play the hand. You know, you can make arguments for 3-betting and then calling a shove. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Leo even flat here based on how we saw him play the 2 jacks earlier versus Dan Wach, but I think this is a pretty easy way to play the hand. You're going to take it down a lot. If you get called, you probably have the best hand a lot still.
Yeah, you're going to get looked up by worse pairs.
Oh,
there, I
definitely,
think, so
definitely.
It's a good way to get a lot of value out of it that you might miss if you see a flop and there's overcards and you check it down against 2 9s and now you just wish you'd gotten it in.
Exactly. That's the worst, when you could have gotten someone's money and the bad flop came out.
Yeah.
We talked about slots before. You can earn 5 times slot dollars for the whole month of. No, that can't be right. January 31st and February 1st.
You almost,
those 2 days.
you almost had anyone rushing to
those
the Borgata.
2 days, you can earn 5 times slot dollars.
Which is still a great deal. It's not.
That is still a good deal.
But it's not the whole month. Of
Not the
February,
whole month. No,
unfortunately.
no. Maybe next time, hint, Borgata.
Well, Ben under the gun with another good suited Broadway card.
He just goes right back at it. I like this.
Oh, he limped this time.
Oh, did he?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm
It
not-
says 400 to call,
I'm
but
not
that's
sure
probably not the correct
what
count.
he did. It looks like. No, it looks like he
Wait,
did.
he
He did
folded?
limp.
He put chips in.
I thought he put chips in too, but maybe we're wrong.
Yeah, he did. He did limp. Because Dan just checked. Yeah,
so
he did
He
limp.
limped under the gun.
Good eye for Tyler there. I
And,
saw him put chips in.
So it's ace 4 offsuit from the big blind and king 10 suited for Ben, who's limped under the gun. And
Okay, I'm going to
I'm
say.
surprised he would check it back here. You think he would just pick up this pot with a bet? So
I'm
often
going to
after
say
everyone
Dan
else
Wach
folded.
wins this pot.
Especially after the check back on the flop, I tend to agree with you. He's not.
Even if he bet the flop, I don't think Dan just folds ace high here. You know, I'm not
yeah,
sure.
on that particular board, it's a tough fold because do we really think Ben limped with a pair? And
Probably not.
Maybe he might have limped with 2 5s or something, but he's. Oh, look at this.
Now this is interesting. Michael's going to go ahead and raise here. Now remember, Michael is king 10 suited, so he's king 10 of hearts. He has not a lot of equity, presumably. Versus Dan's hand, it's actually quite strong.
It was a great play.
I think that's Ben, by the way, in the 1 seat.
Ben.
Our graphic says Michael, but I'm pretty sure that's Ben.
Yeah, that is Ben. It says that's why
a
I.
heck of a raise by.
That check back is what won him the pot, I think. There, I think that's if he bets the flop, he might have to deal
Well,
with the check
he
raise.
made the maximum because if he raises under the gun, he's just going to win the blind. So he got an extra bet out of the hand the way he played it. Very interesting.
There's
move.
2 times we've seen savvy check backs and then bluff the turn instead of the flop on paired boards, which I think it's savvy. I think they're playing well.
Very sophisticated play for sure.
What's interesting too is that he limped king 10. He could easily probably have a hand like jack 10 or king jack. And with the 2 jacks on board, I could see him definitely playing the hand the same way.
The
with those
post flop
hands.
play, he was definitely representing that he limped with something like what you're saying. Yeah.
But there's also small pairs that aren't going to fold there, maybe even aces. Those are other hands that people limp with sometimes.
I'm honestly surprised, a little surprised to see. Maybe not. I was gonna say I was surprised to see Dan just bet the turn and then just fold so quickly. Or maybe not. I am surprised to see him fold king 4 off in the small button there and just give Ben a walk. Maybe that last hand, caught him off guard a bit and he doesn't want to mess with Ben anymore.
Yeah, he might think Ben is changing gears and not want to take a bad
Looks like
hand with
Ben
him out
is.
of position. Yeah, and it does look like Ben is changing gears.
He
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
true.
he's ready to play. Look at that. Look at the determination on his face.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he had the bluff of his life with 80 players left.
Oh yeah,
true.
we
That
saw
was
that
on Twitter.
interview.
I wonder
I
if
want
that
that
king 10
interview.
bluff was a bigger, was a bigger bluff for him. Maybe that was a bigger bluff since it's a
It's a bigger situation.
Yeah, it's
for
a much
sure,
bigger
but
stage
it's-
at this point.
Ben, after this is over, take to your Twitter account and tell us about why you decided to bluff that king 10 suited and whether it was now the biggest bluff of your life.
I want to hear about the first.
I think he's
biggest
going to say
bluff.
the first one. This first one has to be something special. I'm
You got to come to
I'm gonna
million
get
chips,
this
right?
interview.
Early
I think
stages.
on
You
the
gotta
next-
get that hand
on the
this
next
straight.
break. I think I'm going to get that interview.
Well, but
I
we're
wanna
looking
hear
forward to
it.
that one. Leo just folds 10-7 suited in the hijack, so he's not putting the pedal to the metal too much.
So wait, where did that ace-6 open come from earlier? That was a little.
Pretty early, right?
Yeah, that was a really early position raise. I'm just very surprised to see him open that with 10-handed and then not even consider the 10-7
in a hijack situation.
In the hijack,
six-handed, yeah. So Ben's flatting here with ace-deuce suited, so he's definitely opening up his game a little bit. We saw him playing tighter than this earlier. Is Rob considering putting chips in with 10-6 offsuit?
Yeah, he's getting a pretty good price. I mean, your hand doesn't flop too great here, and you have two good aggressive players in the hand, so I don't think this is going to work out too well for Rob most of the time. But with that price,
I never hate defending the blind from min-raise. I'm a limit player. I'm used to it. But you don't see it that often, especially from inexperienced players. So that's an interesting decision. And I don't think he's going to stick around with a gut shot here.
I don't really like Ben's flat here out of the small. Do you like his call?
It's interesting. That's a tough spot.
He's got the stack size that he could have shipped with 20 blinds. I mean, that would have been a reasonable play, I think, to ship over a cutoff open with a suited ace there with 20 blinds. Don't you think, Tyler?
That's definitely a reasonable spot to do that. 20 blinds is a lot in this tournament at this point.
Yeah.
Though
Okay,
it's not.
hold it. Look at this.
No.
So let's talk about this for a second. Wow. Rob putting this 10-6 to use here.
I mean, he flopped
so
a gut shot.
Ben leads out for a very small bet. He leads out for 700,000 into a pot that had more than 2.5 million in it. And Rob senses weakness in that bet and thinks it's got to be probably a mediocre made hand, which is what it is.
But what does Rob have that he just called from the big blind?
Shot.
No, but if you're in Ben's spot, what do you think that Rob?
10.
Yeah.
He could have queen jack maybe
Yeah.
even ace jack. I mean, that's not out of the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to represent that he either flopped the nuts or flopped bottom two, maybe top and bottom, like guys.
That's a pretty small range of hands, but I'm still probably gonna have to fold in this spot. This is impressive.
Wow, Rob doesn't, or Ben
look
doesn't
at Ben
believe it.
opening up his play here. That's a
Wow.
great read. That's just a great read.
I don't really like this shove by Ben. I mean, if Rob is bluffing here,
let him bluff again.
Well, like if Rob's bluffing here, he's bluffing with like no equity versus your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not a straight draw or I mean this is the most equity he can have. He has 19%.
Well, no,
that's not a lot.
There's pair plus. You could have Jack 10 or Queen 10.
I mean,
or Ace 10.
But do you really expect those types of hands to raise that often on these types of boards? Like,
well, I don't expect any hand to raise.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I guess Jack 10 would make some sense here, but even that, like, if you're Rob and the turn is a 10, like let's say Ben calls and Rob is Jack 10 and the turn's a 10, like that's not a great situation for Jack 10.
Right.
On the other hand, makes his decisions easier. I mean,
it does.
If he were to just call, he would have to figure out what he's going to do. Is he really going to check call it off on a bad turn card and go with his read?
Absolutely.
Is he really going to then push in on the turn if he wants to clean up, thinking that his opponent's going to take a free card, he wants to clean up his equity then? So this just says, okay, there's a ton of money out there already.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. I'm going to make sure I win this hand.
It could also fold out Ace 3 through Ace 9.
Absolutely.
Sure. A lot of hands.
We don't think those are all that likely but we're having trouble giving Rob a range here.
I wouldn't think
10-6
is in
right.
range.
We certainly wouldn't have given him 10-6.
I think Ben just picked up on that. I don't really believe you. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
and now Ben's telling him he has an ace, even though Rob didn't seem to ask. Kind of took his headphones out. And Ben is telling the truth. He did have an ace, and yeah, that's a fantastic play.
It was a good read. It was
at least a good read. Yeah, at least a good read.
So Ben's really making, or Rob rather, is really making some moves. No. I'm sorry, the
both.
first time.
Well, they both are.
They're
both
both
made
sitting
some
next
moves
to
on
each
that
other,
hand.
and they have these small 3-letter names, and our graphics keep switching positions, and I'm just getting confused.
One of them ripped it in with the ace deuce, and the other one raised the flop with 10-6. So they're both making moves.
Yeah. The action has definitely opened up since it got to 7-handed once we lost the micro stacks.
Looks like now Dan Buzgon's on the big blind.
He is the short stack now, isn't he? Michael is, him and Michael are both the two short stacks here, and they both are right about the same.
Yeah, Ben has moved up nicely to over 30 blinds here, so he's definitely...
Ben's in third place now.
Yeah.
They do have...
Rob only has 10 blinds, and he's going to make an automatic shove here. This is just cooler for Rob. I mean, you can see how fast these guys got it in. This is as automatic as it gets here.
Yep.
Dan was down to less than 10 bigs there.
So Rob, though, is all in for less. So he's at risk here, and he's in real bad shape against the ace-queen
I think
suited.
Dan is actually at risk here still.
Oh, really?
Dan was checking out his manicure there.
Our graphic says
Not
that
very
Dan still
nervous
has
about
money
that.
behind. Is that?
Oh, that might be right.
Dan,
You know what? You might be right.
Dan has flopped the nuts either way, so he's.
We need a spade
he
here
needs
for
a
us.
spade
Yeah,
or
running spades for
running
Rob
full
is,
house
or running
something.
chop
Yeah.
is the only way that he's going to do it.
Ooh.
And that's the card Rob was looking for. With that, Rob has a lot of outs now. Still looking for a queen to chop or a spade to take the win. The ace is not going to do it.
No.
That was a good sweat. I like a good sweat. I mean, I'm kind of rooting for Dan. He's a buddy. I don't know if I need to be unbiased as a commentator.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be unbiased. Dan Buzgon is a friend of mine too, and I think we're all rooting for him to have his first victory today. I mean, we all feel bad for Rob Saladin, who had
I picked up $47,000 for his efforts
had
here.
no choice but to move in with the ace-jack there.
No, definitely a
and just
core.
ran into a hand.
And he made some plays. He wasn't just sitting around. He, I think he deserved to be here.
And opened up at exactly the right time, too. He waited for the short stacks to bust, and then he saw an opportunity six-handed to go after some chips. It didn't work out, but to his credit, the 10-6 hand was a good read. The Ben leading out didn't have very much.
That first might have worked against me.
Yeah.
I said I would have folded in his spot.
You know,
too.
it's one of those spots where you say, like, I don't really believe this guy, but, like, what? I don't think he bluffs here.
Right.
You know, and I would just move all in and expect to get snap called.
Yeah. I think both players made really good reads in that hand, and one of them had to win, and now.
And I don't think that affected Rob's tournament, because if he wins that pot, I think he's still getting it in there with Dan. I guess he might have had a little more chips, so
yeah, but
he'd be alive maybe, but.
I don't know. Yeah, he might be alive, but he was going to be in bad shape with that ace-jack, ace-queen blind situation. So now we are five-handed. Everyone who's left is guaranteed at least $58,259.
That's great. And the stacks have combined a little bit now, so they're deeper.
Yeah, no
so
true
that's
short
more fun.
stacks.
Dan has 29 big blinds, and he's 4th out of 5
Oh,
right
that's
now.
great. Now there's some real
This
play
is
for at
much,
least a half
much
an hour.
different than we saw before.
Yeah, so Mike, who we haven't seen a ton
There we go.
from,
That's the
is-
graphic we were just
is
looking for.
At 12 blinds.
Well, I'll tell you
And
that
everyone
he's
else
been
has
playing
playable
perfectly.
stacks. Yeah,
He
well,
has
look how well he's
I
done.
don't think he's made a mistake yet.
Moved
He's
from 11,000 to
moved up
58,000.
quite a lot in the pay ladder. We are going to see for sure some interesting pods. I mean, I think that this is kind of what I expected to see. At least with 3 of the guys here, you kind of knew we were going to see the 2 Dans at least make some moves here, and Leo obviously with all the chips and how aggressive he is. Interesting to see Ben kind of come out of his shell a bit and making some moves. Should make short-handed play very interesting. And
Yeah, we'll see more 3-bets than we've been seeing, I think, and we might even see a
Some
4-bet,
flops.
which I don't think we've seen a 4-bet yet today.
No. Now that they have room to fold
Yeah.
after 3-betting,
Yes,
we will see
There are
a
now 4
4-bet.
players with stacks who can 3-bet and then fold to a 4-bet, so there's room for a lot more pre-flop fireworks. And I like the post-flop fireworks, too. I really enjoyed that 10-6
Maybe we'll see some more multiple streets of betting. We've only seen I think one hand.
A bet on the turn would be fun.
Yeah.
So
Dan bet the turn. Dan Wach bet the turn twice so far.
Yes.
One of them was
Ben opens on the
5-8.
button. He 3X's here with Jack 10 offsuit. That's a little surprising to me.
That's very
Wow.
surprising.
I mean, there's a chance that's
He was
not correct.
min raising before.
Yeah, that graphic might be wrong.
I think
too.
it's
I see.
100,000.
I think I only saw 2 stacks of 4 white chips there, so maybe that wasn't min raise. Either way, he takes down the blinds, however he sized it.
Leo is our small blind. Michael's our big
Ben
blind.
Beahm says here is a diehard Philadelphia sports fan. Tyler is a diehard Seattle sports fan.
That's true.
Are you
Not as much as Matt Affleck, of course, but I am a diehard fan.
Are you going to the Super Bowl again this year?
It's interesting. I'm going to be in Arizona. I don't think I'm going to go to the game. I'm hosting a Super Bowl party with a girlfriend, and we're having a bunch of people who are going to the game come stay with us. So,
Wow.
we're going to have a party, I think, at the house. So,
How do you like the Seahawks' chances?
I think it's really fun that it's a pick 'em.
Isn't that great?
I'm gonna get slaughtered for saying this. I didn't even know the Seahawks were in the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
I know the
Come
Patriots
on.
made
You're
it.
asking for
I
it.
know the Patriots made it because that's all anyone's talked about. The stupid
Whoa, look at
football
this.
for the last week.
Seriously, I sat down at a table, and the 3 tables around me were all talking about deflated footballs.
Yeah,
I heard it
it's amazing.
from every angle.
I did not know the Seahawks were in it though. I will admit that.
Yeah,
I can't wait to
Buzz
get
has got a
slaughtered.
monster hand on the button here, so obviously he's going to open. We'll see what.
Pretty sure it'll be a min raise.
If I was
it is.
Leo or Dan Wach here in the blinds, I would just never think that Buzgon's gonna wake up with the hands here. Just because he finally has some chips to do some stuff. He's gonna raise super wide here, and I'd be probably looking to make a play against him. So
Yeah.
him waking up with the hand there, is like so lucky.
That
for
could
him.
have been huge. Yeah, it turned out the blinds had absolutely nothing to work with.
They had really bad hands.
So that's unfortunate for Dan because that could have been a great spot for him to get 3-bet light.
I don't care how light I'm looking to make a play. Usually 10-2 off is not the hand I'm looking for.
Me too. I know some people will play any 2 cards in certain situations. I often don't. I usually draw the line somewhere. I'll say, all right, I'm going to widen to 90% of my hands.
Yeah, usually a 96th% hand is not what you're looking for.
Right.
Sometimes for me, there's spots that the hand dictates what I'm doing, or I mean the spot dictates what I'm doing over the hand, that I don't care if I have any equity or not.
Yeah, I mean there are times that I'm 100% opening, I guess, but not. I don't think there's ever a time I'm 100% 3-betting. Maybe that's a weakness in my own game.
I find some spots like that, but it's not very often.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the whole spot picking versus more kind of structured, range-based thinking.
Exactly. I'm more of the range-based style of play, but
coming
I pick spots too.
Coming from a limit background, that makes sense.
Yes.
When you're going to showdown always, so.
Right. I mean, I know we're not going to showdown always in this game, but I do like to think about the possibility of going to showdown. Ooh, this is a big hand in the small blind here for Michael, and he's going to have, I would think, no choice but to move in here.
I think so too.
Pretty interesting spot for Dan now.
I think that's what he's done. Now, it was Dan Wach who opened, right?
No, Dan Buzgon.
Oh, it's Buzgon.
Yeah, Buzgon's in the cutoff.
Oh, it is.
Wach folded the 4s easily, which was, I think that was pretty easy. Now this is an interesting spot, really.
This is like a straight math equation for him, and I think that's what you're going to see him do, ask for a count, and then just kind of try to run the numbers in his head and see if King-Queen is good enough to put the chips in here.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it would be good enough if it were just about the chips, but it's because of the pay jumps that makes the math a little trickier.
Well, it also, because of the pay jumps, I think it makes Michael's range tighter.
Yes.
So like it may not be good just because of the chips, because Michael maybe doesn't shove hands like ace-10 anymore that he would if it was earlier in the tournament. Yeah, and you see him kind of thinking about it there.
I think Dan's going to lay this down, actually.
Another consideration here is how it changes the playability of your stack going forward. So if you win 12 big blinds from having, how much does he have?
He has about 30 big blinds.
Yeah, so that gets
Dan
you
has 30 big blinds.
So going from 30 to 42 is a big deal, but going from 30 down to 18 is a much bigger change. So I think that you need a little bit better than what the chips suggest in order to
That's a good
call
point.
a spot like that.
I don't know. 18's close, though. Dan knows what he's doing with 18 bigs. I wouldn't be super upset if I lost this hand if I was him.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
if
it
Michael
got you down to 12 bigs or something
okay,
like
if Michael
that,
turns his hand face up, do you still call?
Absolutely.
Then which is what I think kind of the situation you're in with King-Queen here. I think a large portion of the time you're just like right here, 42%, 40% equity.
Yeah. And the problem is that sometimes you're at 25, and you're probably never at. I mean, earlier in a tournament, you can give someone King Jack or Queen Jack something.
I don't think
no.
you're ever ahead with King-Queen.
And that's the problem here, and that's because of moving.
Well, you can be the other side. Yeah.
Right now, he's at a 30 blind stack where there's. I mean, if Dan wins, he's going to move up to about probably 15 or 16 blinds. So that you can take that situation, or you can risk basically being tied for the short stack. Or you're actually moving to become the short stack if he loses this pot. So
I feel like I would probably call if I was him. Yeah, he does call.
I mean, I always call.
It's really close,
yeah,
but I think I would call.
I'm calling there most of the time.
So Michael's going to be flipping for his tournament life now. And if Dan can win this pot, Dan is going to be, he might be the chip leader, actually.
Not a great flop for Dan. No backdoor draws.
Michael's definitely liking that and just wants to keep the cards low to secure the double. Dan just looking for the king or the queen. 8 of spades does nothing to change anything. Michael picks up some straight outs, but doesn't need them.
Dan's going to be down to 19 blinds if he loses, and he does.
So Michael doubles up.
And Michael doubles to 9.4 million, so that's going to be
almost
about
25 a little more than what Dan has. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now Dan's pretty upset.
Dan Buzgon is going to be the short stack now. It's a tricky spot because of the way the stack sizes
It definitely is. That's one of those spots. If Michael has one big blind less, you call. If he has one big blind more, you fold. And when he's got that, you just don't know what to do. If your hand is suited, you call. If you had King Jack, you would fold.
King Jack would
King
be
Jack
a fold.
would
We'd
King
all
Jack
fold.
would
Just
be an easy
everything
fold,
is so
That's
close
amazing
about that
that
hand.
King Queen is a tough call. King Jack's a pretty easy fold.
It's so funny that sometimes with all of the different hands people could be playing and stuff, it literally just comes down to one tick in either direction with hand strength or chips or anything.
That's a big change in the tournament.
Your point about the suited one is great. I think king queen suited we all would have
I
said
would
he's
call.
got to call.
Yeah, I would just call you.
We would have probably called with this hand as well, but it
I
was
think I would.
really close. Yeah.
To have a shot, to have the chip lead there, and be in okay shape, is I think
If
having
it put
20 big
you-
blinds left, I think it's fine.
Yeah, if it would have put Dan down to 12 or 13, then maybe I
Yeah,
would have
it's a little bit
folded,
closer
but
then.
if with it's still workable. You don't have to be 3-bet shoving except for in good spots.
You know, and this is where like we talked about ICM and like calling off here. Like, do you want to call off with king queen there? Are there big pay jumps coming up? That type of stuff. And you know, you guys both kind of agreed that at this point, 5-handed or 6-handed, 5-handed.
The next
at this
two are
point,
pretty
5-handed. Like, let's go. Like, we're gonna win this tournament now. And I think that's what Buzgon was kind of thinking there.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and that's why calling is the right decision, because it's 12,000 for the next jump and 12,000 for the jump after, and then the jumps get really big. So
you can take a chip lead to 4-handed if you knock him out there and you win that flip.
Yeah,
that's,
I mean that's
huge momentum.
That's a spot he has to call.
So Dan Wach again folds. I mean 7-4. I would expect to fold there usually. Not too much to work with for him, and Ben will take the walk.
Ben quietly moving up very nicely here.
I wasn't doing it so quietly a couple hands earlier, but they still have a large number of physical chips in play. I'm kind of surprised they haven't colored them.
I think they like that. I think it makes for good TV.
I mean, it does, but they have 4 colors in play too, which is a little surprising.
Wow, those are still 5,000 chips.
Yeah,
like
they
chips.
still have the 5Ks
that
in
seems
play.
kind of silly. We're playing 200,000, 400,000 blinds.
It makes the players think. It makes the players feel like they have more chips, which is good for action. So I don't mind it.
I suppose. I think these guys are all kind of know what they're dealing with.
Oh yeah, I just meant theoretically.
This 5.
I want to see someone post a big blind by putting 4 stacks of those blue chips out.
You would see it. I'm not super shocked to see that type of stuff. You know, it's funny. Like we talked about this being a 2,800 person field and all the $400. Anybody can come down and play this. There's not one weak spot at this table.
Yeah, this is a
every
strong
single
final
person
five,
is not afraid to put chips in the middle. No one's looking to ladder up anymore.
Really, even 10-handed was real tough.
10-handed was really tough. It was like we said from the start. It was a tough final table. But
once they got rid of that dead weight in 11, then the tournament got tough.
We love you, Jamie.
That makes Daniel our small blind and Leo our big blind this hand.
do we know Ben's tournament history? Has Ben played a large number of tournaments?
I don't think he has a ton of experience.
He's sure not acting like it. He seems to be making moves with the best of them.
I just was looking at his Twitter feed earlier, and that was the only information I found on him.
Oh yeah, he sent me a tweet earlier saying that this is his only big live cash.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
that let's see if I can find it here.
Yeah, I got it here. He said, 5 cash of my career. Been playing poker on my spare time for the past 12 years. I love to gamble. So
Yeah, he's playing really well for a guy who writes that.
if you love to
really
gamble, this is
surprising.
pretty exciting.
Absolutely.
Here to be 5-handed at the Borgata $1 million guaranteed event.
But I mean, he's not just firing away either, though. He's picked some pretty good spots to gamble.
Yeah, I mean,
that ace deuce was
a
a great read.
read. Absolutely. So
what do we have going on here?
I think Buzgon has opened the cutoff, and he's run into Leo in the big buzz. Was it Buzz who opened, or was it?
I think it's Dan Wach. Dan Wach's in the
Wach.
cutoff. Yeah. Positions are weird, too, because they're all on the same side of the table, so we
Right.
feel like he can't be the cutoff, but he quickly folds. Again, Dan just ran into another hand here, and this is the type of stuff that really can get to you when somebody plays back at you, and you just don't know. Are these guys bluffing me? Do they have good hands? And, I think that this is where them being able to find out the whole cards 30 minutes later can make a difference.
Yeah, because Dan might have been frustrated by now if he hadn't found out, actually, that he was behind every time. And that's a really big hand.
Those slots again, guys. Come play them. Instant bonus if you play the slots.
You could end up with a success story via slot machines, just like Matt
win
Matros
slots
here.
and then become a poker pro, just like Matt.
Each instant bonus is a guaranteed bonus slot dollar winner. Receive up to 10 total instant bonuses.
Wow.
Thursday through Saturday, come on down.
I will
Slots
be
are
here.
the gateway drug to poker, guys.
Perfect.
Getting back to the whole cards, when P.S. Heinz won the main event, I was on his rail, and we all had the live stream up and everything like that. And in the beginning of heads-up play, he was like losing a ton of pots, and we were like kept calling him over, like he has like really good hands. Like he's not running you over, he's not bluffing you, he just keeps getting dealt the nuts. Like hang in there, and that was like a really big, I feel like a confidence boost at that point. And I feel like Dan kind of needs the same thing. Like someone's got to go pat him on the back and say, "Yo, they're just waking up with hands."
Dan Wach is right back out of here with the gun, and Dan Buzgon's got pocket deuces, which he can go a bunch of ways with this. He can, of course, just fold. It's not a very good hand facing a raise, but he could choose to make a light.
What does he have, 7 million?
I think he's going to shove or fold.
I
don't think he's going to just 3-bet. Yeah, he only has 7 million. And
Tyler, you think it's a shove spot too?
So it is, but I think because the next 2 payouts are nothing, and I mean not nothing, they're $12,000 each. But yeah, relative to the 190 for first, I think this is the time to be shoving any spot that is decent. And
knowing how playing with Dan Wach, knowing how wide he opens, and knowing that him getting shoved on all those times is really not going to shake him, I would certainly shove 2s there.
It looks like Leo defended from the small blind.
He did. He called the small.
Flatted with 9-7 of hearts, and obviously he's flopped huge here.
So we don't know Dan's hand, but we can only assume that Dan is behind.
We have to assume that Dan is in trouble yet again. He's really not had the cards go his way at this table so far.
Although he certainly could have equity on this board. I would imagine Dan's opening a lot of hands like 10-8, 8-7, 7-5, 7-4, even that type of stuff. Or I guess 7-4 doesn't really have a lot of equity here, but 10-7, that type of stuff.
Let's hope he has that 10-7 if you're rooting for Dan in this pot.
Interesting, before Leo...
When he checks back, he can pretty much rule out 10-7, I would say.
Before Leo called the flop, he kind of shifted his weight around a bit. Like he was kind of excited about Dan betting.
Leo only makes a third pot size bet on the river here, 1.2 million into 3.6, and so he's going to get looked up by any of the pairs that Leo might have checked back on this turn card here. Sorry, that Dan might have checked back on this turn card here. He might even get looked up. Well, it's kind of a tough call with
the 8 is a bad card.
Yeah, 8's a really bad
card.
Well,
I think if Dan has a hand like 8-7, you might see him call in for sure there.
Yeah, I think so too.
That type of stuff.
If he had 2 5s, I think he might even.
Those are tough spots.
But I mean, with ace-king, I think he's going to fold.
Yeah, I don't think he calls ace-high there.
I don't think 5s and ace-king are much different.
Yeah,
I think I probably fold both of them. It's a tough. I mean, you have to actually be believing him a little bit to be folding those hands.
The 8's a really bad card. It turned out to be a great card because it saved him money with Leo having flopped really big.
So Joe and Rally tweets into us, how you've been running in recent hands come into your decision like the one that Buzgon had, presumably with the king-queen. So do you think that comes into play at all? Since Dan has maybe been running kind of hot, he held in. Did he hold in a flip earlier in the final table? No, but he won with the aces, and he had stuff like that. I feel like he's running good, and maybe want to make the call.
I mean, in my opinion, that shouldn't matter at all. But I mean, I don't really understand the whole spectrum of the world. I don't understand how to play baccarat.
Not right. Into the karma of the poker gods.
No, personally, I
down
think
on
it
you
means
one
nothing.
day.
But I could easily be wrong.
I would imagine that experiences Buzgon does not really factor that in. Sometimes when you have really a lot of chips, you might make a wider call because you have a lot of chips and you don't mind taking a marginal spot. But I think in a situation like that, he's headed, and it doesn't matter if he's won 10 pots in a row or lost 10 pots in a row. I don't think it's really changing
you don't
his
play
decision.
differently because you've been getting better cards. You might play differently having won a bunch of pots because your stack size is different and the situation becomes different. And so it's like you've gone on a heater where you won a bunch of pots, now you're ready, but it's because you're putting pressure on short stacks, not because you think, oh, I've been getting so lucky I'm going to.
It's not that your cards are going to match more.
Yeah.
We can all agree on that, but there are definitely successful poker players who do not think that way.
And there's like a psychological element too. I mean, you're going to be more confident if you've been winning and getting better cards for the most part than if you've been losing every hand. So even though, Tyler, the first thing you said was it shouldn't matter, and I think we agree it shouldn't matter, but sometimes it does matter anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Jamie.
What did Jamie say?
Jamie said, will you guys ever get tired of needling me? With a little angry
Probably not
face.
today. I mean, someday we'll get tired of it, but I doubt today will be that day.
Probably in 2087 when we're all long gone.
In case you missed it, Jamie Kerstetter, who was a commentator for the first event here, made a great run in this event, and she finished 11th, just missing being on this live stream. And we were all looking forward to watching her play and commentating on it. But
so we just decided to do it anyway.
Yeah, so we're just pretending she's here and, making fun of her a little bit.
Oh.
Here's
we
a 3
go.
bet.
Michael
And-
finally has enough chips to 3-bet fold, and we're seeing the first
We
fold.
have not seen him off him at all because he's been so short, but I think he's showing his true colors here.
Started the hand with 21.5 blinds, and he's going to 3-bet with the plan of folding to a 4-bet, I assume. So nice aggressive move with King 9 suited. I like this play.
I love this. I think that Leo's going to have a really tough time, shoving on him. My only concern is that he made it a little small.
You
Leo
think,
open
you
at
think he's
9.
in danger of getting flatted? Is that your
Well,
concern with that?
You
Or-
know, against certain players, I don't think that
Yep, that's
that
absolutely
they're gonna
right.
that they're gonna call too much. But we just saw Leo call with 9-7
I'm
from the
surprised-
small blind.
Yep.
You know,
Exactly
Leo
right. You got to know your
just
opponent
from
here.
playing with him.
I
And
was seeing Leo just shove in there with ace-10. That's a pretty strong hand for him to be opening in the cutoff with.
But Michael's tight image, I think, kept Leo playing.
because
I
of keep
think you're right.
calling. You know, now if I'm Michael, I really like this flop. I would
Yeah,
imagine
me
Leo doesn't
too.
have too many aces, and I would think that I'm going to win the pot a lot.
Michael is the one who looks like he has an ace. Now we know it's exactly the
but well,
opposite
hold
situation.
it. Leo just led.
No, Michael's out of. Oh no,
Yeah,
you're right.
Michael's
Yeah,
a
you're right.
button.
Leo let out for 1 million into 4.8.
That's a really
Wow.
small
Ace?
bet. How do you read this if you're Michael? Do you think he has an ace here? Do you think he's just taking a stab with a hand like 2 6s?
I think
the latter,
it could be a
actually.
stab. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would make a very small raise
I would-
probably,
I-
and then fold.
I
if
would.
I got
I
any more
agree.
heat.
I would make it like 2.5 million.
Looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And stacks are
2.2
getting
or something.
really short now. Michael just put
I
in
mean,
about a third of his remaining chips.
When you bet 1 million into 4.6, I'm not going to give you a strong hand. Now it happens that he has a strong hand, or we think he has a strong
reasonably
hand. Does
strong.
Leo think he has a strong hand? What's Leo going to do here?
You have an
I don't
ace with
think-
like the 4th best kicker here.
I
Yeah,
think,
but there's
I
so
think
much-
Leo bet to
Look
try
how
to
much
find
money
out
is
where
up-
he was.
Look how much money is in the pot already. Can he really get away from this hand? I mean,
Reasonably, he shouldn't. But the reason he bet was to
see
try
if
to
his
get
hand
away
was
with
good.
it.
the problem with
Yeah,
this
yeah.
logic is that you don't find out betting 1 million into 4.6.
Not when
bet.
Michael's capable of making a play like this,
Yeah,
at least.
Right.
I still don't think he necessarily folds here. I think he's going to just flick in a million and see what happens. And
Yeah,
if
maybe.
Michael can, muster up the courage to put the rest of it in, I think he might win the pot. But if not, then I think they're just going to check it down and Leo's going to win. I'd be very surprised if Leo shoved here.
It was a good call by you, Gag, saying that you want to make it a little bigger when you're facing someone like Leo who might call.
Oh wow, Leo does lay it down.
When I'm talking about the 3-bet pre-flop.
Gotta say that's not the ideal way to play that hand.
With ace 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And that's the problem with the weak lead like that is that against players who are weaker, you can find out if your hand is good and you can get them to perhaps put more chips in with a hand like 2 queens that they might not put chips in. But against a player like Michael who's capable of bluffing,
I think
it's
Leo
not going to work out for you.
sees Michael as a tight, straightforward player because he's been so short.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is just with the stacks are so short, and they're probably used to it by now because they've been playing so shallow at this whole final table. But when you 3-bet and put in a quarter of your chips, and you're willing to see the flop with ace 10 for a quarter of your opponent's chips,
That's a really good flop for you.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can really do about it when an ace flops. I mean, you don't necessarily have to put it in yourself, but at least try to check and call, let him bluff it off or something. But
Hey, here's a good deal for you if you guys are looking to come to the Borgata Sunday through Thursday for $169 a night. You get an overnight stay at the Borgata, $100 towards dining, and 2 tickets to a comedy show. That's a pretty good deal.
The rooms are nice here. Food's great. That's a pretty good deal.
And you get 2 free tickets to a show.
you get free Wi-Fi, and you can play Borgata Poker Open Satellites
I
at
actually
BorgataPoker.com.
did that deal once.
Wow.
I did. I came down with my wife. We found it. I think it was a Groupon deal or something at that time. But yeah, it was great. We went to a nice dinner, and then we went to this comedy show, and it cost us like nothing for the room because
Guys,
dinner.
did Leo limp under the gun with King 10 offsuit here, and then Michael limped behind
That's
him in
what
the
it looks
cutoff
like.
with 2 threes?
Interesting.
Buzz is checking his big blind.
I'm
and
really
offsuit.
surprised to see Michael limp those 2 threes.
I'm surprised by both limps, to tell you the truth. But
Well, this is going to be trouble now.
I like the limp with Michael.
it's going to be action, is what it's going to be. Leo's got top pair with the King of Hearts, and Michael's got
Oh,
a set.
boy.
So this is going to be action, is what it's going to be.
Leo checked. I'm honestly surprised to see Leo check.
Yeah,
I would
this is
expect
an
to see him
unraised
bet.
pot, and so you wouldn't be dunking, as they say, by leading out. It'd be a very natural bet to lead out. Buzz, of course, is folding because he has nothing, but the other 2 guys are going to have some fireworks here.
Also, like, if you're Leo, you don't want Michael just, like, taking a free card. Well, he's going to raise now. I guess he thought by checking he was trapping Michael, you know, because he has such good equity with his top pair and his flush draw.
Absolutely.
This pot's going to get big.
But unfortunately, for Michael just has him in pretty bad shape here.
I would expect Michael to raise back, and Leo's not going to be able to fold, I don't think.
No, I think they're going to get it in here for sure.
If Michael doesn't raise back, then it could slow down if a heart comes or if the board pair. Well, board pair might not slow down.
Now, what do you think in Michael's spot? You are, I mean, I would be pretty positive that Leo has a heart that he's not folding. So if I was in Michael's spot, I might just take the turn and make sure a heart doesn't come.
Also, there's an outside chance Leo could be bluffing.
But if a heart does come, are you going to fold? I guess if he bombs, it's there. Well, here's the fourth heart.
It depends. But that way you don't have to just get it in versus, you know, 35%
so this
or
unraised
whatever.
pot preflop is now 5 million.
Leo
has turned the king high flush.
This is honestly like a kind of tricky spot if you're Leo. Even though you have
He's
the
betting
king
it
of
for
hearts.
value. Yeah, I mean, you're not getting called by many worse hearts. So
I mean,
it's a tricky spot.
Like Michael could have limped queen 10 with the queen of hearts, or
yeah, there's some hands you get called by.
He could have like the ace of hearts here. That's not like out of the
sure,
question.
For sure, he can have hearts.
You know, so like if I'm Leo, I don't know how big I want to make this pot necessarily.
So he makes it a half pot size bet here with the king of hearts. I suspect Michael's going to call here, hoping to improve on the river.
I would suspect he does the same.
That Leo plus. I mean, it's pretty hard to raise at this point.
If you know you call here and the river's just a brick,
if you're raising, it's with the intention of getting a weak heart to fold. So
he's not going to raise. He's just going to call and hope the board pairs. Yeah. And if the board pairs, he's going to win the pot. If it doesn't, he's just going to fold.
He could also Leo could be bluffing and be shutting down if
he has nothing,
Michael calls here. So
yeah.
you're not.
It's tough
to
check raise
only on a draw.
Check raise the flop with a pure bluff. If
yeah, looks like he's going to.
And Michael will make the call.
So if the board pairs, I think we're going to wind up. I think Michael's going to double up for the board pairs. If the board doesn't pair, my vote is that Leo wins the pot just by shoving.
So
by not change anything.
By not getting it in on the flop,
Leo immediately announces all in. Value betting all in with the king of hearts.
By not getting in on the flop, Michael stays in the tournament. Which, when you know,
well, if he finds a fold here, he hasn't folded yet.
Which I think he will. I mean, he got check raised on the flop, and the players continue to bet the turn and river. It's very on a hand that does not have a heart in it at this point.
I agree. I think he's going to get away from
the only way he might talk himself into a call is if he says kind of what we were talking about, which is there aren't not that many hearts that Leo would want to value bet this way. Pretty much just the ace of think. Now it turns out we can see that he has the king of hearts, but the heart he would be worried about is the ace of hearts. But that's enough of a worry to get him to play this down.
I'd have a hard time putting Leo on a hand like just the ace of hearts that limits pre-flop. Like if he has ace 5 or ace 10 off, like I would think he's going to raise pre-flop. So if I'm Michael,
I would think he would raise pre-flop with that.
So would I. Like if I'm Michael, I'm thinking like he's limping maybe like ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited. I mean,
so
the 3 and the 2
you're
are
worried
on the
more
board.
about him having flopped the flush.
Exactly,
yeah.
flop the flush, and then we were just behind the whole way. So I think what's
and
going
that's
through
really
Michael's
that's how
head,
he played it. That's why he didn't re-raise the flop. So he's basically played it as if he's worried about the flush being flopped, the 2-card flush.
If I'm going through Michael's, if I think what's going through his head is that he either flopped the flush or he's bluffing me. Like I don't think he is going to expect to see the king of hearts here.
With a player like Leo, I don't take that much out of his range pre-flop.
That's true.
I don't like to narrow it down to just suited aces or something like that.
But
people do unreasonable things, and I think you have to leave some unreasonable hands in people's
And Leo's
ranges.
changed it up a number of times so far.
To me, though, the combination of the check raise on the flop with the bet, I mean, it's just
Oh, he wants to call so bad.
How do we? What hand do we have to give him to not find a heart?
Queen
I mean,
Jack off.
Just Queen
That's
Jack
the only
off
hand.
and just
Literally
Jack
it.
9 off.
Maybe
like,
Jack
yeah.
9. I mean, he could have like Jack 9 of clubs or something.
And he would really keep firing, even if the guy called in the turn, like instant all in the river.
And he shows the 10.
Some people do that sometimes with they might check raise a hand like just a 10 and then turn it into a bluff afterwards. Or, I mean,
Michael does not look very.
The 10 shouldn't be a bad thing for Michael because.
No, I would think he's ace 10 with the ace of hearts.
I mean, if he were bluffing, he's less likely to have a 10, right?
Yeah.
So if he shows a 10,
Less likely.
yeah, it's probably meant that there was a heart with it.
Yeah.
200, 400 are blind.
I mean, we know that Leo had the king of hearts with it, but I'm saying if you were in Michael's position,
Absolutely,
you would suspect that. You should suspect that. Was
Yeah, that
probably a
check
value
raise
bet.
very much leads.
And like I said, Leo did this before too, when he showed just the ace of hearts, when in fact he had 2 hearts for a flush.
No, that was Dan.
Oh, that
was Dan Wach. Yeah.
That was Dan Wach?
Yeah.
Okay, well, both guys have done this now, showing one card, trying to make them think they weren't value betting.
And I don't know which one of you guys said it. But one of you said that's almost always strength.
Yeah, I said that.
And both times it was. They both had really good hands. So little reads for you guys to pick up for the future. If you're playing, maybe you can use that opponent's. Maybe you can use it against your opponents.
Now you can use it against us. I really like how Antimisirias is playing, and I wanted to say his name again.
So Dan with 15 blinds on the small blind here with King 10 off. Dan Buzz, that is, Buzgon. It's a little bit of a tricky spot. It's too good a hand to fold, but you're not thrilled about getting 15 blinds in, but I don't know how much choice you have, really. What do you guys think?
I think Dan's just going to shove.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, I think the only reason he might do something different would be just because of the type of player Leo is, and that if he didn't expect Leo to shove very wide.
Exactly what he did is he min raised and was probably planning on folding to.
I think he was folding. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to be.
That was a nice little play by Buzgon there.
I mean, personally, with a hand like King 10, I think it's just slightly too good to ever want to fold pre-flop there.
Yeah, it is. It is too big. You could shove in with that hand and turn your cards face up, and it's still profitable.
I don't want Leo to shove Ace Queen and then I have to fold when I could have just taken that 40-some odd %, 38% or whatever I am.
I mean, if I know that he has Ace Queen, I'm okay not having gotten in. My thing is that a good player will pick up on what Dan's doing there. They're not going to automatically assume that Dan is nutted to aces or kings when he makes that min-raise blind on blind. So a good player will take advantage of that. An aggressive player will take advantage of that and shove.
Leo's been a little bit more call-y, although he was playing really aggressively at the start, but he's turned a little more call-y at this point.
Seems like it was a good analysis.
He wants
by
to see
Dan
flops.
I mean, Leo had 9-3, so it's hard to fault him for folding there. But Dan must have thought that Leo would only ship with pretty good range.
Also, if you're Dan and you raise and Leo calls, it's not the end of the world. Your hand is almost always the best hand.
And I don't mind. And this should be a min raise too from Buzz, and it is.
Alex Roca tweets in. If you remember Alex from last week's stream, he wants to tell everyone that his roommate, Dan Buzgon, Wildman75, goes by the nickname Mr. Integrity, and that he cooks a mean pork chop. He also swears his online ROI is higher while intoxicated. So we'll keep you guys.
Well, now I want a pork chop. Michael moves in with Ace King suited, of course, for his 20 blinds, and Dan Buzgon immediately fold. 8 suited, as you would expect.
So in that blind versus blind situation with the King 10, with 15 bigs, I don't think you can do it. But what do you guys think about limping the small blind? Let's say you had 20 big blinds.
I don't hate it.
I think it's fine even with 15, honestly. You know, you just try to see a flop against a guy who's not going to raise a lot. I don't think it's terrible.
It's a hand that plays well.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
So with that, we are going to take another break. The players are going to get a 15-minute break. And
see if I can get that big bluff out of Ben.
Yeah, go try to find out what happened out there. And we'll catch up with Tyler and hopefully with Ben in a minute. And we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes.
Maybe one stack of red. One stack of red, 3 stacks of white, rest in black.
No, you don't have to use that for the raise, because this one's already suited. Yeah, yeah. That way you don't have to resuit it twice. I don't think it's really nice. They're going to race off the blues.
10-2 off defend.
I do not either. Especially given the fact that he had 10-3 the hand prior and flop top pair and folded it.
Yeah, wow, he really likes to hit him with a little bit of something.
I think that David is a little flustered after losing that flip for the tournament.
Yeah. It's interesting though. He's like kind of had something every time he's now he just has complete air balls. No equity.
If I have queen jack here, I flat.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna
Personally,
let this guy keep firing.
Yeah.
He's making it 5 mil. It looks like. I'll just let him keep bombing.
Yep.
But he might be sensing that David's really. Wow, what is going on?
This is so weird.
Is it possible that they chopped and
he just doesn't care anymore? Wouldn't you still want to win?
It's very bizarre. He just limped, folded top pair, and is now playing no pair.
All right, now if you're young and you have the queen jack, what are you doing on the turn?
Checking back and calling a river bet.
Yeah, leaving bluffs in his range.
I also wouldn't have raised the flop though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think ripping really accomplishes much.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could definitely make a point for bet calling.
Yeah,
because you know you're just good here so much of the time, and he definitely could have like hearts or something. But I would
or
still check
9-10 off, Jack 10 off.
I was Jack.
Yeah, 6-5.
It feels like he's not going to check though.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's probably.
If I'm betting the turn, I'm inducing and betting something real small and then calling off. Something like
3 million.
like 3. Yeah, it was like 3 million exactly. Joey Mush says, that King Queen 9's hand was sick. Too much nerdy strategy talk going on. Where's the emotion?
I already wrote back to him. I said, spoiler, we're nerds.
Oh, man.
Can't please them all. When we're all like, oh my God, river cards. People are like, God, why don't you talk about poker?
Yeah.
Talk about
So he's going to go like
math.
7 million here, which is about half. I think Byung thinks that he has clearly thinks that he's a much stronger hand than he does. And he's really scared of hearts or something, which I can kind of understand.
Dude, is David going all in?
This is really strange.
That would be absurd.
Right.
What is happening?
He's just flatting. Okay, this makes sense.
What's going? Did they chop? And is this a formality?
Has to be.
It's a formality, right?
No,
It's like one of those things where you like when you chop, you're like, oh, you have to still go all in
for like
and declare a
tax
winner.
purposes. For like tax purposes, maybe they you know what I'm saying?
No,
seriously.
I agree with you.
I think for tax purposes,
what else could be happening right now?
They're playing this hand, you guys.
No, I think that
I'm saying David's running. In
why
a
else would he
suicide
fold
bluff,
top pair and then do
and
this?
he's gonna win now.
Oh my
Suicide
God.
bluff. He's shoving. Boom.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And he's gonna win the hand.
Oh my God.
The weirdest thing I've ever
It's
seen.
the craziest thing I've ever seen in the world.
What is happening?
Oh my God.
I mean, if
10 of
I'm
hearts
young,
also,
I'm
we
like,
just-
okay, I lose the hand. There's no way I have the best hand anymore.
Queen 10. I mean, we still beat like all queens less
This is
than
really
You
crazy.
beat all
10.
10 deuces.
We beat all 10 deuces.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
other than that, though, you're not really. You're just
No.
beating like an 8
Yeah.
that is turning it off, obviously.
Yep.
I don't know.
He looks pretty uncomfortable, David.
Not as uncomfortable as I look watching this hand.
Yeah. Oh, what a spot.
Wow.
That's so silly. What a silly hand this is.
I want to know how many times in the tournament David played a hand like this and just was like, got the river card that people are like, just take my chips, whatever, you win.
Yeah, I guess we were wrong, Mark, about this being a formality.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and it did. I guess it did seem kind of quick for them to like talk about everything. Be like, all right, I'm getting. You know, they didn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't that long of a talk where.
Wow. Wow, pain and anguish on Byung's face. Yeah, this is a really gross spot if you are Beahm. You have to imagine what hands David has.
Yeah. You almost can't hate him for
that
folding.
Get to this.
Even
No,
though we're seeing this.
no. We see the 10 deuce. I mean, you're never putting black 10 deuce.
Yeah, like what?
This is bizarre. Yeah, you have to. That's so crazy. Oh my God.
Maybe like his hand is like 10 deuce or something like that, and he just like really wanted to aunts with this hand. You know, like I can't. Other than that, I can't imagine.
Have you ever seen something like
what?
that?
No,
that's bizarre,
yeah,
dude.
Super bizarre.
Dude, Asian George Clooney for the win. Wow, that's impressive. Jeez. Snap flat flop pre. Snap donk the flop.
Yeah.
Snap call the raise on the flop.
Yeah, I like
check called 7 million on ace turn.
I like David's chances now.
Yeah.
Given that like it is really tough to play against people that just don't fold heads up because you're just forced to make something. I know I've always been frustrated with it.
Yeah.
So it feels like he's probably going to do that. He's probably just not
if
gonna fold.
Beahm doesn't end up winning this.
Oh, he's in first place now, David?
Wow. Look at him go. See, we admired his hair, and there he goes.
Well, then you're screwed, Alex.
Yeah. Well, no, if that's a hairpiece, I'm in good shape.
Oh, boy.
Brian has
oh, no.
the canine.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow, this is David's moment.
Yeah, can't fault the shove at all with the king nine off. I would shove this.
It's definitely a good shove.
Four-handed.
Does he have 6 bigs?
Yeah,
yeah,
he's happy to see it until he sees his hand.
It's definitely a shove. That is about the worst case scenario for your opponent to have 2 kings when you have a king in your hand.
Yeah, unless flops queen jack 10.
You familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. Vaguely.
It's funny.
And Ryan had a rough go about today and has minimal equity as his life is at stake here.
Oliver loving seeing this.
Asian George Clooney, however, in great shape to be 3-handed with an even bigger chip lead.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Look at him, actually. You know.
Yeah.
Oliver's just making heap by not.
Hey, wow. That's one of the better
It's 2
flops
of
you
the
can
3.
see. Yeah.
Come on, no.
Jack of hearts on the
Yeah.
turn. River.
Low.
The river's at 3
Low, low. There you go. Good game, Ryan. You've seen better days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being disappointed, though, I don't feel that bad. He's getting 120K. It's pretty good.
No, yeah, that's, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah. People could have seen some things different out of Ryan, but overall, I think that we'll see more good things from him to come with his aggressive style and stuff like that. And it's hard, like, especially when you're not super experienced playing these, like, you want to call it televised final tables or live streamed, whatever. Sometimes your mind's racing very fast.
Playing for 320.
Yeah.
40K. Was extremely impressed with his river tank with the 8-5.
Yeah, true that.
Definitely have to give him props for that as he exits and finishes in 4th place. Good run, Ryan, and good instinct. 85.
We are down to our 3 finalists.
3-handed.
It looks like they're talking, but maybe not. Like, it looks like there could be
Talking chop.
Yeah.
LV ninja.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep. It's crazy to make extra 130K from when you showed up.
Yeah, he was all in. He was all in with ace 2 suited, remember?
Yep, but he was also short when they were 10-handed. 0 pay jumps. We're going from 15K to 145K.
I think, he had 14 bigs when he...
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, for sure. That ace deuce, that was pretty fortunate. But since then, he's held his own for sure.
Oliver's all in for 13 BB. It's good.
With
It's good to see that
hand.
he's
You want
going
to
all
assign a
in.
range? I was going to say, you want to assign a range quickly to Elver?
Queen 10.
7s plus, ace,
King, queen.
9 suited plus.
Oh, wow. It looks like he's seen
8s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's got cheenies?
I was gonna say ace plus. Nah, I think it's ants.
This is like really sick that he has
Yeah.
that good of a hand.
Wow.
That's unfortunate for Elver. Definitely do not fault him for going all in with Ancinis. Unfortunate that David had road rockets.
All right, so it's Tishy's over here. Good job for him.
Apparently it's Tishy's over here.
I wonder what they're talking about.
145K.
Maybe they were just talking deal and now he's out. And I don't know.
Wow,
He's
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yes, we played with Chuck.
I don't know, it looks like there's something going on.
We are now down to 2 players.
Looks like there's definitely some
No, the Buzgon.
debate as to what's going on. We have no info though. We have no intel.
Yeah. 6-4. Let's go.
David raises. The bet is $2 million.
I like the way Beahm moves his cards to where he peels them. Just a little 2-finger touch. It's nice.
Looks like Beahm is going to 3-bet. It's 4.5 plus the blind. So I guess he's making it 5-5.
The bet is 5.5.
Snap call.
David calls.
Why not? We have a 10. Let's see a flop.
I was like, what? No, he doesn't have 10 in his hand.
Flop, please. 8 of clubs.
He's got a piece.
Queen of hearts. 4 of spades. Actions on Beahm.
$6 mil.
Beahm bets $7 million.
It's a big bet.
7 mil.
211.
It's interesting seeing what David's doing because he folded the top pair
calls.
before, thinking that like it was good.
Mm-hmm.
And it really was mangled, and now he's like you think trying to punt, and it's way good.
He's not trying to punt. There's no way because
I disagree.
Turn.
Why would he fold jacks to an open?
I don't know.
Can you
Yeah, he's
if you
definitely.
can logically explain that, I
He's
will.
definitely punting.
I hate jacks.
We know.
There you go.
We know.
There you go. We
Oh.
figured it out. Listen, there's no right way to play them, Alex.
3 ways, they're all wrong.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we're playing a real poker game here, I don't think Beahm can really continue on this turn.
No, the turn is a fold. If assuming. Oh! I thought you were talking about David facing a double barrel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I don't like. I'm just saying, like, I don't think Beahm can.
Wow,
this
you
is a really
ripped.
good turn.
Beahm declared all in.
Yeah, so Beahm's trying to punt.
No. I think Beahm
Or sorry,
literally thought he was making a shove, and David just doesn't care so much.
Yeah,
He's like,
David's trying to
call.
punt. Yeah.
And he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna win.
Yeah, he's like, this is a
Look, he
can't breathe.
Oh my god, he's like, wait, I was trying to lose.
Is that really what you
3-bet
think's
pot,
going on?
queen
Yeah.
8, 4-10. He went all in, and he snap called. Yeah, he's folded jacks and top pair.
Wow.
3
What?
of hearts on the river.
Oh my god.
Pair of
There might be
fours
some
wins.
next level things happening here. I don't even want to comment on
I'm
the
confused.
possibilities.
All right, tournament players, action is underway. We're doing 50 ante, 250, 500,000. Button is on Leo. Michael's the small blind, Dan will be our big blind.
Sounds exactly like Kelly. She just has nicer legs, you know.
How do you know?
Just kidding.
Be careful pre-flop. You're not supposed to use that.
You could do one over here, and just like blink it.
Well, screw with me.
Yeah, that's the way to get it, huh? Here, take one.
I thought to do it to you and then you just move on.
Welcome back, guys. We're back five-handed. The Borgata Winter Poker Open, $1 million guaranteed, event 15. Take a look at the payouts and some of our other finishers from today. We are getting ready to start play 5, and we're ready for some action. We have been seeing guys open up. We've seen a few more moves.
Yeah, since getting down to six-handed, it really picked up.
And I think it's just going to go,
as was predicted by Gags earlier in the broadcast.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to see some good poker from these guys. These guys are all quite skilled. They have like a laundry list of cashes and earned money to their resumes. So I think we're going to see some cool hands. And I think I've been saying this for a while. I'm excited.
It's definitely not your typical final table of a 400. I would say that.
No, definitely not. There's a lot more accomplishment and actually just higher skill, straight up. Like I learned a little interesting tidbit about Dan Wach.
Do tell.
He had a screen name that he went by the nickname Fat Dan.
Oh,
still uses that name.
Okay, still uses it. He has since lost 80-ish pounds, is what I hear, and
good for him.
is now when new sites open up, he's considering going by regular size Dan.
That'd be pretty good.
Which I think is
he
pretty
should
good.
definitely do that. Yeah.
Yeah, he still uses that name. He's been a big online grinder for quite a while. He used to play a ton before Black Friday and everything, and he plays a lot on BorgataPoker.com.
Yeah, when I read the name, I didn't recognize it, but I've actually played with him a lot, and he's very tough and has a gambling image and isn't scared to use it.
He's not actually really a tournament player, which is it's so funny seeing him. We talked about him getting second place in those 2 giant events. Well, right back to the action here.
Did Ben just rip it in all in under the gun with 2 aces? He did.
Looks like it.
24 blinds?
Yeah, the big blind went up again. So we're going to be back at 250K, 500K. And that's kind of surprising.
Maybe that's not the action.
I think that Michael...
I think there was a raise and a 3-bet. Yeah,
yeah.
I think Ben raised and 3-bet from the small blind. Because Michael didn't start the hand with 7 million, right?
I don't believe so.
No, and he has chips in front of him.
No.
He has chips in front of him.
No, Michael definitely did not start this hand with.
Yeah, so he must have 3-bet with 4 million.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, or something like that.
We just kind of jumped into the middle of the action.
We never saw the first action. So
I didn't even see they were dealing cards.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, we didn't get to see that. But good fold though by Michael there.
I could have got that interview with Ben half an hour ago about his greatest bluff of all time. Then maybe Michael would have had to put it in there with the 5s.
It's Tyler Patterson's fault that
Top one?
Ben didn't get paid off with his 2 aces there.
I'm working on that. Working on getting that interview as soon as the guys can set that up. Maybe the next break.
Yeah, you got to get on that, Tyler.
Got
Got to get out there. We want to give a big shout out to Tyler Orlando. Big fan, watching the live stream at home. Glad to have you here, Tyler.
Yeah, it's nice to have a lot of action. People tweeting in, sending some messages, and
yeah, if you guys want to talk to us, get on Twitter, use the hashtag BorgataPokerLive.
We're just dying to answer questions.
Ask us some questions. What's our favorite drink? What do we do on a romantic evening?
Leo's opening with ace-4 of hearts in this romantic evening. 2 deuces on the button. This definitely could be a shove for Michael, but he instantly throws his hand in the muck. That's definitely surprising. As we discussed that hand earlier.
It's a little surprising, although, we just saw him try to make a move and it didn't work out.
Yeah,
so.
That could be the psychological aspect of it coming into play.
Dan Wach folded Queen-Jack very quickly also in the small blind. I think that's actually a little bit of a easier fold than the deuces for me.
Yeah.
Just because Queen-Jack offsuit doesn't really play as great, but deuces, if you get called,
This defend by Ben in the big blind here.
Yeah, we all like that, right? Gags you in that mode
yeah,
too?
I mean,
okay.
he min-raised. I'm definitely not
Ben's going to have a chance to
suited.
win this pot here, having flopped an open-ender.
I don't even like 3-betting hands like this because I want to get to play them.
And it does go check. That king's a bad card for Ben and the big blind. There's a lot of hands that Leo might have checked back that have a king in them. So we'll see if Leo fires on this card.
That bad. I mean,
no,
Leo
it's
might
not
check
that bad, but it's not a good card.
Leo could have like 2 7s or 2 6s
sure.
here. I think I still would have rather seen a bet from
so
Ben.
Leo did not bet the king, which is a little surprising to me. And then Ben makes the best hand on the river by pairing a 9, and he's going to bet this for value. You guys like it?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely like that bet.
You think it's gonna get called by 7s or 6s like we were just talking?
It might not get called, but it's so rarely behind at this point, and you just might get a light call.
Leo called him
Could
with
be
ace
from
high.
anything. There you go.
That seems a little ambitious to me.
Yeah,
There's just,
on that board, man, there's not a whole lot of hands you can
oh my!
come up
I'm
with.
actually struggling. The one 7-6 got there, 10-8 got there, or 10.
I think
7
that
got there.
ace-4 might be behind random 2 cards.
I think it probably is behind 2 random cards. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to see what the sizing was there. If the sizing was really, really, really small, possible he just
And
kind of.
it wasn't that big. I mean, he only lost 2.8 million.
Yeah, I mean, it was check to the river.
He opened to 1.3, so he must have it must have been 1.5.
Yeah,
sounds right. But it's not. I mean, that's the reason for betting those types of hands. There, you just if you're not that often beat, give them a chance to make a back
An
call.
old poker teacher once said, "Don't ask yourself what they will call with. They will find a way to call. Just value bet."
Yep,
and that was a good example.
That was a
of that
very
there.
good example of that.
The only time not to use that is if you might face a check raise bluff by doing that, or a raise bluff, and you don't want to put yourself in that spot. But I don't think that didn't seem like the type of board or the type of opponent that you have to worry about a raise bluff.
Dan with ace-6 here, and he's down to only 8.1 million. I think we're going to see him move all in here.
We have. He has just done that for about 16 blinds here. You don't want to give your opponents a chance to come over the top of you at the smaller raise with the pay jumps as they are. So this is a good play by Dan on the button.
Pretty standard shove. I don't think you can call here as with Ben's hand. You're kind of upset that you have to
Is he
fold
really
queen 10.
considering that?
Looks like he is. He's asking for a count. If he had a hand like queen 10 suited, I mean, you could maybe.
I don't think he can call off 16
Even that,
blinds
I don't
with
think I
queen
can
10
either. But
suited.
I mean, at least it's better than queen 10 off. Queen 10 off is.
But that's an example of if Dan
almost
had min raised, Ben could have shoved these hands and put Dan in a really tough spot. So this is why, and specifically in a final table situation like this, the relatively large open shove for 16 blinds is a pretty good play.
I haven't seen Ben make a misstep at all. Been really impressed with him. He by his own claim, he's the least experienced player at the table, and he's played really, really well.
Maybe fatigue is, setting in a bit with some of these players.
Again, they played till 6 in the morning to get to this final table, and they started up again at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So there wasn't a whole lot of time to sleep or do anything else.
No.
And you're pretty excited to make a final table like this. A lot of times, even if you do have time to sleep, it's not that easy to get the winks in.
Dan Buzgon has told me he loves formats like this where he only needs 3 or 4 hours of sleep every night and he's good to go. And so he really thinks he has an advantage in these marathon structures. And certainly he's looking like it right now.
That's his advantage, is that he does good. He does better than your average person when it comes down to playing into the wee hours of the morning and playing, multiple days in a row. Is that the fatigue doesn't get to him probably as much as it does a random player.
It gets to me for sure. I mean, I try to let it affect my play, but I definitely am way more at the end of some of these nights.
It's hard to not let it get to you, just playing for multiple some of these days are 13, 14 hours sometimes. That's a lot of time to be awake and thinking and in a high stress situation like, deep in one of these poker tournaments is.
Yeah, that's a good point because it's not just the number of hours. It's all focused hours. It's all very intense concentration that's required of these guys for all this time. And yeah, occasionally you're folding and just waiting around for the next hand, but a lot of it is really focused energy that you have to put at the table, and it's hard.
Sometimes that gives a cash game player an advantage because these cash game guys a lot of times will put in 10, 15, 20-hour sessions, and it doesn't mean that you're not fatigued at these times. You just deal with fatigue a little bit better in those spots. You know that you are fatigued, so you take a little bit longer to think, and I think those long hours actually really help the cash game players.
I heard a story, I think it was 2 opens ago, that Dan Wach had played like a 40-something hour cash game session or something like that and skipped one of the major tournaments because he was just playing the whole time. It was a good game or something like that.
Wow. Good games will do that to players sometimes. So Dan Buzgon chose not to shove in 10 blinds with 6-3 suited on the button, which I'm sure
pretty
is
wise
fine.
decision.
Yeah. Leo does open here on small blind. He's 3x's it from the small blind with ace-6 offsuit.
I think I would have preferred to just shove there.
Yeah.
Michael only has like 12 bigs.
Yeah, I agree.
There's
and
so
Leo's
much
the
money
only
in
player
there.
at this table that's really kind of made bigger pre-flop raises than minimum or slightly more. He's the only one who's really 2.5 or 3x'd it ever.
I mean, I don't want to put in 1.5 million and have Michael shove 6 million with a hand like King Jack or something like that, and then I fold. or have to call.
Well,
with
you
ace
definitely
six
have to
suited.
call. Yeah.
Well, I mean that doesn't feel good either. Then
No,
Michael
it
has
doesn't.
pocket twos or ace
Sure.
7 or something. I
You're
guess
gonna,
he's not.
You're going to have
folding
50%
those anyway,
or around there a lot of the time, and you'd rather just win the pot.
yeah, I mean if you I don't want to raise it if Michael shoved like Jack 9 suited.
Right.
Where if I just shoved, he's not calling with that hand. He has a lot of equity with that hand. I don't want to lose my chips. I just want to win the.
Yeah, you're letting him
900K
You're
out
letting
there.
him not make a mistake when you.
I think Leo's made some aggressive decisions, some tough decisions here and there, and is playing pretty well. But he is for sure aware of stack sizes, or at least the consensus tournament theory on these stack sizes compared to the rest of the players.
So Leo opens again from the button here. Looks like he opened to about 1.5, and it looks like Dan has a decision in the big blind. He's going to move all in with King 10 offsuit.
And looks like he's.
Yeah, this is Dan moving all in, not Michael, and Dan has the King 10.
Yeah, and it's for only about.
It's about 8 million total.
Yeah, it says about 9 there, so that's about 18 blinds. It's a tough spot for Leo on the button here. He's ace 4 suited, is that right?
Yeah. It's really.
I think he's going to fold.
I think so too, and that's kind of high on the end of his range of his open.
Well,
so
especially
if
he's opening every hand, then yeah, it's really high up.
Yeah, so you got to be moving it in pretty wide, and I think Dan knows that, and I think this is a good play.
Oh, I definitely love the play from Dan.
Leo's facing a bet of 8,900,000.
Yeah, it's a lot for him to call. It's actually Leo only has like 14 million. It's like a good chunk of his stack here too. You know, and this goes to what we said about the ace 6. This is a sort of similar decision, where if you potentially just shove, you don't have a decision. And you know, I'm not saying Leo has to shove here. It's obviously for a lot more chips, but these are those types of situations. If you can avoid them, you do avoid them.
Leo
does call.
I don't mind that decision at all. He's playing for first place right now. He's not worried about the next 12,000 jump. And as Tyler pointed out, this is a pretty good hand for Leo to have. And this is a fair fight here. I mean, it's Leo's
Dan doesn't look
slightly
too
ahead.
happy about that call.
Well, I wouldn't think.
Well, I agree with you guys. If you're going to call in that spot, just don't give them the chance to put it in. Just rip it all the way in. So
But that's a good flop for Dan, and Dan's going to take the lead right off the bat with the king on the flop. And now Leo's the one who's going to be behind, looking to improve.
He's drawing to just an ace now on this river card. No, he didn't pick up any kind of straight draw on the turn, so.
Down just the Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river.
Yeah.
Won't be
get
there.
it, so Dan Wach is going to double up here.
With that double, I think Dan just took the chip lead.
He's going to move to 18.3 million.
He has to be. Who is more than him?
Sounds like the chip lead to me.
Yeah, no one is more than
Certainly Dan Buzgon doesn't have more, and we know we're looking at
So
Michael's
now
chips.
we're talking about the chip lead being 35 big blinds right now?
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
They need some players to bust out so they get some more
How many chips
play.
does Ben have? Do we have a rough idea?
Ben has, I believe, he had 12 million when he 4-bet shoved. So he has 12 million plus whatever he picked up.
He probably got
so he's
like
probably
17
about
million.
a little less, probably about 15 or 14, I would guess.
So he's going to be in second place.
And then we have Leo's going to be in third with whatever's left after that hand, probably about 8 million. And then both Dan and Michael have right about.
They're both short.
They're both about
10 blinds, right?
A little bit more than that. I think they're both about 7 or 8 million.
So I thought Dan just folded on the button with 5 million.
You know what? Dan might be shorter.
Yeah.
I think Dan's our short stack. I think Michael is about 8 or 9. We can count 2, 4, 5, 6. I see about 6 million for Michael right there.
Yeah, Dan looks pretty short there.
Dan has 2, 3. Yeah, Dan is about 5. It looks like.
I like seeing Leo still in good spirits right here.
Yeah, that is a good sign for him. Yeah, it looks like Dan is about 5.2.
So Dan with his 10 blinds, 6-5 offsuit under the gun. I assume he's going to fold since he folded 6-3 suited on the button.
Yeah, that 6-3 suited that he folded on the button. I mean, I jam that sometimes, but only if I think the blinds are folding incorrectly. Like they're way too tight. Like they're for sure folding the king jacks and the ace 10s and stuff like that.
Which I don't think that.
In this case, they're not. Right. So I like that fold.
Pretty easy shot from Michael here on the button. Yeah, you're right. He has about 6 million. And Ben has a decision with the ace.
Interesting.
You know, what do you think about this? You know, Ben was kind of pained with the queen 10 before. I think we might see a call here.
It's a pretty similar hand, honestly. Ace deuce offsuit and queen 10 offsuit have similar equities against the kind of range you would expect a button to move in with.
Just with the ace, you feel like you're ahead more.
Right.
It's so much more appealing.
With 30 bigs, and this is like 11, 12 big blind shove, I don't call here very often.
I wouldn't call here unless I knew the person was shoving really wide.
which I don't think Michael is.
I don't think
shoving
so
wide
either.
here.
He's shoving wide, but
I
not
mean,
that wide.
I would shove wide here, but I don't think these players are shoving as wide as I would be.
So Michael's going to be ahead. They do have an okay chance to chop here. We'll see what the flop is.
That brings some chop opportunities into play.
So Ben's looking for the deuce to take the lead. Michael's
any card higher
looking
than
for
a
lower cards than an 8. So his kicker will play.
Oh.
That's an interesting one.
Interesting.
It's
Brings
good
a
for both of
gush.
them. Michael likes it because he can win the pot outright, but Ben likes it because he can
These guys
win
are
the pot
laughing
with the
about it
4.
too. Yeah.
So a deuce,
Deuce
on the
river. Wow.
is going to do it.
It's somehow more painful to lose to the deuce than it is to lose to the 4.
Ben looks almost surprised that he won that pot.
Wouldn't you be?
So with the deuce on the river, Michael will be eliminated in 5th place.
Tough beat.
Michael played awesome today.
He did play really well. You know, he didn't have a lot of opportunities early on. When he did get chips, he really went after some more. Ran into a couple of hands.
The King 9 suited that he played against Leo's Ace 10 was really impressive.
That was a really
small
good hand.
raise on the Ace 4-4
Yeah.
flop was.
Yeah, that was a perfect read.
I don't
of
think he
what
knew
that small bet meant. He knew it was a feeler bet to see where he was at, and he was going to tell him he was behind.
I don't think he knew how good of a raise.
He
I don't
did
think
know he had an ace, but
Yeah.
still, I mean, I think he did a really.
He thought he had a hand he would fold potentially to further action, aggression, and that's exactly
what he did.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Michael will take home $58,000 for his
Not bad.
5th place finish. Not bad at
Great.
all.
So the next jump is still 12,000, or is it?
Yeah, the next player is
guaranteed.
guaranteed
4th place,
70,224, so another 12,000 they all just made with that elimination.
The one after that is also
Another 12,000. Yeah, well,
So it's
12,400.
It's really the last 3 spots is just time to wait.
So next jump is 12,000. The jump after that is 43,500. So
yeah,
this is the time to play some poker. This is not the time to move up on the pay scale.
So we're not going to see Mr. Buzgon, Mr. Integrity folding around for too much longer.
I would hope not. No.
With that pot, though, Ben has moved into our chip lead.
1,350,000.
So we'll see if he tries to put
Good
some more
for
pressure
him.
on these people,
absolutely good for him.
these opponents.
Again, Dan does not
I'm-
3-bet with the
I'm
suited ace.
surprised.
This is we've been saying all along. We thought that Dan would attack Leo a lot more, being in position on him with hands just like that, and instead he lets it go.
I think that, honestly, he's just, like I said, he's a cash game player. He's used to playing very deep stacked. He's playing live cash, which is even more deep stacked. I think that he just is not very comfortable dealing with these 30 big blind stacks and doing things like 3-betting and that type of stuff.
But here, Leo opening with a 20 big blind stack, I mean, you can really put a lot of pressure on him by 3-betting. Especially now that the pay jumps are not as big of an issue anymore, I think you just
would go for. I would go for it.
Ram and jam that hand.
I wonder what Buzgon was
How many
thinking
does he
about.
have? How many does Dan have?
Dan has about 18. Dan Wach has about 18 million, and Leo is about 10 or 11 million. January, super bonus comp dollars. If you play a minimum of 50 live action hours, you earn those super bonus comp dollars.
It's a nice poker room here too. Really big.
Nice. It's a
Bazillion
phenomenal poker room here.
Yeah, it's
tables, all kinds of different games. So
I don't play much
Too
cash,
hard.
but when I do, I pretty much play here.
I actually play a decent amount of cash here, even though I live on the other coast.
You guys play a lot of cash gags, Tyler?
I do.
Not really. I mean, tournaments are my thing. I love the idea of sitting down and playing to a winner. You know, it's bad if you got a tough player on your left. You can't get up and walk away. You're just stuck playing against them, or you're going to lose.
It's got its own
You like
aesthetic.
that.
I love
appeal.
that. I like playing poker because it's a strategy game, and I like playing strategy games and trying to outwit my opponents.
Yeah,
You
it's
know, so
fun.
that's why tournaments are like the #1 thing for me.
Whereas in cash games, you always have to think about that stuff. Which seat do you want? Which game do you want?
Exactly.
In tournaments, you make the decision, okay, I'm going to play this. I think this is a good tournament for me.
Manual.
Well, then that's it. That's all out of your hands. You just have to play poker and deal with all those spots. I like that,
That's
too.
pretty good.
You know, and sometimes even if it's a tough tournament, you know, some of these tournaments out there, these high rollers and stuff, that, you know, it's an experience playing against good players, and you play it maybe because it's not the best
Annual raises all in.
value in the world, but you want to get out there and you want to get better and that type of stuff.
Not at all
So
surprised to see Dan
very quick
Buzgon shove in 9 blinds with the 9 in
Yeah, pretty standard there.
Gets through.
Leo's on the small
I think he would do
blind,
that even
Daniel's
if he
on the
thought his
round.
opponent had a perfect calling range, but he probably thinks that Leo's calling a little bit too tight.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. You know, we saw Leo call the reshot with ace-4 suited.
That's true.
So I don't think he's a guy that's going to fold like ace-5 there out of the big.
Right.
He may not be calling.
He might not
hands
call
like,
queen 10 and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Cards in the air. Action is starting.
And I
over
wonder if
event.
Dan's recognizing what we talked about with the pay jumps now, that this is really the time to gamble.
You know, as a short stack, there's just, how much folding can you do? When there's 4 people left, you're like looking at these guys that have more chips than you, and you're like, let's go. Like, I have to win this tournament.
Yeah, and going into the table, Dan was saying to me that he didn't know how much he wanted to sacrifice his chance of getting to first and second because of all the short stacks, or if he should make sure to move up to fourth. But now that he has moved up this high on the pay scale, he knows to start playing and give himself a chance to win. There's not much to gain by playing tight at this point.
There's really not. It's funny, like, you know, from our perspective, we keep saying they need to open up. They should be playing more pots. They should be attacking each other. And there's really just not too much of that going on. We haven't really seen many big bluffs. We haven't even seen opens that are that light. You know, we saw an open with ace-8. I think Dan Wach opened the button with 9-6 off. It's like some of the worst hands we've seen.
I don't think we've seen a light 3-bet. Yeah,
we saw the 3-bet with the King-9 when Michael 3-bet the King-9 suited.
And the 5-8 suited
5-8
from
suited.
Dan Wach in the beginning with the double-barreled off the jack.
Yep,
Right.
that was the biggest move we've seen really made at this final table. Oh, I guess Michael's also was up there with the King-9.
That was a big play, yeah.
I would
and
think
the
Dan would
10-6
shove in
that
King 8
Rob
suited here
made that bluff.
Pretty
with.
close. I think he's going to shove, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 10-6 was a big play. It was a big post-flop play there by Rob. Dan verifying.
You think
his
it's
stack.
close, huh? I wouldn't even think about this. I would just shift.
You know,
it.
again, it's one of those spots where if Dan can fold and maybe wheel busts the next hand and he moves up money, you know, it's something to think about. I think that coming to the conclusion that shove is the correct one.
Yeah, you definitely should think it through.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I think the King-9 suited is not even remotely close. You know, but when you tick it down a notch, there's got to be a line somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think the King-8 is that close.
I think King-8 is good enough to for sure shove here. You know, I like just kind of stepping back and weighing all the options and before you come to a complete conclusion.
Thinking is almost always good unless your first instinct was really good, then you think yourself out of it. Then thinking is bad.
And that's honestly,
I've done that. Yeah, I've done
that happens a lot.
So here's a reset here. Leo, chip leader coming into the day, has a 21 big blind stack. And that's
right around what he started with.
Yeah, pretty similar. I was just going to say to what he started with. He started with 13
had
million. He's down a little, but he's pretty much
third right now.
Okay.
He's
pretty much maintained his stack.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a roller coaster, but the jumps have not been that high. Pretty much just been smooth sailing the whole way, just maintaining.
He's probably, I don't know how much of the live stream he's noticed. If he knows he's been bluffed out of pots, pretty big pots twice, but he doesn't seem to letting it affect him. It seems like he's still playing his game, still attacking, and here he's raising 9-8 offsuit under the gun. So that's, I think.
Now this is what I think that we should be seeing. We should be seeing more of. I think we should be seeing more of Leo opening, not even Leo, just players opening.
So does Daniel. Leo takes the pot.
And Leo just takes it down with 9-8, which is, like we've been saying, we should see more of this. We should see these guys trying to pick up more of these uncontested pots because everyone is playing their cards pretty much face up. Yeah, if I was a betting man, I would imagine that Leo's not watching the live stream and does not.
He's not even aware that he folded the jacks that were good and an ace that was good. Yeah, probably.
No,
not.
probably
possible,
not.
Yeah. Dan was aware of that.
And here's what we've been talking about. The next pay jump is 12,400 more, and then after that is a whole lot more, 43,500. And then second to first is, of course, a huge difference. That first place prize being 194,500. That's an additional almost 125,000 from where they're at right now. So that's really worth fighting for. And it's time to ignore the next pay jump and time to go for the win.
Pretty benfold Jack 7 suited.
Very surprised.
And with that, Dan's going to love that he folded because he gives him an opportunity to shove and pick up some chips
Dan
here.
is definitely going to shove here, I would think.
I would shove pretty quickly here with this hand.
Me too.
Dan is honestly the only person at this table that seems to be taking his time with some decisions. Most of the decisions we've seen have been very snap shove, snap folds, and snap calls.
I can't agree with that play.
The logic is kind of disjointed here.
Yeah.
The shoving the King 8, which is like reasonably
under
close.
The gun, suited. King suited under the gun.
Yeah.
Now this is one player he has to get through. Queen 8 offsuit on the blind here.
The amount of EV of chips or whatever, dollars, whatever you're going to pick up in those hands, I mean, first off, I would think it's higher with the Queen 8, personally. But it's got to be at least
because of the fewer opponents.
Yeah, it's got to be at least reasonably close between those two hands.
Thinking about who's in the blinds and their calling ranges, I think, because with the King 8, he must have thought that he had more fold equity in the, even though he has to get more through 3 more people just because of who was behind him.
Like you're saying, the person in the big blind perhaps is not going to call him off as wide.
Right. I think that's.
So
probably
who's in the
why.
big blind when he's
I
shoving?
think Dan
It's
Wach was in the King 8, and in this case,
no, the
it's
King
Leo.
King 8. It's going to be Michael.
Oh, okay.
Or I'm sorry, Ben.
What's your name? Don't hide from me.
Oh,
So we missed some action here.
6 of spades, 4 of clubs.
Looks like it's blind on blind.
I would guess
the
it's
pot.
limp.
The pot is limp.
Leo
Pot is
limped,
1.2 million.
Wow, look at that flop.
Limp
This
pot,
is-
blind on blind. And this is
not
this
fair.
is real cooler.
Well, Leo again is going
Leo
to.
leads out with top pair.
Dark
Is that what
card.
happens? And
And Dan just called with bottom.
10 of clubs.
I would imagine they're going to get it in right here.
can Leo find a fold with Queen 7 to a raise here? I mean, he's been folding hands like this in these kind of spots.
Dan may not raise. He may
Dan
just call
not-
down.
Dan may not raise. I don't think he does actually. That in the turn.
Wow.
Oh, that's a
I
pretty
don't
small
like
bet,
that
though.
at all, guys. I want
as
to get it
Dan.
in there for sure.
I think if you're going to get it in, you have to get it in on the flop.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a raise on the flop. There's
Leo checks.
how does
Well, that's a really
Dan
bad
hates
river
this river
card,
card,
and
that's-
Leo's going to hate it even
Leo's-
more once he sees.
Leo chose the
Leo
queen
left
of hearts, 7 of
yeah
clubs.
left some value on the table there.
You know,
He's
let's
shocked. I like that reaction.
hold on a second.
I mean-
Now, let's think about this for a second.
Yeah.
So it's Queen 6-4 with 2 spades, and the turn brings a flush draw also.
Backdoor flush draw. Yep.
So now Leo bets the flop, Leo bets the turn, Dan calls both times. Is it possible that Leo's just thinking Dan has one of these draws?
Yeah.
Dan has 7-5, Dan
Trying
has
to
2
induce a
clubs, Dan
bluff.
has 2 spades, and
Yeah,
that's
that's
why he
fine.
checks the river.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think
It's
that's
reasonable
okay.
anyway. I mean, it's
You know, I don't
good
think it's
logic.
out of the question.
Also, you can't just check and always have a bad hand every time you check. You
Exactly.
want to have it sometimes when you're checking. Otherwise, you open up your opponent to run over you. So
I don't like Dan not raising the flop. I don't like Dan not
Leo's
raising
on
the
the
flop.
button.
If I was
Daniel's
Dan, I would just
small
raise the
blind,
flop, I
Ben is the big
think.
blind. Daniel's first
I think that's very reasonable. I think Leo's going to put it in with a number of worse hands.
I
Daniel
wonder
folds.
what he was thinking in that spot. I mean,
Maybe
wonder
just
why he
didn't
did
feel
it.
comfortable getting all of those chips in. He still has, he still had
Small blind.
10 or 15 million
Yeah.
at that point. They were pretty deep, not pretty deep, but I mean they were deep for this
1,250,000.
table, the situation.
Yeah. Well, you and I would have gone broke in that hand. So and Dan didn't. So there's that.
Ben folds and
This is true. This is true.
I would have gone broke too, for the record.
there you go.
Although I might have raised pre-flop and just won it there. So.
That's a good point too.
I mean, do we really think Dan is limping from the small blind with a strong hand?
Leo.
Leo's
Leo.
limping from
Probably
the
not.
So
Yeah.
when I see
No,
him
but-
limp, I'm just raising and hoping he folds. And if he wants to play out of position against me, I'll deal with it later.
You'll figure it out then.
Yeah, that's an issue for me. I don't like when the guy is likely to call when he didn't have a plan. He just limps because he wanted to see a flop, and then you raise, and now he reevaluates and might call. I don't want to have to play that pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Not if they
I
have
don't
like
know.
6-4 offsuit.
Right,
Maybe.
exactly.
If he has a bad hand and wants to limp call, I don't know. I see what you're saying. 6-4 offsuit's a bad hand, but I don't know. You might flop 2 pairs.
It's interesting to see Leo just like look at 8-7 offsuit and then just fold, whereas he opened 9-8 off under the gun last orbit. I wonder if there's any sort of, like randomizer or like why he's folding one and then not even considering the other.
Kind of game flow decision.
Ben
Yeah.
flats from the small blind here against Dan Wach's button
yeah.
raise.
Looks reasonably standard on both parts.
Seems okay.
You could consider 3-betting if you're
Sure.
Ben.
You could 3-bet fold. Does exercise for that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a terrible
That would
idea.
be fine. This is fine too.
Ben is first stack.
So we got 2 overcards for Ben in the small blind, and Dan has flopped.
over
Second
to
pair.
Dan.
This probably will go check here, right, guys? Well,
He
but
might
it's
see
not.
bet.
He's going to bet.
I think he's going to think he gets some calls from ace high.
Bets 1 million.
And he'd probably be right.
And every card that comes in the turn is bad for you.
Yeah, you protect your hand a lot here. I would imagine Dan's just going to fold with, or I'm sorry, Ben's going to fold
Yeah,
with
for sure.
just this,
Dan
with
takes
that
down
lucky
the
game.
pot, shows the 5 of hearts.
These guys have, we had Dan, Ben, Rob,
Lots of one syllables.
Dave, Tyng.
Mike.
Well,
Everybody's
we're still calling him Mike.
And Sebastian. He's the one outlier.
Yeah, Sebastian was the outlier. Travell also, he was.
Oh yeah, how
we knew
could we forget
Travell.
Travell?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
goes by T though.
Oh,
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh man. These guys are. I'll tell you one thing about this whole font table. These guys are definitely having a good time.
They are.
This
Yeah.
from the start. These all 3 of them were sitting in a row from the start, and they've been chatting it up the entire time from the second they sat down to even now. No matter who's winning, they're all just having fun. So that's always good to see.
Yeah, that comfort level in this big an event is
Raises to
surprising.
1 million.
Dan Wach
And
is going
under
to
the
open
gun
on the
cutoff.
button.
Yeah, min raise.
First real hand he's had in a really long time.
Dan takes it down.
What do I need to look? I count every 7 times. That's what I play.
Dan making a joke that Leo didn't even look at his cards before folding because Leo looks at his cards the second they are dealt.
Oh, that's
And
a good thing to talk about. Let's talk about that. I look at my cards immediately when they're dealt because I get more time to think, and no one's looking at me when I look at my cards. A lot of people decide that they want to look when it's their turn because they want to look at everyone else when they look at their cards. But I don't think if you look right away, I think that you still get to look at everyone when they look at their cards.
You do. You do. This is usually true if you're quick about it. When do you look?
I look when the action gets to me, but honestly, I haven't really rethought about that since I was taught to do that, 15 years ago when I started learning to play poker. Yeah, and that was what everyone said, and it made some sense. You don't come to a decision about what you want to do until you have other information. You don't let it affect. And I think it's good for players starting out to kind of pay attention to what's happening and not have a preformed idea. Like they look down and see 2 jacks, let's say, like, oh, I'm going to play this hand. And then there's a bunch in front of them, and they've already decided they're playing. Yeah, but like once you get over that, once you become a good enough player that's not a factor, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, Tyler. If you look right away, then you do have more time to consider all the various possibilities that might come across, and you don't have people looking at you while you look at your hand. You might not give off a tell.
Well, hold it. I want to talk about. Let's go back a second. If you're one of those guys who you don't know what to do, and when it folds to you, like you have a guy who looks at 2 6s, and they're like, oh man. Should I raise his hand? Should I call? Should I fold? What should I do? It folds to them, and they look at their hand, and they think for like a minute and a half before doing anything. Maybe you should be looking a little sooner and starting to formulate an idea of what you want to do.
Yeah, you definitely should have to. You definitely should think quickly, I think, if you're going to wait until the action's on you. And I usually do think pretty quickly. But I see what you're saying. Like when you're starting out, maybe they're going to be giving away information by playing this way. But on the other hand, when you're first learning poker, it's more important to work on your own decisions than it is to worry about giving away tells and stuff.
Sure.
That's true.
We've all seen the guy who, he's already looked at his hand, and then his buddy comes over, and you're like, wait, I gotta play this hand, wait. And then it falls to them, like, raise. And they have a good hand.
I had a guy try to reverse tell me on that in the main event of the World Series once. I had raised, and this guy 3-bet, and as I'm trying to think about what to do, he finds his buddy on the rail and like shakes his hand and says hi to him. It's like, there's no way this is a good hand. I shipped it on him and he folded.
Well, I think it's better for poker in general if everyone looks right away. It would speed everything up. So
I'm all in favor of speeding things up.
I'm in favor of speeding things up, but I look when.
Yeah.
If my decision is to open or not open, I don't think I've ever made that decision in less than
you and I play pretty
0.3 seconds.
Right. You and I play pretty quick, Gag. So sometimes we could deal.
I've been on take my time
really?
sometimes, but not pre-flop tanking about a decision like that. But
yeah, on the flop is the longest I take when I'm considering what's going to happen on the turn and river.
Dan checks.
So Leo opened the button and Dan called that at the small.
Yes.
Is that what happened here?
And it does go check with the 2 5s. Does not see bad.
3 of clubs.
Well, I don't know I feel about this flat by Dan.
Pretty good card for 2 5s, I would say. The 3 pairing on the turn. I don't know if Dan wants to try to bluff Leo out of this pot. Looks like he is going to do that.
I was usually going to say, like, Dan doesn't have that much equity. His hand isn't great, but Dan manages to win pots post-flop that I would never even consider winning.
He made a big bet here. He bet $3.35 million into a $3.5 million pot.
This is what Dan does best, is play post-flop and apply a massive amount of pressure. And if I was going to pick a winner, well, not on that river card anymore, but if the river bricked, I would bet that Dan was going to win.
Right, I was going to say that Dan's probably thinking that Leo didn't check back this flop with a flush draw, most likely. So when the flush card hits in the turn, he's probably thinking 2 bluffs to win this. Now, of course, when the 4th club comes, that's a different story. Because when Leo calls the turn, you can give him the club, and in fact, he does have a club. It's a bad club. He might have been able to get bluffed out. Who knows? But it's not a good river card for Dan to fire another bullet on. I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
No, not that river. So a question from Twitter, Colin H-Man asks, when a player moves all in and there's no play to be made, is there any reason to tank with sub-premium hands like we saw the Queen-10 offsuit in the small blind? Well, first up, I think that the Queen-10 was maybe actually considering calling.
Yeah, he was thinking about playing.
He was actually thinking about it. So
we saw Dan Buzgon tank for, not very long, but a little bit with, I think he had 6-5 offsuit under the gun where, everyone knew he was just going to fold. and he thought about it for a few seconds. Is there any reason to do any of that?
Well, I would hope that everyone listening doesn't ever do this because it slows everything down. But yes, you do balance a little bit by looking and having no decision at all and taking a second and folding. Then when you look at a hand that is kind of borderline and you tank for a second, it doesn't prove that it's borderline. It could
But if
be
you're last
still
to
an
act,
outlier.
does it matter at all, or is it only for people behind you potentially?
Oh, right, last act, of course not.
Well, hold it. If before, when Dan was in the small blind, he shoved blind versus blind, and Leo just instantly folded.
Right.
I feel like in a situation like that, if if Leo takes just a quarter of a second to not instantly fold, maybe Dan feels a little less easy about shoving next time. Maybe he's not so happy. Oh, this guy's just looking at his cards and instantly folding.
Gags, your argument is if you take a little more time, you might get a read later for when you actually need
It's possible. I mean, this is not something that I would do, 100, 200 in a tournament, but when they're playing four-handed, I think that if I can make Dan not shove a borderline hand on me next over because he knows that I'm considering calling, it's worth a shot.
So it's not so much about the read, it's about affecting Dan's play.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
And there's some guys that's not going to affect. And honestly, Buzgon is probably one of those guys that he's not going to change his role. But there are players out there that they know, oh, this guy almost called me last time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There are definitely some reasons for fake tanking every now and then, but
I don't do it personally.
It's so brutal. It slows down the game so much when people far that I'm definitely not an advocate of doing it.
I mean, I think when you get enough experience playing poker, you know that you might get called when you get that should just always be a factor in your decision when you're thinking about moving it from the small blind. It shouldn't matter how close the guy came to calling the time before. You know that he's going to make his decision based on how you've been playing it, based on what his cards are, and it's not going to matter. What he did is probably not going to be dependent on how long you took the last time.
No, I wouldn't think so. And Dan's been here before. He knows that what to shove and what not to shove.
But it should be shoved.
Okay.
It's a close one, but I'd be shoving.
I think that if he shoves here, something is off. Because I cannot understand shoving this hand into these people and folding queen 8 blind.
Well, I think what's off is the folding the queen 8. I
yeah,
think that was
that's what's off.
This is at least consistent.
Okay.
He's folding here too.
Okay, I think that's fine. I don't think it's a must shove. I think shoving is probably acceptable. But I think that again, it's a reasonably borderline.
I would shove there all day.
Reasonably borderline hand.
I would have lost to ace-6 suited. Well, I would have got it in.
Not necessarily.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing, is I would have got it in with ace-6
No, but ace-6 suited might not have put it in.
For an 8 blind shove from the button, I think.
There's someone behind you.
I don't think Leo's folding there.
I don't think he's folding.
I don't think he is either, but it's not.
Anyway, this is obviously not relevant. This is the exact 2 cards you happen to have this time. As to whether it's the right play or not.
Right.
Yeah. Resides in Brooklyn, New York, like me. Leo Golberger.
You guys neighbors? You guys chatted
Possibly.
up
it's
on
a big borough.
It is a pretty big borough.
There's many neighborhoods, and so I'm not quite sure where he is. But we're pretty close, I guess. We're in, within at least 10 or 15 miles of each other. All right, so
Daniel raises all in.
This one seems pretty clear.
Dan shoves Jack 10 off, and I think this is.
Leo folds.
He's down to 8 bigs.
Folds.
Yep.
And he's gonna get it through. Yeah.
Ben folds. Daniel takes down the pot.
And we're 74 hands into this final table. If you had to guess, how many hands do you think they're going to play total, this final table?
Oh, that's interesting. I'd say we're probably about halfway through, maybe a little bit less. So I would say I'll take 125 as the over-under.
I was thinking a little less. I was thinking around 100, which makes me think the right number is going to be like 110 or something, somewhere between the weird.
I would split the difference because we're going to play they're going to play at least 20 hands of heads up probably. That's
really
goes
depends
pretty
on who
quick.
gets heads up
That's
and
true.
what the stacks are.
That's true. But usually the hands just come much faster, so the number starts going a little higher. So I would guess your 120 is probably a reasonable guess. They're just running out of chips. The blinds are going to go up to 600,000 soon.
Yeah, in the half-an-hour blinds are rough.
Well, they're up to, I think they're up to 50 minutes now.
Oh, they are? I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, they went up to 40 sometime on day 2, and then go to 50.
We got to 50 in the money, I think. Yeah,
okay, that's great.
I think
that's when I know. That's when I noticed it.
Yeah, it goes to 40 at some point. 40 is day 2, and then it goes to 50 some point in the money. Yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like Dan Wach is opening the button with Jack 10, and Ben calls out a small with the King Jack. And this is one of the few flops that they're probably, one of the few boards they're probably going to actually get a bet or two in on. Check on the flop is pretty standard.
Yeah,
I think that you're going to see the turn go bet call, and then probably check on the river.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably not too many bets with second pair and ace out there,
So
but they'll get some money in.
The post-flop stuff is going to be really handcuffed by Dan being 8 big blinds when all these other guys have 25 and 30.
Dan Buzgon, right, yeah.
Yeah, Buzgon only has 8 big, so they don't want to bust. I would be trying to gauge whether or not the other players are thinking about moving up or if they're thinking about winning the tournament, because if someone is clearly thinking about moving up, having Dan have 8 big blinds, I mean, I would really be attacking that player.
That's a really good point, Tyler. They are going to get a value bet. Of course, he made 2 pairs.
Yeah,
so
this
it's a
is
lot
an interesting
easier.
river because I think that we might see Dan Wach try to bluff now.
Interesting.
Like, I don't think he's going to call here, really. I think that there's just too many strong hands in Ben's range here. Like, Ben can just easily have a hand like an ace.
Wow,
He
you're
did.
Yeah, so he does bluff
That was
here.
a really good
You're all over that.
That's a tough spot.
The reason I find this bluff a little interesting is that when Ben flats the small blind, I'm giving him a lot of Broadway type cards, and so there's a lot of 2 pairs and even straight combinations that he can show up with here. And so if I think there's a lot of value betting hands that he's probably not going to fold, aces up, kings up, queen 10.
But at the same time, what if he has ace queen or ace 10 or king queen
I
and
don't
that type
think
of stuff?
ace queen is really in his flatting range
I
pre-flop.
think
He does
the
make
big
the call. That's a
problem-
great call.
I think the biggest problem there is
King of diamonds,
they didn't
jack
have
of
Ben
diamonds.
covered. If it puts Ben to the test for all of it with Buzgon only having 8 bigs, I think that might work.
I just don't see Ben value betting an ace on that river or flat. I don't think that's much of his range. I think that's often a value bet when he bets that river card in that run out. And
2 pair kings and
if
jacks.
I think you win with the jack anyway,
be down
so
to
I don't
3 players.
crazy about this.
You might be able to get a king to fold and maybe an ace.
A king to fold if he what?
If the king value bet there, the river,
That's
your
not
jack 10
value
will
betting
give
a
it.
naked king on that river. You think?
I mean, I probably would.
Might. I mean, don't forget, like we saw Ben flatting a number of hands out of the small blind before. You know, Dan Wach didn't get to see all of them. Maybe we saw him flat the queen jack
It's a
and all
pretty
that
thin.
stuff.
It's a pretty thin.
And even a hand like king jack is not an auto call there.
No, it's definitely not
You
an
know.
auto call, because if he says all this to himself and says, "Wow, it's tough for him to be bluffing here. I can't beat a hand if he's not bluffing." So
Yeah.
whenever you can't beat his value bets, it's always a tough call, and you really can't. If he's value betting there, it means he hit the straight very much, or I guess possibly aces up.
Down to 3 players.
I won't even enter.
But I'm not sure what hand do you think
The small blind, Leo
Dan
will
is
be the
really
big blind.
representing with that shove there?
He's not representing that well.
That's
I mean,
that's really the problem.
He's representing 2 kings. You know, he can for sure have 2
okay,
kings.
that's 2 kings. I'll give you that one. But I have a king in my hand. Obviously, he doesn't know that. But
he can. What was the turn card? It was a low card. He could have that set, whatever that was.
right.
I don't know if it was a 4 or 5.
Raises all in.
It was
Call
a
from
low card.
Leo.
Another all in here, by the way.
Pocket
Dan
10s
shoves
from
king
Leo.
9, which of course he
King of
should.
diamonds, 9 of hearts from Dan.
So pretty standard race call here.
Makes one of us.
Yeah, he might have been better off trying.
And
one
the
of
other
those
Dan,
early ones that he.
the other Dan will be at risk now.
Flop.
Yes, and Dan Buzgon's just happy he made another 12,000. I think.
For sure.
However this turns out.
The flop.
Well,
But
that's
a
a
king
pretty
high
good
flop.
flop for Buzgon.
And Buzgon will jump out to the lead here. Leo now is going to be looking for a 10 or running straight cards to take back this pot from him. Queen on the
Well,
turn.
There's halfway to his running straight cards.
Leo picks
Still
up some
in pretty
outs.
bad shape.
Leo gets more outs. Let's see a river.
And the river card. It's another king.
Daniel
Just
improves
kings
to
full for Dan
house.
Buzgon.
Dan improves to full house and definitely will secure the double there. So with 3 players left now, they are all guaranteed 82,000
Let's catch our breath here and talk
with the
about
elimination
that.
of Dan Wach in
Right.
4th.
Dan Walker in 70,224 for his
Daniel
4th place
doubles up,
finish.
4,600,000.
And Dan Walker consolation in the fact that the short stack doubled up the next hand after he busted, so maybe he wasn't going to get to 3rd anyway. And let's give Ben Beahm some credit there for making that call. As you pointed out, Gags, that's not an auto call.
No, that's
No,
a tough
it's not.
call.
If Dan Wach has the hand that he's trying to sell that he has, you can't win. And the only way you can win is if he's bluffing.
Leo's on the
And
small
that's
blind,
what
Ben's on the
he was
big blind.
bluffing. And bluff raising is not a very common occurrence in the river, especially
No,
for that
not at all.
amount of chips.
You don't even get to see very many rivers
That's
with enough
really
action
a
to
hell
do
of a
that.
call by Dan.
I think
Yeah,
one of the things that makes
really
it a
good.
little bit of an easier call is that you can pretty much say that Dan Wach never has queen 10. He's just going to bet the flop with queen 10. Like, he really just cannot have the nuts. There was no backdoor straight draw or no backdoor flush draw or anything like that. I would have liked that play a little bit better if there was, a backdoor flush draw that got there.
Is there any chance that he
could is
Dan limp the button with aces? Is that
Because he
oh,
went
no,
No,
he
he
raised.
opened.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, is there any chance he checked back
We're going to
the
the
flop
flop
with
with
ace king
3
or something?
players.
But anyway.
I mean, he could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question.
I don't think checking back is necessarily
Jack
out
of
of the
hearts,
question with the queen
ace of
10.
spades, ace of spades.
Twice, but
I think it's unlikely, but I
Check back and then call a bet.
Yeah, calling
I
a
don't
bet.
know.
doesn't-
I
doesn't
wouldn't.
make sense.
I would have a hard
Did
time.
Dan hit this flop, by the way? I'm just
Back.
curious.
Let me see.
He didn't actually. He didn't hit it hard enough.
Yeah,
because the other guys just
okay hand.
As we've determined, you don't always want to flop a set of aces, but I think
Look at the
you have to be willing
equity.
to gamble with this one.
Jeez, like this is a board where like if I'm Dan, I'm like kind of upset because I flopped a set of aces, but I'm like, man, look at all these straight draws and
Like,
flush
doesn't
draws.
someone
Like
have
that's good.
spades?
I
Doesn't
gotta
someone have
bet it,
10-9?
I guess.
Doesn't
But
someone
he
have
has
something?
so much. No one has any
As
piece
it
of
turns
this.
out, no one has
They're
anything.
just
Leo with
gonna-
less than 1%. He's not dead, but he's less than 1% equity.
Leo folds.
And we know
Bet
Ben's not going to
folds.
touch this
Daniel
flop with
takes
just
it down.
nothing.
Button moves over to
And
Leo.
then
Dan suppresses his smile
Yeah.
successfully, it looks like.
I think Dan has played really well, and he passed up some shove spots that maybe we wouldn't, that might have kept him around in the tournament. But he has for sure held the best cards out of anyone in the tournament.
he has gotten a few premium hands. I don't know, Leo. Remember Leo got jacks like 4 hands in a row.
4 hands in a row. Yeah, he did. He did have jacks.
Ben and Daniel are the blinds. Annie's there.
All right,
Cards
the
are in the air.
difference between
Action
third and
cards
second
with
is,
Leo.
as we mentioned before, $43,500. So this is getting
Big deal.
serious here.
Now, I've been in these spots where sometimes you would think a player would want to wait because the next
folds.
jump is so significant just to real life money. But on the other hand, you know that you just locked up $80,000, and you might feel a little like a free roll. You know,
Ben
you feel
raises
like you
all
just
in.
locked up all this
Daniel
money,
folds.
and
Ben takes it
so
down.
humble for it now.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily the right mindset, and for sure isn't.
Right.
but
Definitely not, but it's very tempting to think exactly that way.
the
yes.
happy tilt, you know,
Blind folds
you're
to
just.
Ben. Daniel
That's
with
why a
small
lot of
blind,
times you
Leo
see
with
the,
big blind.
everybody's laughing in a good mood and all that once you get into the higher money.
There's some amount of relief also.
Yeah, absolutely.
You come in, you make the final table. I mean, Buzgon, for example, had 10 bigs, and you're like, God, I might get 10th or 9th or 8th, and that's definitely
Cards are in
possible.
the air.
And now you're
Action cards with Ben
three-handed.
on the
You
button.
don't have that many more chips, but you're guaranteed 80,000. You're some amount of weight is off your shoulders. You can say, at least I got this much.
Yeah.
At least I did this.
For pretty much everyone would have said, all right, at least if I get third, that's good. I
Yeah.
will take
Absolutely.
that. So even though there's a whole lot at stake here, they have to feel good about their day no matter what. at this
Sure.
point. So having said that, I've busted third pretty miserably several
Daniel
times.
folds. Leo takes it down.
Yep, me too. Here even at Borgata.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think I've ever
The-
gotten third in a live tournament.
Really?
No.
Six
I mean,
max-
I don't play live.
6 max in November, I finished.
I remember
I
you made a
finished
run in
third.
that,
Yeah, and
actually.
I had the guy who ended up winning all in 3 times, and I was
Ugh.
I had 3-1 favorite twice and coin flipped the third time and lost them all.
The 2012 WPT, I got third here. It's my biggest
Pretty good
score.
result,
Yeah, my
Tyler.
biggest,
Daniel's on
my
the button.
biggest
Leo's
score
the
to
small
date.
blind. Ben is the big blind.
My biggest score actually was in this building also.
My biggest score was in the
Action
Bellagio,
cards
and
with
it was
Daniel on the
freaking
button.
11 years ago at this point, which is kind of sad.
You're showing your age, man.
Yeah, I know it.
They
I know I
can't
am.
see you. Just keep it down.
Fold over to Leo.
Wow, a lot of aces
So
at
you're,
this table.
you're 32 then. You've been playing for
Right, exactly.
11
Yes,
years.
I was 21 years in one day when I
Yeah.
when I hit that
Great.
score 11 years ago.
Let's see.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it.
1,500,000.
Like, I honestly wouldn't hate to see a limp here from Leo in the small blind. You know, he limped before, and he's been,
Ben
you know,
makes a call.
Ben's been playing reasonably snug out of the big.
He doesn't have me
Going
on the big
heads up
blind. He
to
wants
the
to
flop.
raise with 6-4
Exactly.
offsuit. So, yeah,
Four
Well, he
of
raised
hearts,
and got a
five of
call by the
spades,
9-6
nine of
suited,
diamonds.
so I like that play
Leo's
too.
yeah,
that.
that works out. This
Getting
is
value.
this is going to get even better for him now.
Leo kind of, I feel like Leo has a little bit of a live tell. I feel like he kind of, when he has a big hand pre-flop, tries to act disinterested.
Leo bets.
I noticed
2
that
million.
earlier,
It's an
and I
interesting
feel like
point.
he's doing it here.
I hadn't noticed that, Gags, but now that I'm watching closely, I don't think you're crazy. Put it that way.
1,850,000.
I'm very hesitant to ascribe
Like that, it's
tells
just a
to
tell.
people, yeah,
Of course, of course.
but I see what you're saying.
It's a little the
Oh, it's-
graphics
it's-
on the
oh,
screen.
yeah.
It's much easier because we
But no,
see
I believe you.
we
I-
see every hand, and we know if someone's bluffing or not.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're playing live, you rarely get to see that.
Wow.
Do you pick up spades too?
Really interesting turn card.
Wow.
Wow, and Ben instantly moves all in, and Leo
That's a
snaps him off.
That's a pretty big all in.
I'm
The pot was
surprised.
about 6 million, I thought, and he shoved for 10. Is that right?
Yeah, I shoved for a little more than the size of the pot.
I don't get it. Is it for value or is it a bluff? I
You
don't
know,
what it is.
I think this is one of those spots where he has a really good hand, and he's just like, if I take it down, I take it down.
Kind of like
if
that
not,
ace-deuce hand we talked about.
Yeah.
and the river's a brick. And
that was the only
Leo's going to
misstep
secure a
by
double
Ben.
up.
What a trap by Leo that was.
Great check by Leo. I don't mind a small bet. Your hand has some value, but you're not, by just ripping, you're probably not getting called by worse.
No, you're not. I don't think so.
No,
I don't
it's pretty
think
tough to
worse
fold
hands.
too.
I mean, you might get Jack 9 or something to fold.
Yeah,
but,
maybe.
I mean, it's pretty thin. There's not a whole lot. I mean, probably what he's thinking was, I'm never that far behind, so I'm just going to take my chances.
Exactly.
He was very fast too, so
Yeah,
he just kind of reacted to the card rather than taking his time to think.
And again,
about it
you
a
know,
little
Ben
bit.
likes to gamble. He's not a player, and he doesn't want to make a big mistake, and he knows that moving in there can't be that bad.
Right,
So that's what
it
he's
can't be
doing.
that bad.
He's
Correct.
cutting his losses. And,
It can't be. You know, you have so much
Right,
equity
right.
versus literally any hand in the deck.
If that's his biggest misstep today, that's
a pretty good day.
Yeah, that's a great day.
I mean, like we said, Ben's going to be pretty happy however this turns out, but I'm sure
Leo
he'll have to win this whole thing.
I like that they have some chips now. I mean,
yeah.
there's some
Yet we've
maneuverability
seen
here.
more all-ins in the last, 20 minutes than we saw all day earlier when they had 8 and 6 big blinds.
Yeah, they're all waiting for each other to bust out.
That's funny how that works out, though.
I might be tempted if I were either Ben or Leo to shove over if Dan opens his button, because I don't think Dan's going to want to call off 20 blinds to...
If Dan opens his button, you're saying?
Yeah, if Dan opens his button, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good read. You know, Dan has been opening a number of buttons as well.
And he has chips to do now without just shoving, and so he's now vulnerable to the re-steal if they choose to go that route. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot of that happen. So.
No, we haven't seen a whole lot of reshoving just in general.
You can actually 3-bet Dan now and still fold. You'd have to be pretty small, but Dan's the type of guy that isn't going to be taking a flop in position for.
He's not going to peel.
He's not going to
so you can make it really small.
He's not going to 4-bet light 20 blinds over a 5.
Exactly.
No, probably not.
So this is a spot where I would 3-bet very small over Dan's button open with a lot of things. I'd love to have a, but I probably wouldn't need it.
Leo with 2-6 is going to most likely open the button here. I can't imagine he'll do anything else.
Yep, we have a raise. We don't know how much it is yet.
Leo raises.
So we'll see how we'll see how Ben responds after that big loss there. Lost a good chunk of his stack.
He doesn't look thrilled about it.
No, he
I'd
doesn't.
say,
It
but,
looks like he folds the small.
39 bigs he still has. That's a lot. That's a lot of chips.
Now this is a little more than 2.5x open here from Leo, and Dan is and Jack 9 obviously. I like this defend personally. What do you guys think?
The sizing is a little bit bigger, so it's not like amazing, but your hand is still pretty good. You have good equity versus a lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean, in this situation, like you're gonna win the pot against most of Leo's hands here.
Turn card.
So now that the flop has gone check. Dan could think about betting for value with that turn card. He might just want to check and call because he has so much equity in the pot.
I like checking there. For sure.
He's gonna, yeah. I would think he checks.
You might get a little.
Now Leo bets the
here.
6s, which is somewhat interesting considering he checked back the flop.
I think Leo's just trying to take it down in case Dan just completely whiffed.
Yeah.
You
Dan
know, you
could
don't want.
Try to blow a 10 out of the pot, but I probably wouldn't in this spot. I would probably just call.
I'd be slightly worried that Leo has a hand like, I don't know, queen 2, like just one queen, not second card that's blank, but I think you still have to just call here. You beat some hands. You beat hands like maybe ace jack.
So Leo bet 1.5 million into about 3 million, and Dan's got about 9 million effective here. So it would be a pretty, not a huge shove, but a pretty big shove if he were to ship it in here. And it looks like he's just going to call.
Daniel calls.
The downside of just calling here is you could be faced with a pretty tough river decision.
Yeah, that's true.
But not necessarily. You're not always getting double barreled here.
And
no, Leo hasn't been running big bluffs either.
And
we
that's
haven't
a pretty good card for Dan. Leo doesn't have a great hand to bluff with because he has shown value himself. So, and that Dan's 9 is going to win the spot.
Leo shows his hand there, which I don't know if I really like.
Oh no.
Takes it down, but moves to Ben.
You know, I think he wanted to show. It seemed like he almost showed Dan, like, oh, look, I had the best hand pre-flop.
Yeah, he was showing that he wasn't opening the button light.
But I feel like you
that's
give
the
away
reason.
more with your flop check and your turn bet.
Right.
Especially to a player as experienced as Buzgon there.
Yeah, for sure.
Remain at this level. Ben is the button. Dan is on the small blind. Leo is the big blind. Cards are in the air.
Leo looks a little nervous.
It looks like the stress is starting.
You know,
to
it's funny because he looked more comfortable when there were 10 left. He was like having a great time, and he's still chip leader. He's in great shape to take this thing down, but he does look a little more stressed for sure. So let's see what's been stacked. 15 million.
So that's almost 40 bigs.
Yeah, we got some chips to play
He's
with
got chips
now.
to play with. This will be a small raise, I'm sure, from Ben here in the button with 2 4s.
Raises to 1.5 million. Daniel folds.
Leo
Leo
flicks
makes
in a quick call.
Heads up to the flop.
Ace 8 offsuit. I don't mind the defend there at all.
No, not at all.
Queen of spades. 6 of clubs. 9 of spades.
You know, at this point, three-handed, you just have to be playing some pots. You can't just be folding.
So Leo's checking, and he does indeed have the backdoor nut flush draw, which is, I think, the information he was probably interested in by looking at his cards.
Leo checks.
How do you feel about looking back at your cards again? Do you do that? Would you do that in the situation?
I try to remember what I have the first time. I always look twice before the flop comes, but if you don't know, it's always better to look. There's no
It's better to look than think you have a spade
better
and
to find
not.
out. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
If you've looked a few times, you know, in the last few hours, you've looked after the flop or something like that, you're gonna have to balance it and look even when you know.
Yeah.
I try not to look. I hate
Yeah, me too.
to look back at my hand. Like, it feels so wrong to have a spade come out and then be like, do I have a spade? And you have to look again.
So despite having the spade, Leo just folds here, which is certainly reasonable, but limit players would take off a card on that flop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, the problem is that there's so many hands on that texture that that Ben can barrel. Like, if Ben has King Jack, King 10, Jack 10, 10 8, 8 7, 10 7, like, there's so many gutters, 7 5. Like, there's just an infinite amount of straight draws and gutters and flush draws, and he's just gonna, like, calling with a hand like ace is just really, really, really weak.
Yeah, you're going to end up folding a lot of turns, but there are a lot of turns that you don't have to fold. I mean, any spade, ace, or 8 is certainly playable in some capacity.
For sure.
And you don't know if you don't know that he's going to barrel the turn. So those things combined might have talked. I might have talked myself into feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
that
hate
flop.
calling.
I actually think that that's a good flop to check raise bluff when there's
Check raising
That's
is
not a
also an
bad
option.
idea, yeah.
You take a lot of those gutters out of the question. You make a lot of those gutters just fold.
The only issue with that is you're not representing a ton of value unless you would do it with top pair and just to get
You
it
could have
right.
some 2-pair combos.
Yeah, you get value, but not there's
Not a
not
ton,
not a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
But even if they do
Look at
have
this
a flush
flop.
draw, they don't always want to just
Straight flush
try to get
draw
off
here
it.
for
Good flop for Leo, but Dan's not. This is a bad flop for Dan's hand. It hits Leo's range pretty hard. I think Dan's going to
Dan
probably
does
just
check
put
it
this
back,
up.
which is I think we all like that play by flop. And,
Leo looks way more interested in this pot than most of them.
wow, he's checking again
That's
with
really
a straight
surprising.
flush draw. That's really surprising.
You know, you don't want Dan just getting the showdown here.
I don't think Dan's still going to bet. I don't.
No, I think I would just check if I was
Yeah.
him.
Daniel checks.
I think
Dan's
he's
trying to make
he
it a
was trying to
showdown,
check
and
raise
he
twice,
might, and he might
right?
succeed.
Yeah, I would think Leo is trying to check raise.
Well,
Well, Leo
now-
gets
now-
there
What a
anyway.
card!
Now he's
Dan
gonna-
has some value now too.
Is he going to check a third
Probably
time, trying for a
stares
check
Dan
raise,
down.
or is he going to? Is he finally going to bet for value?
I hope
It's
you
gonna be
bets.
fun to see Dan's reaction here.
He
He only bets a third of the pot. I would call. I mean, you can't fold.
You really can't. 800,000. What are you going to do? I mean, you can't fold.
There's, I don't know.
Fold,
Cool
Tyler?
things-
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. But there's.
He does
you
look
could-
interested. I mean,
you
we
could
know what he
find it.
has, so it's hard to say.
Right,
but
right.
He
For-
does.
I think I mostly call here.
He does look
but
excited. Does look like a value bet. So you
The
could-
sizing
you could
was
maybe
surprising
Let's
to
see
me,
if we try to
actually.
see
I thought
Leo look
that Leo-
disinterested again.
I thought that Leo would go for a ton here. When you make that kind of hand, you just want to win a lot, and I would expect him to bet like 2 million, you know, like a ton, which would be easy to fold. But he actually made a very good sized bet, and it's tough for Dan to fold there.
It's a great reaction from Buzgon.
Yeah.
Says, I cannot beat that.
He's awesome. I love Dan.
Cannot beat the best possible hand.
He's got some good animated faces. His reactions, pretty great.
That was
right on cue.
It's mugging for the camera at this point. Is the only way to describe it.
That was great.
Another good shot of the poker room in the conclusion of $1 million guaranteed.
Last hand of this level.
If you haven't come here yet, check out the Winter Escape Package. $169 a night. You get a classic room, $100 dining credit, and 2 tickets to a comedy club. Oh, and complimentary Wi-Fi.
Wow.
So you can watch our stream in your hotel room.
That's pretty nice.
Instead of going and using your dining credit or going to the comedy club, just stay in your room and watch us for $169.
Pretty nice.
It's still a great deal. We're worth every penny.
Gags is just as funny as anybody at a comedy show anyway. So. So I'm staying here, and we had some kind of poker rate. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but there's a good rate. And we got tickets to, I got my girlfriend tickets to Rob Thomas, which was her favorite
The guy from
musician.
that
Matchbox
90s band?
20, yeah. And so he had 3 nights, and I got tickets like 3 months ago because I knew it was a big deal to her. And then the night that we had tickets to the show, I final tabled an event here and ended up getting second.
You
so,
idiot.
Yeah.
blew
Well,
it.
27,000 was okay to miss Rob Thomas, but yeah, I messed it up. So she sat in the stands and watched instead.
Now that last hand was kind of interesting. Ben limped on the small blind, and Dan did my play of raising from the big blind with 9-5 offsuit and took it down.
All
so
right.
that was the first time I've seen Dan really open up at all at this final table. So that was nice to see. And it looks like we're going on some kind
Yeah,
of
we're going to
break
take a
here.
15-minute break.
Okay.
Was it 15 again?
With
I'm ready for more, man.
3
Come on.
players left.
I know, it's just getting
Yeah,
exciting.
we just want to keep
is
it going. huh?
Are those the blinds after we come back? Or are those
Blinds are going to be
now?
600,000 when they come back.
So, are
So
those
that's
the,
not right. No, so Dan will come back to 20 blinds, and
Correct.
Ben
Okay.
and team will come back to a little over 30, 33.
We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes for the conclusion. Well, maybe conclusion. We'll get there at some point, but we'll see what happens when these 3 battle it out.
I mean, we can conspire, come up with some conspiracy theories, some intense ones. We could put on our tinfoil hats and really come up with some fun things as to why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah. All joking aside, though, I think that I think both these guys played good, right? I mean, let's try to think of what Young definitely played really well.
Yeah.
David too. I thought he played solid. You know, he caught some hands late that had him incinerate the field.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, it was a good game. Whatever was going on here, who cares? And then really from everyone, you know, there was a few blunders here and there, but some pretty solid play and some fairly entertaining play. To say we saw that one big bluff with the 7-5 of hearts from our man here.
Yeah, from the.
That was
I
courageous.
Think, I think Ryan's gonna be kicking himself so hard because he wanted to call so bad. Like every cell in his body wanted to just put chips in the middle, and he just didn't. Like I think that's so annoying to like have the right instinct and then like tell your instincts no. Like I'm gonna
It's
do
tough
the
to
math.
pull
I'm
the
gonna
trigger
worry
there.
about math instead and
Yeah.
about like locking up money instead. But that feeling comes from like being like, okay, this guy is queen jack or nothing in that spot when it was 8, 9, 10. Like that feeling where you're like, he still shoves the river. Like it's really hard to have exactly this one hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Or ace 9, ace 8, but same thing. I think Beahm played very well.
Yep.
Played a good final table.
Congratulations to David. David has won the tournament. Our main event winner is
Congrats, David.
Congratulations.
Wait, so is it over? Was that he had no chips left?
Yep.
I thought he had a few chips left.
Nope.
No.
And this is where I do an awkward interview, and then we're done.
We're gonna watch an interview by you now.
Are you gonna ask him what was going on?
No, because
I
she
didn't
didn't see it
yet.
She was out there while we were
Yeah.
watching and seeing all the bizarre
so
happenings.
delay.
Oh,
Yeah.
She's seeing this for the first time.
Oh, okay.
That was a crazy last half an hour.
Young now with ace X under the gun 1.
Do we know how many big blinds Brian was left with? 2, 3? Couldn't have been many.
Couldn't be more than that. Young opening the ace X, which is good to see.
Young low raise.
I hope Brian looked.
Yeah, same. But it looks like he's on for about $1 million.
Yeah. Wow, he has ants. Red and black.
Wow.
I'm trying for you, James.
Thank you. Good. I think
Still-
Dipthar will see the way at some
I
point.
still don't remember why they're called ants.
Because they look like ants. Are you serious?
They do look like ants.
Do they?
Yes.
They look like 8s to me.
Yeah. It looks
Well,
a little bit more like 8s than ants. But
Yeah.
You're not very creative.
Oh, okay.
Snowmen.
Yeah, they look like look like
What did the
infinity symbols.
What
They
did the
look like,
0 say to the 8?
Listen.
Nice belt.
Oh wow, solid.
My nephew liked that one. He's 6.
What do you call ants? Ashantis? No, they're queens.
Yeah, it's our cheenies.
Cheenies. we
Uh,
gotta do something with
just
that.
no.
No offense to that reg. All right, he's a stars reg,
Chini?
Cheenie, poker Cheenie. Yeah, we're gonna have to change that up a little bit, I think.
Yeah,
Can
if
we-
you put poker in your
can
poker
we-
name, then you don't get to name
Yeah.
hands.
I think you got something. Wow.
Oh,
Yikers.
So
drawing to the Ocho.
our boy Ryan is going to need an 8, and he did not get it, and he's out in.
Wow.
Besides the 9-4 shove, he played pretty well the rest of the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unlucky, Brian. Good game.
That was one of those spaz outs we talked about, like tight
It
guy,
happens.
tight guy. But
Yeah,
it
it
was
happens.
almost like, well, I made my pay jumps, and now like no
I
one's
get-
short anymore. Let's get it in.
Looks like he had lunch waiting for him on the side. So I mean,
Well, then
lunch and $96,000. I think he'll be all right.
All right, so
Sounds
we're all
good.
guaranteed with the remaining
119.
4 left. Just about 120, 119.
$120,000. That's a lot of thousands.
Yeah.
I definitely think that people could be talking chop now for sure. And again, I still think Ryan would probably not be into it, but who knows?
He just doubled up. He's probably feeling it now.
He also just doubled his total cashes in life.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I would always look.
I like looking
I'm
personally.
not
He
8-3
didn't look?
off.
He asked.
You have
he asked
some
the
hands
floor,
you
should
could
I look?
fold.
Plenty of hands you could fold.
I think that is a common thing that I see a lot from amateurs and regs alike. Actually, they're just like, oh, getting it in here, 2 bigs, 3 bigs. I'm like,
One really like a random hand is a lot better than certain hands you're gonna look at, and you
Yeah.
you're in the big blind the next hand with the random one.
David, what's David going to do with the queen jack? Before
The
with
other
his
thing,
threes.
announcing that you haven't looked all the players to play correctly against a random range, and you don't want to do that either. You could at least pretend to look if you.
Fold.
It's like they're just playing a non-raised pot with overlay.
Yeah.
Young in the small with king 7 of diamonds. I'm pretty sure I would just rip it here.
Yes.
He will make the call.
I would also.
And our big blind will make the call. We are 3-way.
Yeah, I would definitely
What's
just shove.
is there any merit to having a go call and then checking down?
As a chip leader, I would be away. You know, if I was someone else and I thought I could get it through.
Deuce of diamonds. Check.
And Jung has
Check again.
pair of kings with flush draw. So Kenny's going to need to come up with some sort of 2-pair or an ace.
We will show down. Young
Oh.
shows.
Nice. This is
There you
a
go.
good sweat. What is that?
One
I think it's like a
diamond.
10.
There's no diamonds. Ah, good game, Kenny.
Or like 10-8 or something. Yeah.
You would have shoved that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good game, Kenny.
Kenny, the fan favorite, at least for me.
I liked him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. 73,000 for his troubles.
Nice job, Kenny.
That's a lot of buy-ins to future event ones at the
Yeah,
Borgata.
he's got about 148, I think.
Yeah, he
Than
seems
I
like a
thought.
guy who likes a lot of hands.
Oh, is that Ken? Oh, yeah.
Kenny,
Kenny,
yeah.
Yeah, he opened ace-5 in the hijack. With
Yeah.
11 bigs.
Ryan takes flips, puts in a raise.
I wouldn't hate Ryan opening anything here at all.
And a re-raise. David goes all in.
That's got to be a very real hand. Our card reader's off. But just with the speed that he reshipped, it looks like a big hand to me.
Do we have raise
Mike.
all in?
Yeah.
Mike calls.
Wouldn't
all
be
in.
surprised if David had kings or something.
David shows pocket 8. 8 of spades, 8 of clubs.
Or eights.
Mike.
Eights is a big hand. Ants?
Who's-
Pocket ants?
Who's David? David.
David is the man. David Hom, the power
Yeah,
plant
why
operator.
don't we see it? We just didn't see it.
Smashed.
Wow. There's a red ant on the flop.
Red ant.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he got it in as quickly as he did with eights, you know?
It looked way
Yes.
stronger, right?
Yeah.
He was like pumped about it.
We didn't even get to see.
Definitely looked like Jacks plus.
Yeah.
Just
We didn't get
without
to
seeing whole cards.
We didn't get to see.
Well, he was getting into it with a save, like, all right, I'm going to match this table and, like, play a whole bunch of hands, and he just has run into it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Matt will be first stack.
How does Elver fold 10-10 there? We're getting a question
I
from
don't
John
know.
Sherrod. He has to know he's ahead. Maybe just doesn't want to flip for it.
Yeah. And I think it's actually less absurd than people think with the ICM, and especially, like, this isn't just ICM. Like, this might be this guy's shot at one of his only shots at winning a large amount of money in poker, you know? So, like, whatever. Like, I'm not gonna fault it. And based on ICM, I literally don't think it's outrageously bad. I'm pretty sure it's definitely a get in, but, like, you know, if this spot's only gonna happen once in your life, I mean.
And you want to pay jump a couple times?
Yeah.
That is a real thing. Like, look, if you are someone who plays like $60 dailies and stuff, and then
$10 richer right now as we are 3 players remaining on our final table of our $1 million guarantee. Our button is with Benjamin, making Daniel our small blind and Leo.
Hey guys, welcome back. The Borgata Million final table, three-handed with Dan Buzgon, Ben. What was his last name?
Beahm.
Beeman?
Ben Beahm.
Ben Beeman.
Beahm, just Beahm.
Oh, it's just Beahm. Huh.
We think that's how it's pronounced. B-E-A-H-M.
Fair enough. Ben Beahm. And Leo
Golberger.
I
Leo
should have
Golberger
prepared.
from Brooklyn.
This is. I'm like dropping the ball here. It's been a long day. We're three-handed. Big blind is $600,000, and they are playing for $194,000. If I'm tired, how tired do you think these guys are, Matt?
Very, very tired. And I mean, 300,000, 600,000 blinds. The starting stack of the tournament was 20,000. So
That's crazy.
You had to
think
have
about.
30 times your starting stack just to post a big blind right now.
That's absolutely insane. Did you ever have more than 600,000 in this tournament?
I maxed out at 300,000.
So you would
I maxed
not
out
have
at
a
I
husband
maxed
blind.
out at a small blind here. Yeah.
I at one point would have been blind.
Really? Nice.
Yes. I think I would have been able to post a big blind in the next level also.
Ooh, so you got
But it would have been close.
800.
That's
a pretty good run.
Yeah, right about there. And that was.
Did
that
you have an
was-
interesting bust out story or just normal poker stuff?
I got queens in verse sixes for a whole bunch and lost.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, what can you do?
So here's a reset here. Leo, 42 blinds is our chip leader. Ben Beahm with 20 million here. Just
Looks
over
quite
30
startled
blinds.
to take that picture.
Yes.
Dan Buzgon looks like he ate a cherry lollipop. Took that picture.
Remains short stack, but not quite as short as he was.
He's
before.
definitely not out of it though. You
No,
know, he's
not at all.
out of any of these guys to have a short stack, he's my pick to grind it for the longest and make the most out of his short stack. You know, shove it around and pick the spots correctly enough to actually gain chips in the process.
Yeah, I mean, this is his style too, is to kind of stick around and then make plays at the right times. You saw him raise the big blind with 9-5 offsuit the very last hand before break. That's just kind of a subtle play that gets him a few more chips and keeps him around.
And you called it earlier. You said that you would do that.
Yeah, I like that play. Because limping on the small blind, there are a lot of great players that know how to do it and balance it really well.
Just only limping.
But a lot of guys, but a lot of guys are limping weak, and you can take advantage of that. And you know, I don't think Ben was going to limp strong here.
Especially last hand before break.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the last hand before break? Do you use that as an opportunity?
I try to. It doesn't always work,
pick
but
up?
sometimes it does. So yeah, I try to use that. You?
Sometimes. I mean, I feel like, you know, sometimes like if you have another aggressive player that's just never gonna believe you.
Right. That's
I
the
feel
problem.
like you just wind up getting into these battles.
I definitely widen my range a little last hand before break, though. So Ben opens the small blind here with Jack 9 suited.
Would you
Yeah.
rather see him limp this hand also, just to have some, you know, okay-ish playable hands rather than Queen 3?
I think it would have been fine limping. Yeah, I don't mind raising either. I think he's going to win the blinds a lot, which is never a bad thing at this stage of the tournament. He's obviously not going to win here. Dan's got a big hand in the
Yeah.
big
So what's
blind.
Dan going to do here? Do you think we see a 3-bet or just a shove?
I think, well, he doesn't seem to like to shove 20 blinds. He seems to like to make smaller 3-bets. So I guess that's what he's going to do. But he might be a little afraid to. Now he is just going to rip it.
I think that's the correct
That's
play.
right. That's the right play.
I think
Yeah.
it is. Like,
and he's still going to get called by worse too. So that's
yeah,
that's
I
a
mean,
good
ace
play.
10's not going to fold.
No.
He's going to probably
A
even
lot
fold
of-
with like ace 9
Yeah,
and stuff.
even lower aces might get it in. I mean, Jack 9 suited is going to fold, but
Again, we see Ben posturing with a hand that he just really can't
he
call
wants
with.
to think it through. He wants to see how much it is. I mean, if it's not that much more, he would call. And I mean, we know we're sitting here with the graphics in front of us telling us how many chips it is, but
Yeah,
you
one
want
of
to take
the
your time and make sure you're making the right play.
One of the things I do here is sometimes I'll ask for a count even though I know I'm not going to call because I want to know how much he shoves. I want to know what stacks he's capable of shoving and that type of thing, especially if I haven't seen a player shove before.
And besides, you never know. What if he didn't have the same color chips that you thought he had, and all of a sudden you do have to call. It doesn't happen very often, if ever, but it might. So the only downside is a few more seconds of waiting. Just to
At
make
this
sure.
point, three-handed, a few seconds is not going to hurt anyone. Gives it away with a sly smile.
Not quite sure what joke Buzgon is making there, but he seems to be in a very good spirits.
He's always making jokes.
Yeah.
One of the problems, too, with 3-betting that hand is, do you really expect Ben to shove with a lot of wider hands? He's been playing pretty snug pre-flop.
Right, if you want to 3-bet smaller there to induce, your hope is that he's going to take ace-3, something like that, and rip over you. Which, I agree, I don't really expect Ben to do that. If anything, he might be more suspicious of the small 3-bet.
Yeah, I would think so, too. We saw him call off with ace-2 before when the button shoved.
Yeah, so that's why I think I didn't know if Dan was going to do it because he hasn't been playing his 20 blind stack that way too much, but I think it's the right play in that spot for sure. Here's a pretty big hand in the button for Ben.
It's funny we say pretty big hand with ace-9, yet earlier today we were talking about folding ace-queen off because it just wasn't that good of a hand pre-flop.
It's all situation dependent. Here, 3-handed in the button, ace-9 suited, very strong hand. Facing an under the gun raise 2 seats to the left, ace-queen offsuit, not that big.
Did he raise it? He raised it $2 million.
So that's a very big opening raise.
That's the largest raise we've seen today.
I think it is.
I wonder why I wonder if he grabbed the wrong chips. That's just so not what he's been doing.
Yeah, I don't think it affected anything, but that was a very strange decision from a guy who's been mostly just min raising or slightly bigger.
Yeah, he was like min, I think 2.5x once or twice. We saw him maybe 3x that one time. Remember, we weren't sure.
Oh, yeah,
we thought it was a misclick, or we thought it was the graphics was wrong,
but
maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't.
Or maybe the graphic was wrong that time. So Leo's made 3 Borgata Poker Open Final tables, and I guess this will be his 4th.
Let's see if we can figure that out. Yeah, I'm not sure, but whether it's 3 or 4, those are good results, man. It's hard to make a final table of a big event like this, and to do it that many times is pretty impressive.
Daniel is our button. Leo small blind.
It's kind of crazy if you think about it, how many times the same guys have gotten through these large fields. So now, do you like 4-3 off on the button here? You want to get aggressive, but is this just too weak of a hand?
It's too weak a hand for me. I tend to fold my very worst hands, and that's got to be among them. So I like that fold by Buzgon there.
Pretty interesting to see Leo opting to raise the king too. He was limping a lot of small blinds before, but it looks like he's opening up short-handed here.
Yeah, I kind of like that because it's king high, so it has some value, but it's not really. Very, very happy to just fold to a 3-bet, of course, and if you limp, you don't really want to get raised out of the pot with it. But
no.
And there's not a ton of value seeing the flop either.
You can't really call if you limp either. Your hand is
so
too
I
weak.
kind of like just raising there, and if you win, fine, you fold to a 3-bet easily. And if you take a flop, well, you hope you flop a king, I guess.
Exactly. Or maybe you just c-bet and take it down.
Yes, that's
short-handed, there's just a very good chance your opponent just gives up post-flop when he misses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you're a player who's tight pre-flop in the big blind, you can raise almost any 2 probably out of the small. So you mentioned about the starting stack. This is the 38th level that they've been playing.
And the level started at 30 minutes on the first day. They moved to 40 minutes on day 2.
We think on the start of day 2, right?
I think at the start of day 2, yeah. And later in day 2, sometime after they hit the money, they got to 50-minute levels, which is where we're at right now. So you guys can do the math at home about how many minutes of poker that is, but it's a lot.
Yeah, I did the math. It's a lot.
Leo opens the button with Queen Jack. See if we get any action here.
Another, kind of seemingly monster when you play 3-handed.
There's an all-in from Ben. I feel like that's a big number all-in.
Yeah, it looks like it's about
30 blind all-in. Wow.
And Leo can't call it.
No, he's certainly not, but that's a huge amount at risk there. If he had
I mean, this is another play that, if we a whole bunch of numbers and simulations, Ben probably shows profit just by shoving here, but I don't think it's the best way to play the hand.
Yeah. Right, exactly right. So, yes, it's better than folding, which is what you're saying, Gags.
Yeah.
It's better than the alternative of just throwing your king-queen suit in the muck. But there's other things you can do. You can flat. You can make a small 3-bet. Either of those may or may not be better than just shipping.
So I'm not doing that with anything, but if I am doing something, it would be king-queen suited because you don't want to. If you make a small 3-bet and then you get jammed on, you might call it off.
You can just call pre though.
Yeah, I like that play the best.
Yeah, I do too.
you know, it's the same logic as like open shoving first hands of a tournament with pocket aces is plus, but it's not the best way to play the hand.
I feel like you're right though, Tyler. I've when people have shipped 30 blinds to me, it's usually king queen.
I used to like
small pairs.
Small pairs, yeah.
Yeah, but that, I mean, if I raise, if you 3-bet and then you get 4-bet, you're probably calling. I would call it off.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I like flatting best of all.
So Ben limps the button with queen 6, and Ben is certainly mixing things up now.
Yeah, that's new.
We got an open limp on the button.
Yeah. Leo checks the option and probably not going to touch this flop unless we see some sort of crazy bluff, but Leo does not seem very interested.
So the result is the same as if he had opened, but got a
You've been
little more information for himself and flopped a pair.
If you've been keeping track at home, they took away the 5,000 chips.
Thank God.
Since there's no longer a need for them, there hasn't been a need for them. When was the last level that they needed them? They needed them at 122.40.
Really?
Oh, no.
Really? What was the ante then?
No, the ante is 40,000 in the 400,000 level.
So that's why they kept them around.
So they kept them around for that ante, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They had a lot of them in play, though. They didn't need them. And
it's just funny to me that there's a chip that's 1/80th of the
that's
big
crazy.
blind.
That's crazy.
That's
very
like
funny.
if you're playing 50, 100, having $1 chips.
And so we have the going over the chips again. If you guys are just joining us, the red chips are the 25,000 chips, the whites are the 100,000, and then what are they? They're black and
They're black. Just
black
call
and,
them black.
black and orange or something.
Black
Yeah,
and
they're
orange.
black.
I don't think that's what.
Is that what he said? No, it wasn't orange. It was
I don't think it was orange.
It's for sure black and orange.
That's I have
Yeah.
it.
It's for sure black and orange. They're just black.
Yeah, black and orange. Okay, black and
All
orange.
right, so we have
the pumpkin Halloween
Buzgon raising.
Dan has run into 2 kings. That's not.
And Ben has 2 kings and a big
And he
blind.
just rips it again.
Yeah, Ben just shoves again.
I mean, I guess Dan only has 20 blinds, so it's a little.
You know,
more
still, this is a
reasonable.
spot like before when Dan had the 20 bigs, and we said we would just call with kings. I think it's kind of similar.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind flatting or a small 3-bet there. I mean, I feel like if you're going to make a small 3-bet with 20, you should be really polarized, and kings would be a good hand to polarize. By that, I mean you should have either a great hand that you're very happy to get 4-bet with, or a hand that's not like king queen. Like, yeah, not a hand worse than king queen. That is
Much
something-
worse.
Yeah.
A hand not even good enough to call the big blind, call the small raise with.
Right.
So now Ben has been playing really well, and those aren't mistakes where he's losing chips because of mistakes he's making, but he is not taking the best lines for gaining the most chips.
According to those numbers, Ben has moved into the chip lead, by the way.
I think maybe he just doesn't understand that they're deeper now than they were. The stack sizes, he's used to smaller tournaments where it's always just kind of raise and get it in.
And again, it seems clear his approach is he's not going to do anything that costs him the tournament. Like,
right?
He's going to. Maybe he's not going to maximize all his value, but he doesn't want to go home and think, oh, man, I made such a huge mistake and I've cost myself. If he has a good hand, he's going to make sure he wins the pot.
Sure. And that's a very reasonable strategy.
For an inexperienced player?
Even,
yeah.
I mean, even for an experienced player, like just like on a stage like this that you're not usually in, like people don't want to make mistakes. And, you know, pressure gets to you, money gets to you, and they don't want to make a big mistake.
We have an interesting pot brewing here.
Yeah, 2 guys with pairs. I don't expect Dan to just rip his 20 blinds in here. Do you?
Although, probably not. He threw out the kings before. He'll probably do the same. I don't hate it against, like, a lot of players. They just don't 4-bet wide here. Even against Leo, like we saw Leo call the reshove with ace-3 suited before. I think Leo's more likely to call shove way white than he is to 4-bet shove.
ace-4 suited.
He could just flat, too.
He could just flat. He has done that, too. So.
By the way, we've seen a lot of big hands at this table.
Yeah, looks like he's going to cut a 3-bet out.
I really like a small 3-bet because Leo's willing to peel. He's willing to just see a flop.
Let's see what he makes.
That's a great point.
He makes it 3.6. That's
very small. I like
it's small. It's not that small.
You don't think it's that?
I mean,
these days, it's not.
Out of position? I don't know. I think it's pretty small.
What did Leo open to?
1.65. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very small out of position.
Small,
but
I guess.
Out of position, it's small. But with the stack sizes, there's. I mean.
Yeah, with these stacks, he could have made it even smaller.
Oh, I thought Leo announced the 4-bet.
Leo, we think Leo's going to call here based on the way he's been playing, right?
I do.
I would imagine.
And I think he shoves almost all the flops that he likes.
I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me if he shoved.
I wouldn't even, necessarily hate the play of shoving.
I would.
Yeah.
Buzgon hasn't through that white once.
Actually, you know what? I take it back because
Oh, he did put it in.
Because Dan put in like a third of his chips almost. I was thinking he had more fold equity than that, but he really didn't.
So
have
this
that
is a
much
really
fold
big
equity.
pot.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Nice
not
job
going
by
to take
Dan.
the chip lead unless Leo wins it. Leo takes the chip lead if he wins. So Dan is the one at risk.
Our flop
If
is
he can dodge a 3, he will double up.
deuce of hearts, jack of spades, eight
Far,
of
pretty
hearts,
good.
no assistance.
No
from
running
Leo.
backdoor flush draws for either
turn.
player, so it's just going to come down to the 3.
9 of diamonds, last card to come.
Clean 3, and Leo's already cutting out
6
the
of clubs,
chips, think he's
and
going to
Dan
lose.
will double
Dan
up.
doubles up, and you said it before, Tyler. He has had the best cards at this
Yeah.
table.
Still, I think that's
He's playing
the case.
great. I mean, I'm not saying he's
Ben's
not.
had
He's
some
playing
pretty good
great,
cards.
but
Yeah.
but Buzgon has had some really good cards. And you know, 2 3s in a 3-handed game is not like a crazy hand to put in 20 blinds with either. I mean, I don't think we should
I
be
agree.
too hard on Leo for this. But it, you know, we know what Dan had, but we were suspicious of the 3-bet to a third of his stack. I mean, it just seems like such a strong play for Dan to do that, and in
Especially
fact,
when he
that's
hasn't
what it
3-bet
was.
once. He 3-bet the kings the only time he's 3-bet.
Yeah.
That's kind of the importance of 3-betting light sometimes.
Button has moved. It
So you
belongs
do
to
get action when you
Benjamin
do it.
now after that hand.
You know, just to up your 3-bet frequency so people view you as 3-betting sometimes.
Of course, yeah.
Daniel is our
Yeah,
small
I mean, with
blind.
that
Leo's
particular
our big
stack size, though, when
blind.
the open
He's
was
up
to
there, still
1 point,
50K.
so he's going to make it
45
3.6 and leaving
minutes remaining in this level.
7.7 back. I don't know if that's ever late. I just don't.
Yeah, it probably isn't, honestly.
Don't forget about the online poker option, the Garden State Super Series going. Oh,
It is actually going on right this register tonight for like another 20 minutes or something. Get in.
What is it tonight? 100 no limit?
Tonight is there was a no limit this afternoon. There's another no limit tonight. It's a speed down tournament, I believe.
Never
You
even
can
heard that. What is
starts
that?
with quicker blinds, and then they get slower
boy,
as
I
the
love
tournament goes
that
on.
idea.
That's
I
great.
love that idea too.
I didn't
'cause
know. On that.
By the way,
they
another
just started
monster
it.
hand for Dan, by the way.
And that's really a monster. Him and Leo basically switched places that last hand. Leo now has about 11 million, and Dan has the 22, 23.
Leo announces all in.
Wow, Leo's all in.
Snap all in
And 2
oh
big
my
hands this time.
goodness.
Let's see if Dan can keep
I mean, it,
really keep running well
Brick
and
and
win this
mortar
flip.
poker is rigged, y'all. Tons of big hands.
If Dan can hold this hand and keep the run good going, he will have the chip lead going in the heads-up play.
Let's see a flop.
The guys seem very, happy about the way things are going. No,
Our
Ace in the
flop has
window,
an ace
though.
on it.
He's
Two
gonna
of
give
clubs,
Leo the
They're going
lead.
right
two of clubs,
where?
ace of
Yeah.
spades.
yeah, Dan doesn't
Leo
look as
now
happy.
has a pair of aces and
They both have a
queens.
spade, so it's really just going to come down to a
Daniel
10
will need a 10.
for Dan.
Our turn card
Running
is
deuces, I
I
guess.
was just
would
going to
stop
say,
it.
yeah, running deuces would
Yeah.
be something.
That's always
3 of
fun.
spades doesn't change anything.
Oh, they both got it. Yeah.
our river. 8 of
Close to a
spades,
10, but
giving
we made a flush.
Dan
Flush over flush, it
Leo
turns
the
out.
king high
Yeah.
flush.
they're going to switch right back. Nice shot of Munson in the background. railing his
Jason
buddy-
Deutsch in the background.
his buddy Dan.
Getting a shout out.
Another Borgata regular. Been aware of what's going on at the table. Dan, tell your rail to turn around and watch.
So Dan's going to go back to having 20 blinds again,
Yep.
just like that.
Right back. Right back. It was exactly 50-50.
Leo's going to be back
Split
to
it.
40 blinds, so
And nobody had a decision there at all. That
No.
was just,
No.
2 big hands clashing.
and you see how fast they decided too. I mean, there was no acting, tanking, any of that
great.
stuff. Yeah,
Pretty easy decision by both players.
for
there.
sure.
You're honestly upset when Dan shows up with a pair there if you're Leo. Like, Dan
Oh,
could
yeah.
snap and have ace-queen or ace-jack or something.
Yeah, it's so brutal when you're really good shape against his range and it turns out you're behind. That's terrible.
I'm more upset if I'm Dan and I snap Leo off and he has 2 overs. Like, come on. You 2 10s. You're expecting him to see ace-5 or,
2
king,
sixes.
king 9 suited, 2
Yeah.
6s, exactly.
Does he have 20 big blinds again?
He does, yeah.
Our radar button is with Daniel.
Comfort zone for Dan.
50K anti-player.
He's been here all day.
Up, please.
That brief moment when he has
Yeah,
he
that
has
one
more.
hand, he had 40 blinds.
Yeah,
with,
just
yeah,
for that
it's
one
not-
hand. That was it.
Well, he's had aces, kings, queens, and 10s at this final table. He just needs to get jacks, I guess, to have every big pair.
No, Leo has the jacks. so-
Leo has every jacks,
Yes,
right?
every jack.
First to act.
So Dan with a queen 8 offsuit, which he did not shove 10 blinds with.
I
blind
think
on
he'll
blind
open
earlier.
here. I'd like to see an
Is he
open.
going to open here with 20 blinds in the button? Yes, he is.
Daniel will raise to 1.2 million.
Leo again just acting so quickly pre-flop every hand.
From Twitter, we got a update that the chips that are in question, we don't know the colors of. They are actually candy corn chips, and that's what I'm going to be calling them from now on.
That's great.
So thank you for that, Rabbit.
I love that.
That's a pretty good. Wait,
So Ben defends his blind here with king 6 offsuit.
I think that's pretty standard. Dan min raises the blind, 3-handed.
It's okay. I don't know if it's
I guess
automatic
it's not
or anything,
standard.
but I think it's fine.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be folding a middle king here.
Just knowing that Dan is a tough top professional out there, like I don't want to be playing bad hands out of position against him. So I'd probably fold this hand most of the time against most of the probably call.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, being out of position versus better players is definitely very tough to play pots with these types of hands.
So Ben's picked up a gut shot on this turn here, and he's going to bet it.
Do you like this bet?
Well, I mean, if Dan checked back the flop, he could reasonably have a bunch of small pairs or things in his range, and he's going to probably fold those, I think, to this bet here. So
yeah, it's
I
pretty
don't hate
bad
it.
board for those.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think Dan's check back range is a lot of like middle pair and, you know, maybe some king high himself.
King highs, yeah. But you have a king blocking that, so
Yeah.
I think it's mostly queens and jacks that he's
You
checking
have
back.
equity,
And
though.
maybe
He's got
deuces.
a gutter.
He might have a deuce. I think hands that have a queen, a jack, or a deuce in them are most likely. And so I don't love it.
Pretty much a brick river here. The hearts missed and everything too.
And with him calling your barrel, if you can get him off a jack here with a bet, I might bet if I was Ben, but I don't know if you can.
It does put Dan in a really tough spot here now.
Yeah, the stack size, I didn't really think about that. It is really tough for him.
You know, it's tough for him to call with his stack. It's tough for him to call with his hand here.
I mean, if you're Dan, you have some better that you could call with. I mean, you probably didn't check back the flop with too many aces, but you might have some aces.
I would check back with
your range.
You know, some weaker ones here. I think
too.
that's fine.
So he's
I
got
mean,
those, and he's got some
queen
better
jack,
queens, and he's got queen jack.
pocket jacks, for sure. You got king 10.
Yeah, I think he could have king 10. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's really being exploited too much if he folds here, because he's got all those other hands he can call with. I don't really think. I know I can see his cards, but I wouldn't have thought Ben was bluffing here very often, to tell you the truth.
Probably not. But at the same time, what's the worst hand you expect Ben to value bet? Does he value bet ace-3 here?
That's a good question. I think that's the question that Dan should himself.
If the answer is no,
if the answer is no, then you should probably.
He like all the hearts missed. Like I wouldn't expect to see a hand like king 6. If I was winning, I thought I would beat like 6-5 of hearts. Like that's what I think I'd be beating.
Yeah, I think you asked the right question, which is, does he value bet thin enough that I can fold this hand, or does he only value betting like 2 pair and straights?
I don't think most people do.
I know.
I don't think most people do, but I think Ben's played pretty well. But
he has
is
they're
inexperienced,
three-handed
so.
also, you know, so that maybe, you know, make it a little bit more likely that top pair is just like a really good hand that you want to value bet.
Yeah.
So he has 9. He has almost 10 million, and it's 2.5 to call. He goes down to like 12 big blinds.
The other thing here,
loses here.
So there's a half pot size bet. I mean, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, half pot.
So Dan's getting 3-1 in his money. And that's got to be crossing. If it's close, he might be thinking, well, I might be good 25% of the time or more, which is all he would need to be to show a profit on the chips. Now, you guys mentioned the stack size consideration. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 7 million, which is only about 12 blinds.
Yeah.
So that might be entering his thinking too.
So we saw Dan recheck his cards there. I'm sure he knows that he has a queen. What he may be checking for is, do I have something like the 8 of hearts? If he does have the 8 of hearts, there's way fewer combinations that Ben could be bluffing with hearts in it.
Interesting.
You know, so that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah. There's a few.
That is, he's looking for some kind of blocker or non-blocker that can make him want to call or not call here. And he looks really pained, you know, the way he slams those chips down.
This is a tough
really,
decision.
really tough.
I kind of feel like, well, I would feel like he's going to flick it in. That's like my gut is that he's going to call here.
I'm trying to distance myself from seeing their cards
Right,
and
exactly.
feeling what I would do in this
I
spot.
really feel
and
like
it's
I
real
would.
tough.
I really feel like this. I would have thought this was a value bet. Although I also hate folding, so I don't really know what.
It doesn't seem like there's that many bluffs involved.
I agree.
He's been in the tank for quite a while. This is definitely the longest decision we've seen so far at this final table. He does call.
Great call, Dan. Great call.
Daniel shows
I mean, part of the reason that you're checking back a hand like Queen 8 is to induce bluffs. So on the flop,
That's a good
when
point.
you checked it back. So
That's
you
how you
don't-
get
don't
value
wanna-
out of that hand is by getting the other guy
you
to
don't
bet.
want to induce a bluff and then fold because of it.
Really nice call by Dan.
Yeah.
He thought it through, and you can really see
Boy, look at this
Buzgon's
now.
rail go crazy there.
17 million, 18 million, and 22. Pretty tight battle.
Great.
Wide open, definitely
Really
wins
great.
game.
Leo moves back into the chip lead with Ben taking the hit on that hand. Dan remains in third, just barely.
Yeah, I think they're all about the same at this point. I mean, they're all in the same general realm.
I think we're going to open it up a bit now. He
I'm
really
roo-
hasn't
I'm
had a
rooting for
chance
that, yeah.
at all.
And he kind of has a little. I mean, even simple things like Queen 8 offsuit on the button. That's stuff he wasn't doing before. And he
Yeah.
is now.
Well, you can't when you have 12
Sure,
bigs, you know.
absolutely.
It's shove or fold.
Hey, this isn't a turbo muck from Leo.
No,
He's
it's
creative.
consideration with this hand.
He's been just turbo mucking these. I like that he thought about it for a second. He was thinking, I want to mix it up again. I haven't played for a while. But he made the right decision.
Ben right back in action makes it 2 million. Yeah, it's another large bet by Ben.
Oh, man, there's his jacks. That gets his last. He's got it.
He completed it.
Unreal.
He gets to fill out his bingo card.
I mean, he
bingo.
Give him
Got 'em
credit
all.
for a few really tough decisions.
He
he's
may
made
get action
correctly,
out of
but
this, too. Because
Yeah.
it's ace-5 blind on blind.
You know,
I mean, this
he just picked off Ben's bluff last time. Ben may be thinking he's going to try to push him around or something because he's got extra chips now.
I mean, I don't think Ben's folding to the next raise, put it that way. I don't know
He
what
might.
the next raise is. It's not going to be all in. They're too deep now. So he'll probably make a small 3-bet here.
I would imagine so.
The opening raise was so big, as you pointed out, Gag.
4.2
million.
6.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 4.2.
Maybe 4.4.
Yeah.
Can't decide. Probably be consistent with his sizings.
Daniel will re-raise.
Well, there's no white chips in there, so I guess it's 4.5.
4.75.
Oh,
Whoa, 7.5. Bigger than
That's
we thought.
much bigger than I thought. But
Yeah.
you know what?
On top.
When Ben makes it so large, he may just feel like Ben just has a hand.
Yeah, that probably is the read he has.
And he's like, let's just get all the money in.
And that, I think that's a good chance that that's what happens. Although the only reason it might not is that the way Ben's been, he doesn't want to make some big mistake. And this is the kind of thing where if he moves in and is wrong, he's going to be kicking himself. And I don't know if he wants to go home thinking about that. So
I don't even think it would be the end of the world.
no, it certainly wouldn't be. I mean, I would move in here.
I mean, knowing Buzgon, he probably is not making that play white to that sizing.
Right.
You know, I feel like players generally don't like putting in that many chips with the bluff.
I agree. So like a quarter of his chips. I mean, he should
Yeah,
have it. He
it's
should
a
have it
lot.
more than that. But he shouldn't have it as often as he's had it at this table. That's
This is
my
true.
thing. I mean, I would not have believed that if I were sitting there. Just
No.
Because how can he have it again? But good.
If I'm Buzgon, I mean, he's not going to see that for 30 minutes, and everything's going to be changed in 30 minutes, so it won't really matter. But if my opponent's raise folding ace-5 in that spot, I'm
You're
3-betting
betting a lot.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't think that, I mean, that doesn't really matter much because 30 minutes is going to be so much different.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to get that info fast enough
Right.
to make those decisions. At the same time, though, maybe Ben, you know, will start changing what he does and not
Yeah,
fold
there's
ace-5.
that too, also.
Looks like Dan's going to limp from the small blind here with 10-7.
He will call.
And did Leo announce the 4 deuce?
Yep.
My play.
That is your play.
And he will put 2.1 million.
This is a testament to not limping the small, I think, right here going on.
Or at least having a balanced limp from the small. Wow, Dan's calling. I did not see that coming.
No, he folded.
Oh,
The,
okay. I thought I heard a call. Sorry.
So do you like to raise out of the big blind when the small blind limps when you have absolutely no equity? You have just a terrible, terrible hand. I mean, it's still not no equity, but a terrible
Yeah,
hand.
and if
What
I
if you
and
have,
if I think the small blind's limp range is too weak.
What if you have like a 9-7 suited there? Would you rather just take a flop?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I can't say I would never raise that hand, but
I mean, if the small blind just is limping garbage hands, raising it just seems fine.
yeah, I think it's fine too.
Another look at where we've come from today, where everyone's fallen. All American players today. No one from outside of the country.
They should come. It's a good
They
tournament.
should come.
I'm pretty close to
I
Canada.
know there's
Yeah,
a few
so at
guys
least get
coming
some
for the main
Canadians.
this weekend.
Yeah.
I know there's a few Europeans coming in for tomorrow.
Leo at 22 million now, which is a little bit up from where he started the day.
Yeah, they're all still, you know, even though Dan's picked up a few pots.
Ben Beahm has made a great move. Started the day with 6.5 million, up to 16.
I think Buzgon's made the biggest move of the day.
And yeah, Dan started at 4.65 million. So
All right,
good
we
job by
switch over to the red
Ben
deck
and Dan
now.
to give themselves a chance to win this tournament here,
Up and our
three-handed.
pot is good.
There's your deck. That's nice.
1.2 million in career lifetime earnings for Dan Buzgon.
As I mentioned at the top of the show, this
Looking
is his
ahead to that.
38th cash at the Borgata, and a lot of those lifetime earnings have come right here. So
That is a lot of cashes.
Okay,
That's, I think
cool
that's
that
more.
they
I mean,
That's,
keep that track.
I've played at the Borgata a lot. I think I have like 11 caches.
I mean,
here.
I'm pretty sure that's like twice the amount of total cashes I have live. So
Right with pocket
What are we going
sixes.
to show you? Oh, we got to walk. Okay.
yeah, walk.
Ace jack, just like that.
Another shot of the room here. Come on down, guys. Check it out. You guys can come stop and check out the final table. Say hi. If you need a room, here you go. Winter escape package. I don't know where there's some snow out there, if you guys avoided it or not, but
Yeah, it
come
was
in.
in the forecast, but we're inside and we don't know the difference.
There's snow in here. It's gorgeous in this Borgata room right now. The lights are bright. It's nice and warm.
Complimentary
too warm.
Wi-Fi, so you can play the Garden State Super Series.
So if you buy the Winter Escape package, you get complimentary Wi-Fi in your room. And if you come down to the poker room, you get complimentary Wi-Fi in the poker room.
Leo is
You can
first
play
at
poker
87.
while playing poker, while
pretty
watching
good-
us talk about poker.
It's a pretty good place to get snowed in, I gotta say.
It's a great place to be snowed in.
Leo's gonna open King Queen on the button here.
You know, you talk about running bad and running good and getting good hands, getting bad hands and stuff. And one of the things I feel is just getting hands that you're capable of opening. You know, even like we talked about before, Buzgon getting dealt the Queen 8. Like that's a really like it's just a hand that you can play.
Yeah.
You know, rather than getting hands like Queen 2 offsuit and stuff like that. And those really can make big differences if your opponents are getting the really bad end of that range and you're getting the playable end of that range.
That's a really good point, Gas, because we've all had times when 30 or 35 hands in a row, it's just Queen Deuce or 10-3 every
Exactly.
single time. And that's really hard to deal with, and that's when you end up like a play that's really non-standard just to keep your chances alive. But if you just get that Queen 8, you don't have to ask for aces, just ask for King 9, you know, something to play.
You just have to ask for them.
Yes, get asked.
There's a
If you don't
lot
ask, you're
more
dead.
that can be said for getting like King Jack and flopping top or middle pair rather than getting dealt pocket aces and hitting sets all the
Yep.
time. Like
It's hard to get value from aces a lot of times.
especially three-handed, you know, just playability, being able to check back and actually get the showdown and table a winning hand is really key.
We just got a nice little zoom in on those candy corn chips, and I think that's a pretty good call. They are definitely black and orange, and Tab was right, and we couldn't see that earlier.
Well,
but
Tab's always right. I mean, that wasn't in question. Just they don't look like that to us on the screen, but that's fine. Candy corn, yeah, I want some candy corn right now.
Maybe in the main event you can get some.
So Ben limps the button with 2 4s here. Interesting.
Yeah, we've seen Ben limp a few times. He went
Yeah.
to Queen 6, now he's limping 2 4s. It generally seems to be weaker hands. But you're gonna
Leo looked like he might have thought about raising with 7 deuce against 2 guys.
you give
but,
Dan a chance to come along in the small with 5. They just would
yeah, that's why I don't necessarily love that play.
you know, and Dan actually has a very large chunk of the equity in this hand.
Jack of diamonds, 5 of
He's got
hearts,
a lot more of it now.
10 of hearts,
So this will be
5 of
interesting because
spades. He's
nobody
ready to
really
be
loves their
ready for.
hand.
No.
But nobody really has any sort of good hand on this
Daniel
board.
checks.
So it may just be the first person that takes a stab at this will get this.
if I was Ben, I would think that probably hit my open limping range, and they probably think that, so I would probably stab if I was Ben.
Well, it looks like Leo's thinking about it.
You think Dan just checks and folds here? I think he might call one street.
I honestly don't hate
Ben
betting
checks
if I'm
as well,
him.
our turn in.
Leading
You know,
out if you're down with
well,
5?
you know,
yeah.
it-
This way
most,
you don't
these
get blocked
guys are
out.
probably
Wow.
going to play face up.
You know, that card.
If no one has a jack or a 10, they're probably just going to fold.
Yeah, I agree.
But I would be probably pretty scared that it hits, you know, just what Tyler just said, that it does hit the button's limping range here. So
This is kind of a bad card for Dan, because when that flop gets checked around, he's got to think there's a decent chance his 5 was good. He might want to bet even just to not see a river card come off.
I think
now.
he is going to bet here.
Yeah. So this is obviously going to be a bad result
The
for
the
Buzgon.
really tough thing about this is that's a good board to bluff, especially from the button's limping range. So Dan might even find a way to continue when Ben raises here.
I don't know.
I hope not.
I don't know about that either.
Leo folds.
This is going to play reasonably straightforward.
I mean, it's the thing that speaks to what you're saying, though, Tyler, is that Ben did check back the flop, and so the kind of hands he's going to be representing by raising here are pretty narrow. I mean,
It's exactly 4s.
Yeah, it's exactly 4s. Maybe he slow played Jack 10 in the flop. Maybe.
Benjamin will make the call.
He
But
just
there's
calls.
so many. Oh, he
Wow.
did?
Yeah, I actually really like that call.
To the river.
You know, there's going to be some awkward times when the river's like a diamond or something like that you're not super happy. But even so, you're just going to call one bet, and you're going to, still be good a chunk of the time.
Even an ace is not the greatest river card for him, of course.
And this is weird because I think Dan might consider bluffing now.
Just because of the blocker? I mean, the king-queen's in Ben's range, too. I don't...
Not just the blocker
Well, no, I
necessarily,
mean,
but
Ben checks back the flop and calls the turn. You're giving him like a 10 here.
yeah,
I would think,
Ben can
right?
just have
So-
like 10-9. And now that the ace comes, like some of your hands get there, like just a
Yeah.
scary card.
Yeah.
You can have ace-5 or ace-4 here.
Yeah, you can play
And
blind.
you're the small blind, you
ace
could have
is
2-3 suited
it is
even.
in your range, yeah.
So Dan does not bluff, which means I assume he's going to be check folding here.
Yeah, you can't come up with the call here. You
No.
beat.
Yeah.
He was checking,
For
maybe
sure.
hoping for check back against king high or something, like king 9 with a gut shot in the turn or something. But
I mean,
he's not going to be able to call this bet.
you beat 7-6, you beat 8-7, you beat diamonds.
Do you think he might find a call here?
I don't know.
Queen
You beat
9.
more than you think.
Yeah,
but
you named a bunch of hands. I'll give you
yeah,
that.
I mean, I don't think he's going to call.
I don't think so.
But at the same time, don't you think Ben's raising an ace pre-flop?
I mean, I
don't
just-
you think he's raising queen?
I think if he
king,
has a
queen
hand as
pre-flop?
bad as like 6-7 or 8-9, I think he probably would have bet the flop with a lot of those hands. So
Maybe.
I don't know. I think it's possible. You're right that there's other hands he could be bluffing with, but
I mean, here's the other question. If you're Dan, you just picked off Ben's big bluff a couple hands earlier. Do you think Ben's going to try it again?
right. And also, isn't ace high part of his check back flop range and possibly even call a turn bet?
Well, then he would have had to open limp
The big question
ace
is he open limp an
on
ace?
I don't know. He opened limped
Yeah.
a pair. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure either. Playing in game, I wouldn't think so. I would assume most players don't ever limp an ace in this situation.
I go back to just not narrowing people's pre-flop ranges
Exactly.
that much. I would just fold.
Exactly. Tough spot. Another tough spot for Dan.
It really is.
I mean, I think it's good instincts in his part that he's thinking about this because the value bet range for Ben here is pretty small, I would think.
I'd be really tempted to call here.
Yeah.
Even though our hand is so weak. Like, I just wouldn't be able to get through my head that a hand like 8-6 of diamonds wouldn't be in this guy's range that he might not bet the flop with. I mean, there's honestly not
absolutely.
that many because 8-9 would bet the flop, but I would think of like 8-7, 7-6 just seem to be in there.
And this is one of the hardest hands to read in poker is when the guy turns a set. This is how I busted a tournament recently. I mean, it's just really hard to put him on
It
this
is really
hand.
hard to put on him on this. Yeah, he does fold.
Man, he's playing really well.
Dan's just playing great.
And Daniel lays it down.
Ben instantly tells him that it was a good fold.
That is a tough spot because the aces does not seem credible.
Question from Joe Andrali. If Dan called the turn bet, now he's talking about the queen eight
queen
hand
eight,
from
yeah.
earlier when Dan picked off the river bluff. If Dan called the turn bet, what about the river caused him to tank so much? So in other words, the river was a blank.
Bet the hand up again.
So Dan has the queen 8.
He raises the button.
He raises the button. Ben calls out of the big blind. We get the ace queen 4, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
Then you go check, turn jack,
Bet
call. River, I think, was a 7.
Right. Okay.
There were no. There were 2 hearts on the turn, and the river was not a heart. So backdoor hearts missed. There was no flop flush.
So it's not. There are a lot of situations where when you call the turn, you're always planning on calling the river. There are some situations like that, but this is one where he called the turn, expecting his opponent to shut down on the river.
Yes.
And then the opponent didn't shut down, and there's not that many hands that his opponent can have that would be bluffing in that spot.
Also, sometimes when you make a play, you make a call, expecting somebody to do something, you need to take a second to then reevaluate.
Yeah.
So
if they
if-
don't do what you thought they were going to do.
Yeah.
You
So if you're
definitely-
expecting someone to shut down, and they don't have a hand, and they don't shut down, you need to say hold it.
Then maybe they did have a hand, right?
Was I incorrect? Does he have a hand?
There's a little bit of a strange play here. Leo flats out of the small blind. Dan's button raise with king 8 offsuit. I'm personally not crazy about this play, but we'll see how it works out.
Not a hand as weak as king 8.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you had a hand like king 9 or king 10 that Maybe he can make some straights. It's something.
Now he's going to lead right out on this board. This may work to his favor because Dan doesn't have anything.
If I was Dan, I would be thinking that, Leo has a lot of hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, all that stuff. And, this hits that. This board hits those hands, so I might just lay this down.
Yeah, leads are not, leads that are not in flow into a pre-flop raise, or donks as they're often called in the lingo, are often very strong hands, but they are sometimes. And Dan has one of the worst hands he can have on that board, really, when you think about no draws, no pairs.
Not even ace high.
Yeah. It makes sense that he might choose this one to fold.
I think also, we've actually seen Leo lead twice, or is it the third time?
I'm not sure.
When he had the ace 10, he had top pair with a very weak kicker. He did it. And
he led really small on that, right?
Yeah, I think he did it another time when he had nothing also. So it seems like most of his leads have been weakish, at least weakish
Well,
hands.
that ace 10 wasn't weak.
I mean,
I think he thought it was.
Right,
it was sort of weak
He folded
with
to the
things
raise,
considering.
So, yeah. And it was, it was a small, it was 1 million into 4.6 was that ace 10 bet on the ace high board.
So Ben has a hand that's small blind significantly better than last time.
1.3 million.
Yeah, there's no way he's raised
It's
folding this
super interesting that he's making it 1.3 and making it 2 with, a hand like ace 5 off. I wonder if he's making it bigger when he doesn't want to get called, if that's possible.
I think Dan will defend in position here with king 5 offsuit.
I would imagine he
wonder
will.
if he's going to try a 3-bet using your theory, Tyler.
Oh, right. Well, he doesn't know about that ace 5 yet.
But he might suspect that he kind of had a decent hand that he folded,
Yeah.
King 5 is also a pretty weak hand. Like, it's kind of hard to flop to that hand. So I don't hate 3-betting this
Yeah,
type
it's
of
a pretty good candidate for a bluff 3-bet.
If he had king 9 or something like that, I would say, like, it's almost too good to 3-bet. But a hand like king 5 wouldn't surprise me if he did. Although calling is not out of the question. King high is still a good hand, like you mentioned.
And yeah, position.
Yeah, position is great. It's not that much more.
700,000. There's already 2 million out there.
There's that limit player coming through again.
Got it, man. We don't fold hands like this in limit.
Why would you only be able to min raise? It doesn't seem natural.
This way we get to river decisions every time. Well, there's always a river decision.
You know why limit poker was invented? So there was high rake. That's why.
He does try the 3-bet bluff here. I really like this play. It's not going to work, but I really like this move.
I don't think it's going to work either. I don't. Yeah,
instant all in from Dan. Dan's going to get just as quickly fold.
And Daniel will lay it down.
Good try, Buzz. Not that time, but worth a shot.
Now you have Ben opening to 2 million and folding, opening to 1.3 and putting it in.
There's no way he 3-bets next time if he opens small. He's definitely going to go flop.
So here's the reset. Leo back in the chip lead where he started the day. Dan on 21 blinds is the shortest of the 3 stacks, and Ben right in the middle.
Check raise.
So getting back to the king 5 hand, Cuse Rounder asks, what do we think about check raising on that river by Dan? Ben has a lot of thin value and would almost always raise 10s plus or king queen pre. We're talking about the
set of 4s against the king 5.
Yeah. When Ben had the set of 4s.
I was thinking about that at the time, and I think it does make some sense.
It does make some sense, but I don't think that's actually too much thin value.
I was going to say, what do we think the thin value is?
Yeah, I don't think there's actually thin value. I think it's really, really good value, or...
Yeah, you'd have to get hands to fold that are between.
I think he's really polarized there.
It has to be a hand that's better than king 5, obviously, so it's better than your 5, and then still fold.
I just don't think he's
a lot.
of
A 10 and a jack that might not do that.
Which
so
is
maybe a weak ace.
I don't think he's betting a 10 for value, do you?
No. No,
probably not. The weak ace might fold.
But he has to limp it pre, and then he has to get to the river.
Yeah.
So a lot of his weak aces are like 2-pair aces, like ace 4 and ace 5.
Yeah.
Which he might not even fold. He didn't fold the king jack earlier to Dan Wach.
Right, that's another reason not to.
So
he faced that exact spot.
If it is some
Dan
weirdly played ace queen or ace king, that might work. But that's a lot to ask.
And
it might not.
Don't think
too.
It
might not. Right, it might not. Yeah.
Has that pre. I think he just raises.
Oh,
pre
I agree,
always.
but you never know. I mean, like Tyler was saying, it's hard. You
Keep
don't
it
want
wide,
to put too much information into that. Yeah.
Plus, I think your hand is just you beat the bluffs. I just don't see a need to turn it into turn your king 5 into a bluff. Whereas in Dan Wach's hand, you don't beat the bluffs.
Right.
You beat, like you lose to,
Right.
or not that you don't beat the bluffs. You lose to a lot more thin value bets. There's
Yes.
a lot more, possible 2 pairs that might fold, or weak top pairs or second pairs that might bet that way.
Another consideration is that
Tab, you showing them the new chips?
you
Showing them
don't.
the new chips?
Ben doesn't have to. You can't get away with value betting a hand like King Jack in that spot or Queen Jack. I mean, I would usually consider that, but Dan calling from the small blind has a lot of hands that are aces in them. Like he's not. He doesn't only have air balls and things that are worse than aces.
Yeah.
So I don't think I would have value bet a hand like Queen Jack.
Let's see Ben sizing here.
Yeah. Looks like it's a limp.
Yep.
And will Dan try the raise with 7-6 suited, or will he see a
I think he's
Kinda
just
talking
going
about
to
this
shove. He's only got 19 bigs. I think he just goes all in.
Really?
I think he called.
He might just check. I don't think he's going to raise.
Has some value.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to raise less than all in if you do raise, I don't think, with that, because that hand does have value in seeing the flop, especially that flop.
Decent flop.
Well,
oh man,
this is going to get in.
Wow.
This
Gut
should,
shot,
this should
flush
go in.
shot,
This should
too.
go in for sure. I don't know if it will, but it should definitely go in.
So the only way it doesn't is if Ben just calls
yeah.
this.
I don't think he's
here.
going
She's
to.
not going to. This should
Remember how he
definitely
played
go
that
in.
9-6 suited hands? when
He
turned
doesn't
next
want to
shot
make
strong.
big mistakes. He knows this is a big hand. He's gonna.
I think he's just going to rip over
I think
his
he's just gonna rip it too. And Dan's gonna snap it.
And I probably would too.
It's certainly not a bad play. I mean, you could make it smaller, but I think.
Then you don't want to induce
just
like
lead.
ace-5 to put it in over the top of
I don't
you
know.
or something like that.
I mean, I guess I don't. Yeah, it might look stronger.
He's just going to call.
Wow, that's
boy.
really surprising.
Maybe he's going to check shove the turn. That's a possibility.
Well, now he's got another.
Another 4 out, 3 outs.
Better, yeah.
It's a really interesting turn.
I mean, there's 3 million in the
I mean,
pot,
does
and
he
Dan's
lead?
only playing 10 million. I gotta think he check shoves here.
Yeah, I think he does.
And Dan, is not gonna love it, but he's gonna call.
Got to be semi-worried about a hand like
Sure.
8-5 or
Yeah.
9-7,
Not worried enough
9-6.
to fold, but he's gonna.
No.
But he's not gonna love it. Like I said, there's gonna be a chance he's behind. As it turns out, he's gonna 2-1 favorite. Assuming this
Kind
goes
of an
the way we
awkward
think.
spot.
I mean, he's got to bet for value here, right?
You have to. You just don't want a free card to appeal to.
Right.
There's so many
And there's
different
so many worse
gutters.
hands that can call you too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You don't want Ben to have a hand like 6-4 or something like that.
Usually bet around 2 million. I'd probably bet something kind of large, trying to hope to get raised
Yeah, I like
more
that.
than get called.
I like that. I mean, bets full pot.
3
He bets
million,
3
yeah.
million. That's
I like that.
There's the
Much more likely to get raised.
Dan's
Kind of,
gonna
yeah,
have to
see,
call.
another tough decision, but he's got to do
He
it.
takes a second, like, I don't love this, but I call. Yeah, well, so they do get it in. Ben's gonna be looking for a 4 and 8 or a diamond, folks.
Daniel shows 2 pair, 6s and 7s.
That's a lot of outs.
That is
Lot
a
of
still a
outs.
2
2-1
outs at the
favorite.
bottom of
I
that
mean,
table.
2-1 favorite's a pretty big deal.
15 cards for Ben, 30 cards for Dan.
And it's a 5 of hearts. That's not going to do it. I'm sure it's scared Dan
Yeah,
a
it's
little
a
bit.
scary
though.
looking red 5.
But Ben has
on
the
end.
5 diamonds, so
Oh, man.
Buzgon will double up. Does he
And
take
that-
the chip lead with that? I think he
I think
does.
so.
Because I think Leo has slightly less than that.
I think it's pretty close,
And
yeah.
Ben is down to like 11, 10 million now. Back and forth three-handed. They've pretty much all doubled through each other at one point.
Nice dodge, Dan.
No, I don't think it's going to. I think Leo still is slightly more.
Dan's taking it in stride. Not getting him too excited, just like he doesn't get too down when something goes badly. Very even-keeled player. That's a very good demeanor to have as a professional poker player, I would say. Then Beahm doesn't look too thrilled, but can't really blame him.
We got a response from our discussion from Q's Rounder. He says Ben could only realistically call with 5-5, 4-4, ace-5, ace-4. He just happened to be at the top of his range.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any other value hands.
Right, but that's what he has, right? Yeah.
That's his value
Yeah.
range. That's what's going to call his whole
That's
value range.
Exactly what we
beat
what we
all
said.
his
That's
bluffs.
true. That's the.
I think he nailed it there. Absolutely.
Yeah, he just that's the top of his range, but that's really all his range is.
Well, his whole value
the value
range.
range.
His
Yeah.
bluff range you beat.
Right.
You beat his 8 high flush draws and diamond draws and straight draws and stuff.
Exactly. We just don't think he's going to value bet the other hands. That maybe Q's Rounder does think he's going to value bet a hand.
If he knows
like
his game better,
a weak ace or a jack or something. We don't think that Ben would make that value bet.
All right, Ben is our button, and first to act.
What is he down to now?
Folds.
I didn't see.
I didn't see either.
Dan is small blind.
Yet again, a big hand for Buzgon in the blind and blind situation here. It's good to see other people can run good sometimes. Whenever I run good, I feel so guilty. I'm sure I'm the only one in the world that feels that way. But
And we will raise to 1.5 million.
this makes me feel better seeing Dan get a monster hand every third hand. This final table.
Leo will make the call.
Pretty easy defend for Leo with King 7 suited. And they have almost the exact same chips.
Yeah, they're really close.
Peter heads up to a flop. Let's see it.
And it's kind of a lot. In this
And it's kind of a
situation.
lot.
I mean,
22 million they have, and there's only 3 million in the pot. So they've got some stacks to play.
Deuce of hearts, king of
Leo jumps out to a
clubs.
large lead.
Yeah, Stan's been outflopped here.
So do you think Dan's just going to see bet? Or do you think we see a check?
It could be a check call to
Could see it
induce a
on.
bluff and see if he can maybe get a little bit of value out of ace high. If he bets, he kind of has to shut down when called. I don't think he's going to bet.
I think he's going to
Get
bet.
called and then
I
check.
think
and
I
then
bet
check,
in this spot
and then
mostly.
check call the turn. So
He might bluff
This
some
was at
turns.
1.2 million.
yeah, depending on what comes off, that's a possibility. But on King 4
There's
deuce
that
2
weird
hearts, there's
look
not,
of
there's, not a,
disinterest.
there's not a whole lot he's going to get called by here that will fold the turn. I don't think. I guess if it appeals with a 4.
Leo will make the call.
A scary card comes off on the turn. You might
We'll
get
see a
him to
turn.
lay down.
The way
See-
Leo
see
put
what
the chips
develops.
in just now was
Our turn
really
is
weak. Like he was really.
Yeah, he did the
fanning
same thing.
your
Dan looked
disinterest.
suspicious of it actually too.
That's a really good turn card for Dan.
I was going to say that.
And
That's a kind of card.
maybe
you
one of
could-
those cards.
Yeah, I mean he's picked up a flush draw and a gut shot here.
If there weren't that many hands that Leo would fold that he called with from the flop, I would definitely not bet. I would just try to check call. But I think there are the 4s, the deuces,
Yeah, that,
ace
on
highs.
that card he could definitely fold some of those hands for sure.
So I think
I don't think he has
probably
a ton of deuces
barrel.
or 4s, but he has some. So
He has some.
yeah,
We saw him peel pretty wide earlier too, so it's definitely a possibility.
Dan will bet.
Yeah, he does bet again.
I mean he's got quite a bit of equity in this pot, and so I mean definitely a decent spot to semi bluff here. Leo's not going to be able to raise with this hand.
There's not very many
No,
hands.
but he's not going anywhere.
No, of course not.
There aren't very many hands that Leo would raise either. That's
Wow, he
another
does.
good reason.
He does
Yeah.
raise.
Wow.
Well, we're wrong as always.
Leo proved us wrong.
See, if I thought that Leo might raise a weak king here, I wouldn't want to bet because I wouldn't want to get blown off all the equity I have here. But I mean, he could also jam now.
Yeah, he's opened himself up to possibly jam. I mean, he's representing
Damn,
that
let's
he
look
has
at that look on his
Yeah,
face.
he's pretty confused by this play.
What did
I
he
mean,
bet? What was the first bet?
Says it raised to 5 million.
According to our graphics,
No,
this is an illegal raise, right?
That can't be right.
Yeah.
He probably bet 2.1.
If he bet 2.1 and then Leo raised to 5 million, that's what it says up there, right?
It says Dan has to call 2.1, but let's
I
say
see.
that he bet 2.1 and 2.9.
He
So
probably
Leo's-
bet.
Leo's raise in the turn is representing that he called the flop with a flush draw and got there. I mean, maybe he's representing King Jack too.
Yeah, I could see him raising with
Yeah.
King Jack for sure.
So that's, I mean,
if he
For
raises with
Leo's
King
line,
7,
now it
certainly
turns out
not-
he's value raising
Yeah.
with. I guess he's
Yeah,
value raising.
he's
with
certainly
King
not
7,
bluffing.
right? So, I mean, Dan's not going to give him this hand.
you know, I think he's just raising because he thinks he's going to win the pot really a lot here.
He has the
I don't know if
thinks he has
he
the best hand.
necessarily has a straight plan of I
Right.
want to value raise, I want to bluff. I think he just says I have a good hand. I don't think Dan is a great hand. I think I'm going to win the pot when I raise here.
And
So
he
he just
doesn't-
goes for
He
it.
wants to protect his hand. He doesn't
Exactly.
want
You don't want
another
another
card to come
heart to come.
And Daniel lays it
That's a
down.
really
and
good
Leo
fold.
will take
I don't
the
know how
pot.
great it is because I mean he's getting immediate pot odds just to call that bet. I mean,
If-
he's got to call 2 million more.
Yeah,
to,
Yeah, but he might be dead. Like, he's assuming Leo's value range is just a flush. So if Leo has, like, Queen 9 of hearts, you're just dead.
yeah, that's
and
true.
you have no idea if a heart gets there. Well, I mean, I'd probably bet fold if a heart got there.
You know, and also, I wonder what Leo does if Dan does shove. Does he call? Does he fold?
Good question.
See, if you know maybe if you can go back to that ace-10 fold when he folded to the king-9 raise, and you can maybe surmise that he's raising a weak king, maybe then you can shove there. But
yeah, that'd be interesting if Dan knows that information or not.
It's a tough spot.
With that information, maybe he does try to make a shove there.
I just think blind on blind, if you have that Broadway draw on the 10 of hearts, like I know the guy's representing a flush, but it's just so unlikely that that's what he has. I mean, I have to believe that he didn't raise the flop with the flush draw, and that he happens to have suited cards with higher than, I don't know. I'm not going to just fold to that small raise on the turn. I'm going to call and see.
Also, we don't know the exact sizing.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we don't
really
really
know
know
what as small as
what
it
Dan
looks.
bet.
Yeah. If it was a big raise, sure.
Yeah.
As I'm not trying to look for a spot to get Leo off a top pair. That's not what.
No. That's I agree with that.
King of Hearts. Leo checks.
No one seems too interested in this pot.
Emphatically checked by Leo.
Yeah, if I'm Ben, I might take a stab there just because Leo seems so disinterested.
Yeah.
Jack of spades.
Should definitely stab here if he checks again. But now he's going to bluff with the best hand.
I don't know.
And I think it's going to work.
1.5 million.
Yeah, Ben has just no interest in that one.
And Ben will
Ben's confidence looks a little shot after
I think
losing
that's a
that
fine
hand
bet
to-
by Leo because, I mean, it seems right that Ben didn't really look interested at all. And so just in case he happens to have a better 9 or 10
Exactly.
or something, you might as well
Get
bet.
some months, round the months in.
Ben looks a little, just overall, kind of disheartened after losing that pot to Buzgon.
Yeah, he's trying to get us. He's trying to enjoy himself a little bit. It seems like, but he does not. I mean, he doesn't.
Once he
look
goes
interested.
wherever place he winds up finishing, once he goes to the cashier, I think it'll
All right, Leo's
Yeah.
our
feel a
button.
little better about
Lim is
himself.
our small blind.
Maybe when he gets some more sleep
Daniel
too.
is
Again,
our
these guys
big
play till
blind.
6 in the morning, and
Leo
they're back out
first
there at
to
3
ask.
this afternoon, and here we are.
They've been going for what, 5 hours now
Yeah,
already?
I mean, this is a marathon. And Dan Buzgon has said he likes marathons, and he's proven it, man. He's playing fantastic poker.
Where does he think he is?
So there's a limp on the small blind with a little bit stronger hand than we've seen him limping with. Dan doesn't think about making the raise.
The Matt
Ben's
Machos big blind
Ben's
raise.
stack is
Ben's
much
so
shorter.
short now. Yeah, he could have just shipped it in on him, really.
I think that's what I would have done
Yeah.
personally,
Queen of
but
clubs, Jack of diamonds.
Probably would have
4
worked
of
too. I don't think he's
spades.
going to peel. I don't think he's calling limp calling off his stack with Queen 9. So
oh, you want Dan to shove?
yeah.
Oh, I thought you wanted Ben to just shove.
Well, I want that too.
Daniel, a
I wanted Ben
I
to
want
just
everyone-
shove.
Everyone.
I
all
want a
in.
lot more shoving, basically.
I don't like the 12, 13, 14 big blinds with the 8-3. I mean, he's not calling very often, but
He's never calling.
there is a chance he's never calling.
That's possible, but I feel like Ben's mixed it up enough where he's going to have some hands that he does call. You know, whether it only be 4s, 5s, and 6s or something like that.
Also, I think it was only 10.5 blinds or something. He's up to.
Yeah, it was only like 11 or so. He won that pot in his 15
Yeah.
now.
and then take a break. Sounds good.
You also have to beware the limp trap when it wasn't meant to be a limp trap, like a hand like Queen Jack, where they
And he
just
just
limp
calls,
and
yeah.
then decide that they want to
Yeah,
call
that's
now.
what you're fading. Is
Yeah.
that exact play? Yeah. And I just don't think Ben is that. Wow, he folds King 5 suited on the button.
Dan's not going to fold this.
No.
Daniel will call. Option Leo checks.
I'm surprised that he just calls with that.
Our flop
Like,
is
I understand you just want to see flops, but like Leo's just not been like 3-betting or anything like that out of the big. So I think that I would just usually raise.
Just to set up, it's just easier to win the pot
I mean,
if you do.
yeah, like if he calls, you can see bet a lot. Although I guess Leo played back in him last hand. Maybe he just is kind of afraid that
6 of spades.
you know he's going to get bluffed out of pots, and he just wants to keep pots smaller now out of position.
Yeah, I like the call, actually.
I mean, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just feel like Leo's play pre-flop has been reasonably snug for the most part,
Yeah.
especially shorter-handed.
It's been checked every street here. Dan's got to be tempted to at least
I
try to
think
bluff
he's
Queen High
going
off
to.
the hand here. But he's not. He's going to. And no value bet even on the end. for
That's
Leo.
pretty surprising.
Basically the nuts with the King 6 where they checked 3 times.
Yeah, see, if I'm Dan, I want to play as many pots as possible with these guys, so I like limping. And I'm idea.
Jack 10 suited is just such a good hand.
Yeah,
now.
it's a
I
great
mean,
hand.
it's not like he's like
Yeah.
9-4 suited, and you're like, yeah, I just want to get in there and play.
That's true.
Remaining in this level, 90 seconds.
So only less than 2 minutes left in this level, and they're going to go up to 800K big blinds. And I got news for you folks. This is not going to last too much longer. Their stacks are getting shorter. You know, and like earlier we said, when the stacks get shorter, they get all in pre-flop.
And we've already had a few short stacks double up to keep it going this far.
That is what
long
it is,
as
yeah.
yeah.
And cards around.
I said it was going to end at the 800K level, so let's see if my prediction holds true.
I like your chances, Gags.
I wonder where our hand count is.
All right, so Dan's
It's
opening
gone.
on
I
the
don't know what
button.
happened
Is
to
that
it.
on the
Don't know what he has. Kind of like that. We're up to hand 110, it says on the graphic
Oh,
there.
there you
There
go.
go 110.
Your 120's looking good. Well, maybe it's
I
really
think it's
short.
125.
Yeah.
I'm feeling really good
You're
about
looking
it.
good, yeah.
Leo folds his small blind.
Dan, little more than min raise, pretty normal looking here. Ben getting pretty short, and he is going to ship his stack here.
Doesn't look like he loves it.
So let's see. If you're Dan, what hands are you thinking about? It looks like he's considering calling. So
I mean, it's really hard to fold a lot of ace X.
I was
hands
going to
here.
say ace 8 he would have called by then, and then when he folds that quickly, I don't think it was ace 8.
Now it's probably a hand like, you know, the way he asked for a count, I feel like it was a hand that like was a good hand, but maybe you just can't call a shove.
Queen
Like
9 or
even better, like
Queen
Queen Jack,
10,
something
yeah.
like King 10, where you're like, damn, like I wish you just kind of call.
The
like,
fold might have been too fast even for King 10 actually, but
yeah, maybe
but yes, that's something around there.
in
it
that
seems
range.
like.
Jack 10s, that type of stuff.
Whereas Ben, I don't know if I doubt he was shoving all that light there.
No.
But he could have had those. It. No, he didn't look like he loved it. I think he could have those hands we were just talking about.
Yeah, or ace deuce.
Yeah.
Shoving with ace deuce though is much different than if you're Dan calling with a hand like ace 5, ace 6 even.
Leo is the button. First to act. He will raise hand.
Leo's visibly frustrated with this.
Yeah, these are those hands that you were talking about before where, you know, if you're just ripping, Ben might find the call with a hand like Queen 10.
Ben has more chips now, so I'm not advocating Dan just ripping his 16 blinds with, or 15 blinds with, no, it was about 16 with the Queen 6.
Could have raised.
You could raise fold.
Yeah.
Queen of hearts, 4 of hearts.
So when Ben had a really big draw, he checked. Okay, he does check here. I was going to say it's interesting to see if he's going to lead with just the gutter or if he just checks.
There's some overcards too. I mean, that's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, he's got a
Pretty
great
good flop.
hand. All things considered, three-handed.
Dan's going to take a stab at this here, try to get better Queen High or King 9 to fold.
You don't have much equity otherwise, so I don't mind.
Oh, I don't
like
mind that
this.
at all,
Like
yeah.
this little
I
stab.
kind of like it.
Ben calls.
Ben is not going anywhere, as we mentioned. He's a pretty strong hand with an overcard.
And he actually
and a gut
is
shot.
dominating.
And it turns out he's in fantastic shape. He's now improved to an open-ender.
This is going to be weird because the card improves Ben, but I think Dan might just start bluffing it because it seems like it should be a scary card for Ben. If I'm Dan, I think Ben is a hand like an 8. If he's a jack, even. If he's a 4. A lot of those hands are going to have a hard time calling if I bet again.
Absolutely.
Is it credible though? Do you have hands that
that's
have
the next
kings in them
question.
that you
Did-
bet the
Wow.
flop?
I mean,
Did Dan
just right off the bat,
check
you
his
can have-
option and bet the flop?
You
with
can
too
have
many
8-4,
kings?
you can have Jack 4, you can have Jack 8. Like those all make sense.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, you could potentially
All
have a
the
hand like
kings
King
up
8,
too.
King 4.
Sure, it's hard to have 2 pair though. That's a pretty good hand.
Two pair is
I
a
know
pretty
Dan
good
has a
hand.
good hand every time, but he is going to bluff again.
See the stack
Sometimes
size,
you don't
he might
even
get a
need
rip
credible
here.
hands though. If someone's just folding a lot,
Yeah, that's a good point.
you know.
No, that's for
And
sure.
I'm not saying Ben is here necessarily, but there are players that you can find those spots.
I think if I'm
Ooh,
Ben
he just
here, I
shoves.
shove a lot.
Looks like calling again.
I wonder if they're going to get the showdown with Queen High.
Ben will
They can
make
chop
call.
this pot a lot of ways too, actually.
Our river is ace
Well,
of
not
that
anymore.
Now what?
You have to check as Ben and hope that Dan bluffs again.
Yeah,
A
it
lot
does-
of draws
It does not
missed.
look like Ben had the ace could do anything for Ben, really. I mean,
We
between
definitely can't do anything for
Nah,
Dan.
he's going to lead, it looks like.
Ben declares all in.
Well,
Now
I
you
don't know
just
if that
ripped
I don't
it.
know if that was the way to get the most value, but as we said, Ben's not going to make mistakes. He's not going to wish that he bet bigger if he got called or something. So
Well, it's the tank
Drips
call
in.
out of Dan here.
Dan's at least thinking about this. Like, could Queen High possibly be the best hand? Did my opponent have 10-9 the whole time?
He's not. I mean, he's not just.
He's not going to call,
no.
but I like that he's thinking about it. I mean,
Daniel
that's
folds and will
I
take
like
the
that.
pot.
That shows that he's willing to consider making unorthodox plays, let's say.
Button is
And if he
right
thinks it's the right
at
move, he's going to
on
do
top.
it.
We're
So
at a 100K ante now, players.
makes the right decision here, as he's
Changing
made
out
pretty
the
much
dealers
every
here,
time
100K
today.
ante. 400, 800,000
Blinds going up again
on
as you hear
top
Kelly
line.
announcing.
4-8
800,000 big
with a
blind right now.
100K ante, level number 39.
Which you had more than at some point in this
I
tournament. right,
believe
guys?
I did. It was really close. I think I did. I think I had like 820.
Tyler, did you ever get over 100,000 in this tournament?
Over 100,000, yes, I did.
Okay, so you could still ante in.
Yes.
I cannot post a small blind. My
You can
max
get
was
Del. You guys both are
300,000.
still getting Del cards. So
We could
that's
get
good.
Del cards, yeah.
Yeah, I think I got to almost 200,000.
What's the most chips you've ever had in a tournament, a live tournament?
Jeez. Well, I won a tournament with people in it, so it was probably that one. But how many did I have when I won that last hand?
Now, winning the last hand doesn't count. What did you
okay.
start heads up with?
What
You
I
could have started
started.
the last hand of heads up with. Like, what's your biggest live stack in front of you?
All right, so we'd have to do a bunch of math. It's probably like 7 or 8 million. I would say.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's
that
a lot.
sounds about right to me, too.
Listen, you guys, jeez.
I don't know. I mean, third in the Borgata thing. Borgata gives you a lot of chips.
They do give you a
so-
lot of chips.
I mean, there was 1,200 players that started with a lot of chips. So I think that's probably it. We've never done that well in the main event of the World Series, but what's day 5? You have 2 or 3 million probably, right? Late day
I don't
5?
know about day 5. I cannot attest to making a day 5. That's for sure.
I've made.
Day 3 has been hard to come by for me in that tournament.
I
So
think I made the first hand of day 6 once. Is that true?
I was very, very late day 5, and I feel like I had probably 2 or 3 million.
Yeah, I
at some
think
point.
that
I don't know.
sounds about right. I was short, so I had less than that going into day 6. But yeah, you got into
All right,
the
our blinds
millions.
are up to 4-8.
pretty quickly.
4-8.
I know numerous people that have had
On the button.
numerous millions of chips in that
Call
tournament.
me 50,000.
I am not one of them, though.
Option to Leo. He checks
I haven't
it.
even hit many hundreds of thousands in that tournament.
And our flop is
Did Dan limp the
6
button here?
diamonds, 5 of
No, I think Ben limped again. Dan
Okay.
folded the small.
Leo
Yeah, because
Gotcha, Ben limped,
yeah,
gotcha.
Leo's in the big. You guys excited for the main event here at Borgata coming up
1 million.
tomorrow?
What did you say?
You excited for the main event coming
Oh,
up tomorrow?
yeah. The main event starting tomorrow is awesome.
You gonna both play tomorrow, or you wait till Monday?
Definitely playing tomorrow just in case things don't go well. And also play Monday.
I think that'll probably be my plan. We had, not that this is taking today off, but I didn't have to play any poker today. I feel like I'll be ready to go tomorrow.
You feel a little more refreshed because you
Yeah.
weren't sitting at
Now,
the
if,
table all
this
day.
thing, if these guys play 3-handed until 4 in the morning, I don't know. if
I
I'll play tomorrow,
cannot
but
foresee that happening.
I doubt it, yeah.
Although, the last time that I said a tournament had to be over by a certain point because of how many chips were in play, I played till like 8 a.m.
Nice.
I was in one. I actually was in this tournament that's going on right now, the 300 that was on the Saturday before something, and there was only like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but there was like 5 million in play, and so I was like, oh, it has to be over by, the 160,000 big blind, and I think we got to 300,000 big blinds. Like we
Nice.
played for an extra 2 levels or 3 levels or something. But I can't imagine, these guys are not going to make it.
Dan will raise 1.6 million.
12 million, give or take.
Yeah, I think I'm going to play. I think I'm probably actually going to play Monday and play some of this
All the online stuff.
online stuff tomorrow. Yeah.
So Dan was down to 15 blinds going into this hand, and he just had to raise folds with 10-6 suited on the button. So Dan's down to 10.2
Dan
million
is getting
now, so
short now,
he's
huh?
pretty short, yeah.
Yeah.
He's looking at about 13 blinds.
Yeah, back to the open ripping stage.
Yeah.
But he still does have a 3-bet. He still has fold equity with a 3-bet shove.
Oh, for sure. He's got a ton.
I don't know about a ton, but yes, he should have some.
Well, I mean, when
they open pretty light now. So
yeah,
it is
when
good.
guys are
All
opening
right.
lighter, and I mean,
I call, but
anyone calling here is still calling. Leo's a chip leader, and he's still calling more than a third of his stack.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's still a lot
You
of
can't just
chips.
call it off
Yeah.
with a queen 10 because
Also first to act.
Watch me.
well, in that case, I mean, just open rip it then. I mean,
Yeah,
you
no,
don't
I-
want to induce any action.
Well, the problem with open ripping is you have another guy with 30 blinds. So
Yeah.
I mean, with 2 10s it would be okay. But yeah, no, just against Dan, I would. If it's folded in
Right.
small blind,
Small
I'm
blind.
open ripping it. Yeah.
Leo wakes up with a big hand this time.
And Leo raises 2.1 million is the raise.
See a face
Ben
card
lays
going
it
in
down,
like that.
and Dan lays it down as well. Our button
Yeah, they both have
is
face
with
cards.
Ben. 100,000
those
ante,
were bad hands,
400, 800 are our blinds.
It's finally
frustrating.
seeing more normal hands. I felt like earlier we were seeing aces, kings, jacks every single hand.
We did a
We
lot.
were
And then we
seeing
had a little
lot.
bit of a drought there, which is reassuring, I would say.
All the statistics in the world, mathematics are evening themselves out.
Yes, exactly.
Can't run hot forever. It's funny how, in play like this, sometimes you really do need big hands to align in order to knock people out, and otherwise people kind of fold forever. And in other situations, you want people to not have hands because you have one player that's just winning all of the pots. We kind of don't have either here. We kind of have a weird situation where people are playing aggressive. Everyone seems to be picking up pots uncontested, like they're all kind of taking their turns. So I feel like we kind of may have to wait for hands then to knock people out.
Yeah, I think the most likely thing will be hand over hand. But the one player who might have busted out in a blaze of glory with did just that with.
Yeah, he would have, like I said, he would have definitely pushed the action.
These guys it seems like they're willing to bluff, but I don't see a big bluff to go broke.
Nothing like that,
too
no.
likely. Although Buzgon is so short now that he easily could ship a bad hand and go broke that way, but that's not really the same thing.
No, not at all. Pushing pre-flop when you have a minimum of 35% equity is not nearly the same as shoving a river when you have 0% equity.
Okay, so Ben doesn't have too many chips either. I mean, he's got 11.8 million back now.
Leo checks.
He opens a button and flops a set, so now he's and Leo happened to flop top pair, so
Yeah,
we're gonna see some fireworks.
This should get in. This should get in one way or the other. I don't think Leo's going to find a fold somewhere.
No, I think he may even just check raise here.
He's got running diamond possibilities.
Running straight too, but it's not a lot.
Leo calls.
No, he does just call. I think that's the correct play here.
Yeah, I like it.
You are going to lose.
It's going to get into the turn.
Yeah,
with having a pot-sized bet left. Hey, that's a good
really
card.
good
Definitely
card for
getting
Leo.
in now.
Leo picks up a double gutter. I think we're just going to see Ben just shove. Yeah, Leo's not going to fold. I don't think he's ever going to get away from this. It's not going to be easy, but I think he's going to make a call.
Yeah, he has to call here. It's just such a big hand for what he could possibly have with this action.
Ben looks a little nervous.
I actually do think that Leo is mostly behind when he gets it in here, but I mean, too bad. You know, there's you have
I mean,
the
it's
straight
definitely
outs
possible Ben
and-
has some flush draws or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure if he's mostly behind. I mean,
He
but you're
just-
right. Ben.
Did he just say, I think this is one of the worst calls I'm going to ever make? Is that what he said?
I couldn't hear that.
I think that's what I just got from him mouthing and sort of hearing. Yeah, he does call.
I mean, he's stuck calling there.
Yeah, he is. He's only has 8 outs.
Of sevens.
I think Ben is probably disappointed to see that
That
up
he's not
against
drawn
8
dead,
outs.
yeah.
Why isn't he
Just
drawn?
dead.
Why doesn't he have ace 10?
And a straight draw. He needs
some
a
pair
deuce
gut
to
shot
pull it out
combos
on
in
the
there.
river.
Or 6.
Let's drop a deuce. King of clubs on the river.
So Ben's going to double up to about 30 blinds, a little more, and Leo's going to drop down.
I think it's official. They've all doubled through each other at some point now.
Yeah, they really turned the tips around.
9,700,000.
Ben still doesn't look too happy.
No, he doesn't.
He's doubled up.
I don't think he's going to be happy
thrilled.
until this tournament is over
Yeah,
and he's
I
won it.
mean, I understand that, man. It's stressful. So here's a chip count update.
Yeah, so Ben is the new
has
chip
taken
leader.
over the chip lead. Dan on the short stack with 11 blinds, and Leo right in the middle with 25 blinds.
So even though Dan has picked up a bunch of hands, we've talked about him running good, being lucky. He has been unlucky a few times, and people have been all in at risk, and just none of those guys have lost. So
Yeah, and he's been outflopped a couple times too. In some key hands. He lost the race with 10s against Ace King.
Right.
He hasn't had all the luck go his way. He's had a lot of big hands, but he definitely hasn't had all the luck go his way. at this table.
400, 800.
And all these all-in pots, these big confrontations and counting on the chips and stuff, this is what, kind of drags these levels also, too.
Yes.
And this is why these stacks get shorter and shorter. If one of these guys, think of 4 all-in to go, when we could have knocked someone out and gone heads up.
Oh, yeah.
And they could have been playing 50 big blinds deep heads up. Now, the blinds have gone up twice. They're only going to be playing 30 bigs deep heads up.
Folds over the Leo.
yeah, I mean, and that's assuming that they're around even stacks. Like it's,
Yeah.
It's much more likely that one's gonna have 10 or less.
Leo raises 1.8 million, takes it down.
Haven't seen Ben do a lot of playing back
Able to do it, Leo. Ben is a
really at
small blind,
all
Daniel's the big
lately.
blind.
Yeah,
I
he was
mean,
making
even-
some moves earlier.
Even a hand like that, Jack 4 suited, it's not a good hand, but it's a possible 3-bet bluff hand if you wanted to. I mean, you
Do you
could've tried.
remember Ben's bluff with King 10 of Hearts versus Dan Wach, like with 10 left, when he raised the turn on the Jack XX Jack board?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we checked
Like-
after he checked back the flop.
Yeah, like where did that come from? We haven't seen
Cards are
anything
in
like
here,
that.
Leo.
Well, he turned up the heat a little bit when they were down to 6 or 7, I think.
Yeah,
he
but it
played 3 or
stopped.
4
What
hands in a row.
happened?
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of surprising.
Folds over the bet.
Well, he's gonna play this one.
He is going to play this one.
I would love it just because you've been doing that a lot
Yeah.
to Buzz.
All in.
This either sending him
Daniel
all in,
folds,
making
then
him
takes it
all
down.
his 10 blinds. But
He
yeah, limping
shows
would've
it,
been
yeah.
okay. Showing it, I don't like.
Limping it would have been very good. He's limped the last couple, but
Which reinforces my theory that if he does limp, Dan should just ship because
Yep.
he doesn't have it. Yeah.
you did call that quite a while ago.
Daniel and Leo are the blinds. Ben is the button.
It's always fun when you think that's the situation and you shove a pretty poor hand and the guy's like, how much is it?
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
the
see it.
best. Then get called by Queen 9. You
Yeah.
I've had that happen.
I've
by
had
the
that
way.
happen
Me too.
I'm not going to say that this, my strategy always worked. I've definitely
Any
shoved
turn,
8-4 and
cards are
gotten
here,
called by
some
Queen
cards
10
are
or
bent.
whatever.
Yep.
They're
But
like,
they
"Ah, it's
definitely
time to
weren't
gamble."
planning on it.
Right.
Folds over to Daniel.
I don't understand some of the people just hit their cracking point sometimes, whether it be due to time or fatigue, or they just have had enough of one person winning pots and just pick some random hand to go all in with sometimes.
Like
This
7-3
is
suited.
this is pretty interesting. He has
I mean,
9
this isn't
big blinds.
so random. I
Right.
think this is actually a pretty easy shove.
Yeah, I think I might fold that.
I'm
just
not surprised that
because
Dan
Leo
folded the way
takes down
he's.
to 5.
Well, he would have
Other
gotten called by
players-
Leo there.
He
Yeah.
definitely
Other
would
players
have
are short.
gotten called, but
I guess the other players aren't that short.
I mean it's consistent with how he's been playing. If you didn't shove Queen 8 offsuit there before, I think you shouldn't shove 7-3 suited either. But I think you should shove both those hands.
I
so.
can't imagine he folded Queen 8 off.
Yeah, that was surprising.
7-3 is pretty close, I guess.
There's a chance with that Queen 8 that maybe he saw Leo look at his cards. Maybe he already thought
That's
that
definitely
there's
possible.
Like a physical thing
Might have happened
involved.
here too.
Yeah, we said Leo does look at his cards as soon as they're dealt, so.
He's gonna ship this button, right? Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I mean, he's going to ship it really wide.
Yeah, ship
he's,
this.
He's shipping that.
Yeah, no, I also don't think he would have shipped 4 deuce or something, but yes,
No.
very wide.
What does he have?
King 6
7, no,
off.
7.2.
9 big blinds.
Yeah, 9 big blinds.
He might find a fold
Oh,
with his
come
hands.
on.
It's certainly possible.
It's
'cause
not
Yeah, it's
suited.
possible,
It's not
right.
King 10 or 9 or something like that.
The other
It's-
two have the size stacks that can bust each other.
And
So
they can't, but they can't, at the same time, they can't really call that wide.
yeah, that too.
they've been playing some really,
Daniel bounces
like,
all
no
in.
one's considering
Leo
calls
folds.
with that many hands.
His timing has been
Shows
amazing
7
too.
spades,
Yeah.
The times he
club.
chooses to shove, they have
Daniel takes down
nothing,
the
and then the times he folds, they
Folds
have
over
big
Leo.
hands.
Yeah.
That's just itself too
Sure.
right there. It's so easy for Dan to have 7-5 suited instead of 7-3 suited and easily shove, and then just run into ace-10 to be out of the tournament. So getting actually dealt bad hands sometimes is actually running well.
Cards are in the air. Ben is a small blind. Daniel's
You
a
hear
big
us,
blind.
Buzgon? We're giving you no credit. You're just running high. You've done nothing good. It's all about those cards you got.
Forget about making the right decision every single time.
No,
that was just,
it
that
doesn't
was just
matter.
luck.
It's all the cards.
We have almost 25 bigs here.
Raise
We do have
is
25,
announced.
yeah.
We'll still chip leader, right?
Is he?
I thought Ben had taken
25
over the
blinds,
chip.
that's what I was
5, 10, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23. He's got like 25-ish.
Ben does, right? And Leo,
Yeah.
Leo at 20. So.
Okay, yeah, so Ben is a little bit more. Yeah, he's got it right about 25.
It's a big raise from the button.
Very big raise.
What are you up to?
Almost 3x.
3x,
2.35. And Ben's just going to fold Queen Jack in the
Whoa.
small line. That's pretty surprising. And Dan's trying to figure out what to make of this 3x sizing here. He knows he doesn't have any fold equity if he moves in. Can he pull out the old school stop and go play here?
I don't think he does that. I think there's more of a chance that
Love
he
it.
shoves and Leo folds than there is that he does that.
There's no chance he folds, right?
Yeah, there is.
Really?
Absolutely.
I
there
mean,
is.
it's not zero.
Okay, all right.
Of course
you guys
there's a
talking
chance,
into
for
it.
sure
There's a
that-
chance.
I don't think it's very likely. Leo does not seem like he likes to fold in these situations, but
I mean,
it's possible.
Dan only has 7 million, right?
Yeah.
And he's open for 2.4.
7.8 million. It's almost 10 big blinds. There's
Okay.
it's highly likely that Leo folds.
Really?
Dan
Yeah.
does move all in.
Bounces
He's
all
snap
in.
folded.
Leo folds.
Wow, you
Leo
guys are right.
folds. Yeah, he's on for 8.6. It's
And
6
takes it
more
down by a
to
move
call.
over the Ben.
That's crazy.
See, like, that's a situation like I was talking about before where that hand is so borderline for Dan to be
Small blind
shoving.
Daniel, big blind Leo.
If Leo snap folds there, you know that Leo's like just not even considering calling with some of his weaker hands. That it might make, if Leo thinks about it a bit more, it might make Dan not want to shove there next time.
Yeah, that could be.
That
And
type
I mean,
of stuff.
now that he sees that there is full deck
Cards are in
leader,
the
he
air,
should be
Ben's
moving
first
in
stack.
all the time.
He should
I
be
mean,
moving in
that's-
quite wide,
yeah.
but we just haven't seen it. Nice shot. You see our 6 max tournament winding down to the final table there. I think there's about 6 players left over there. Anybody you guys know over at that final table?
Was Jerry there? Jerry's a good friend of mine.
I'm not sure. I didn't get to see who was there. I just know I saw a tweet they were down to 6 or 7.
Yeah, I don't want to impose that Jerry's a good friend of mine on him. He might not want him like a good friend. I like Jerry a lot, and we often eat together.
You just outed him.
Yeah.
Oh man, everyone knows I'm friends with Matt. can't be seen at the Borgata anymore.
Takes a button. Leo's on the
You guys
small
opened my
blind.
eyes to the kinds of hands people will fold. I'll tell you that.
Is this the blog here?
I believe so. Yes.
Action starts with Daniel.
Dan moves all in from the button here.
And
King 10
Daniel
hearts much
bounces
easier
all in.
shove than the King 6.
That free money from the last hand added on to me, so that's nice.
And it will again get through. Not only did they both have bad hands, but they both shared some cards in it too.
Both. Daniel takes it down.
Still hanging on with these 3. Not the most unlikely of 3 that
Leo's
we
on
could
the
have picked
button, Ben's small
these
blind,
guys from the
Daniel's the
start.
big blind, cards
Now,
are in
Leo
the
was
air.
the chip
Action
leader.
starts with the button.
Buzgon, in my opinion, the strongest player that was left.
You know, I wouldn't have picked Ben from the start, but after seeing him play a few hands, I was, pretty confident that he definitely had a shot at this.
Me too. And there's nobody from the original time that I would have.
So Leo just moved in for 20 blinds from the button. It's suited.
This is another one of those hands that I think it shows profit.
Look at Dan thinking about. I mean,
if Dan folds his hand, there's no doubt about it showing profit by shoving King 8 here.
So Dan's only got 15 blinds, so he'd be calling a little bit shorter than what Leo is. And I mean, I don't know what kind of range do you think Dan is go on to
Not
ship?
King
We haven't seen it at
That's
all.
for sure.
No, he definitely thinks it's stronger than that.
Yeah,
I would think it's a lot of small pocket pairs.
15
Yeah,
personally.
Maybe King Queen.
Yeah, that King Queen
Jack.
again, yeah.
The small aces. It's.
I mean, if you think it's the small aces, you have to call.
It's out of character. We haven't seen.
No, we
this at all.
haven't. No.
See, this is one I think I would fold actually, because I would not have expected Leo to have a bad hand.
I mean, I don't expect him to have
it's a
King
big-
8, but I expect him to have maybe King Queen, King Jack, maybe pocket 3s. And against those hands, the real question here is, does he ever have a hand like Ace 10 or Ace Jack?
I think he does.
If he
personally.
does, then you're probably in trouble.
That's why I'm folding. I think he has that a lot actually.
But the way he's been playing, I don't know. I don't really think it's that likely that he has those hands.
You think it's pairs and stronger hands than that, or
I
you
think it's like weird middle hands that he doesn't know what to do with, like pocket 3s and maybe. I don't know. It's really hard to range people that don't do this too often.
Right.
Yeah, this is really tough because he
he
hasn't done it. I could probably find a fold. Maybe
That's why
I don't know,
Buzgon's
it's
struggling
tough.
with it.
The small aces are a big part of it.
There's something to be said
He's gonna love it if he calls off.
Yeah,
nice.
What a great call.
Daniel
A
makes the
single
call.
time, the right
Heads
move.
up to the flop.
All the
Daniel
close
shows
ones
ace
we've
of
talked about,
clubs,
he's
ace
gotten
of
And he's going to be
clubs,
real happy to see he's really
Yeah,
far
he's
ahead
gonna
here.
love
diamonds,
this.
8 of diamonds.
And once you see that hand, you kind of slap
whoa.
yourself and say,
Absolutely.
well, guess I should call faster
Yes,
next time.
pat herself on the back for that one. Like I didn't.
You can.
Flop
I didn't
is
make up some range that was
spades,
wrong.
We went flop.
Monster.
This is one of those.
Daniel's in the lead with
It's one of those spots where I think maybe Leo just kind of got tired. Just wanted to get it in.
6 of diamonds.
This is the shortest stack,
Some chop outs
big
here.
blind wise, we've seen Leo play.
Right.
The
He
whole
hasn't
tournament.
had to deal with that yet. Yeah.
Deuce of spades.
There's a deuce, and
Yeah.
Buzgon will double
He's
up.
gonna double up, and now
Leo's not out.
Leo's gonna be very short.
He's going to be very short.
Five.
5, yeah. But he will not be out. That's what you just see him asking Buzgon, do you cover me? And Dan
It's a
quickly
really
says
tough
no.
spot because the temptation, if you're Dan there, is to say this guy would not have risked this tournament with that really big hand here. He still has 20 blinds. But on the other side of the coin, I have a top, 10% kind of hand, and it's pretty tough to lay that down in a three-handed match.
It
if
is.
Someone opens the
It
button.
is.
I wonder if Dan got to play with Leo when Leo was around this size at all
Earlier in the
yesterday.
tournament?
Yeah, because he hasn't been at all yet today, so we don't have any information on that.
No, I mean, there's some players that when they get down to 15, 20 bigs will shove almost any two on the button.
Yeah.
Yet when they have bigger stacks, they play much tighter or much more straightforward. And maybe Leo's one of those players. Maybe Dan, knows that or has an idea, suspicion that that's the way he plays. Good call by Dan either way.
I mean, every decision Dan's made has been right so far.
Absolutely.
All the borderline ones that we've discussed, I think we mostly arrived on the same side as Dan, but
I don't know. He folded that queen eight still. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, no, we
let
don't like
that one go.
But that wasn't even one we discussed. That was just
right.
We gotta get a.
I would have folded that one, I think, because I think I would have talked myself into some
ace-8,
stronger
yeah.
range for that shove. But I might not have, because if I'd played with him more, I might have had a better feel for what he was shipping with. But just in the abstract, I feel like 20 blind shove should be a better hand than that. But maybe not.
But at the same time, the biggest hands are going to raise. They're not going to just.
Is there any hand that Dan would not shove here? I mean, ace 10 is obviously one of them. Leo calls very quickly without
I think he would shove everything, because we know Leo would fold hands, so he might as well shove everything.
I don't think Leo would fold now. Right after that hand, he has 5 big blinds, right?
Yeah, but he folded before for 5 million more when he had getting a better price. Now he's anyway.
That's a different scenario. I think I'd give a walk with some deuce 4, deuce 5 type hands.
For Dan. Oh, that's not going to help. Leo jumps out to the lead, but Dan has a bunch of straight outs now to go with it. So an ace, a king, or an 8 for Dan. Otherwise, Leo is going to double up again.
6 of hearts.
Yep, staying in the tournament.
With a blank, we do not lose another player. Now, if Leo conversing with Dan Travell, maybe Jason switch sides.
I wish I could have heard that. He was eye rolling.
Yeah, looks right about 4.
So back to 10.
750,000. Leo takes it down with a pair of jacks.
I mean, those are not insignificant. That's a very important part right there. Like, Dan doesn't just end the Leo tournament. That's a lot of chips Dan stack.
Daniel takes the button. Leo's on the small blind.
How many chips does Dan have? 2 million? Yeah.
Annies are in. Cards are in the air.
That might not even be that bad for him, honestly, doubling up Leo.
Oh, I can understand.
Like, just being able to play three-handed and pick up a lot of chips if you think you have a bigger edge three-handed than heads up. But that's the case here. But there are situations where, if Dan had let's say the other stacks are the same and Dan had 35 million, I feel like you can kind of grind the other two guys down quicker before going heads up. Like when you get heads up with somebody, anybody can win. If someone has a 2-to-1 chip lead, it doesn't mean it's over. But when you're three-handed, if you can grind people down even further and they get heads up with the 3 or 4-to-1 chip lead, that's much tougher to come back from.
I definitely see what you're saying, Gags, but
I don't think it applies.
I think Dan wanted to win them.
Yeah, I think
get
he
the pay
did
jump and win the money.
For sure,
yeah.
for sure. In this situation, absolutely.
Cards are in the air.
Guys, we're still here. Tweet us at Borgata Poker, hashtag Borgata Poker or hashtag Borgata Poker Open.
Or Winter.
Borgata Poker Live. Okay.
Borgata Poker Live.
Borgata Poker Live.
God, this is saying that Leo is in for 5.7 million, but that can't be right if he.
Well, he just folded
only had
small.
Well, if he doubled up from 4 before though, maybe he had fewer chips than we thought. But
maybe it's 5.7 to call.
5,200,000. Daniel lays it down.
Anyway, it gets through, and so Leo has a pretty big increase to his stack then, picking up
It's
those
a
blinds.
large increase to stack. It's great waking up with a pair
Yeah,
there, too.
5.8 to 7.2, not bad.
It's not a natural.
I can't hear it, but it looks like the rail's getting a little rowdy now. I see some beers being consumed, maybe.
They're not making any noise at all.
No.
They should be getting rowdy. It should be that time of night, but they're not obliging yet.
Action starts with Ben.
We need some guy from Australia to bring his rail here.
Shoe bombs on this rail.
Folds over to Daniel.
And Dan shoves 10 bigs effective. And Leo snaps. Dan is 8-7. We don't know Leo's hand. Looks like Leo is
Wow.
queen high. Wow.
Wait, what?
Well, it's not 10, but that is a interesting
Yeah, it's
call.
less than 10, I guess, but
Leo's really changed it up
Jack of
now.
diamonds,
This is
three of diamonds, five of spades.
really, really loose on a
ahead
short
with the pair
stack.
of
the
fives.
5
We've
improves
not
Leo,
learned.
but it doesn't really make it too much of a difference. Dan's still looking for the 8 or the 7. It's actually not a great card
Four of clubs.
Couple more
because there's
outs
some stuff like that that it can improve
Daniel
too.
picks up a couple outs. And let's see a river.
3 spotter. We'll do it for Buzgon. Leo was going to double again.
Leo takes it down with a pair of fives.
With a
Wow,
quick
an
call
instant call
the-
with the queen 5.
That's definitely surprising.
He plays much looser on a short stack than he does on a big stack. When he gets short, he's ready to gamble. That's just how it is. Playing for the win.
I wonder if Dan knew that when he called with the ace or 2, like you were saying, because if you'd seen him
6,600,000.
play short at all, then he would have.
If I've seen him do this, I would have snapped the ace 8 suited.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. He's right back to tied.
That's crazy that Ben is.
Double both the other, like the sum of half the chips.
Well, just by folding, he's just been
Seems like it.
keeping the chip lead.
Daniel takes the button. Leo's on the small blind. Ben is on the big
I'm
blind.
expecting Leo to get it in pretty wide quickly now, and the other guys are probably gonna have to wait for that.
Cards are in the air.
It puts them in an interesting spot.
Action starts with
Man, 17
Daniel.
bigs and ace 3 with a guy who's getting it in light and small blind. This
Tough
is a tough spot.
Sure is.
I mean, I'd still raise.
Yeah,
Leo's
I think I would
probably
just
just
open.
not.
Yeah.
You know, with
then what?
back to 17 bigs, he's still probably not shoving
Daniel
that wide.
raises.
Okay, so you're gonna
Not
fold
too
to a
much.
Leo
Yeah,
raise?
I would just
Okay.
raise fold. He might even call here sometimes. Like he did
Oh,
that
I think
before.
he'll definitely call here sometimes. He might even call.
Oh,
with his
I
hand.
don't know what he's thinking about with this hand.
He thinks he's really short.
If he shoves this, then yeah, I think you're right. It was a bad
Okay.
bad
Leo
open, but
folds over the bet.
I wouldn't have hated him shoving that, by the way. But
ace 3.
no, the king 6 suited.
Oh, king 6.
Yeah.
Call
No, he was offsuit, wasn't he?
1.6 million. We're
Suited.
heads up to the
Oh,
flop.
oh, okay. I wouldn't hate Ben just
Deuce of
shoving here.
diamonds, three of
Well, I
hearts,
think Ben
eight
has
of
seen
diamonds.
some
Crazy
wild
diamonds,
play
yeah.
going on, so he just doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded him shoving. In fact, that's probably what I would have done in his situation.
Ben has flopped the
Ben puts out a bet of
literal or
1.1 million.
dots here.
Yeah, not literal, but monster hand.
Yeah.
And he leads right out. There's no way Dan's able to that lead out with middle pair here.
I don't really like the
Kicker,
lead,
so-
honestly.
No, I don't either.
You know, there's so many times this board that Dan just misses, and he'll check. If you want to, you know, play a bigger pot, just check raise. Like I think that's reasonably fine.
Yeah, you have a strong enough hand to check raise here. For
Yeah,
sure.
definitely.
Now what? When you're Dan,
I think Dan calls.
call
here.
and try to get the showdown as cheaply as possible.
Call, see what he does in the turn, see what the turn card is. I mean, there's a lot of turn cards he's gonna hate, but
Do you guys think that the donk lead, do they continue and bet the turn very often, or do you think they give up more often?
I think that's highly dependent
Daniel
on the
makes a
player.
call.
I mean, usually donk leads are weak, and so usually if they're called, they
See a turn?
check on the turn bet. This is not that situation here. This is a
Six of
good hand.
spades.
So Ben should be
Action starts
firing
with Ben.
again here, and that looks like that's what he's gonna do.
That card may save Dan a bit here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
think
that-
about the hands that Ben might be leading. I think 5 big
It's
portion of that.
definitely in there. For sure,
2,500,000 is the bet.
I still don't hate peeling.
maybe
Again,
even 6-5.
you obviously beat a lot of diamonds and stuff still. You random hands that are just leading for no reason. You know, just random queen 10 offs and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I wouldn't fold yet. I don't think.
also, it's just really hard for people to bluff 3 times
6.
if they're bluffing.
I mean, it's a pretty tough board for Dan. I mean, it's kind of a cooler, honestly, 3-handed to flop middle pair top kicker against top pair top kicker.
Just 2 guys having aces is already kind
Yeah.
of cooler.
They both connected so well with
Super
the flop,
tough spot.
too.
I hate the 6 so much. I might fold it to this ace 3. I don't know.
Do you really think he's going to bet if he's a hand like 6-5, though? Or do you think it's down at that point?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it seems
I
like
feel like
his
it's
spot is
diamonds or an 8 or
5-4.
5-4. Yeah.
Or there's a random nonsense factor, like just the
Yeah,
percentage,
just-
like if
just
you just
like-
leading with 10-9 off or
Just
something.
he bet the flop with 9-7 for some reason. and
Well, I
picked
guess
up an
10-9
open
would have
ender
a
or
gutter.
something.
Yeah,
like,
10-9,
yeah.
Daniel
Dan's
Paul,
sticking around one more
2.5
time.
million.
You know, if you're
river.
Ben here, you might even slow down on the river.
6 of hearts.
That's a pretty good river card for Ben.
No, he's not slowing down.
Ben announces all in.
Man.
I mean,
That's a tough fold.
do we really think Ben is bluffing here very often?
What is he doing this with for value? I don't even know if I would think
Yeah.
ace-8's in this range. Like, first off, ace-8 might shove pre-flop. Second, he might not lead.
King 8 and Queen 8 might not shove.
I don't think they do this.
The 6 does.
A 6 does.
The
If he
6
somehow got there with a 6. Or 8-6, something like that.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm finding a fold here. This is a tough spot. That river card's just so good for your hand.
There's an outside chance that he still played a big pair pre-flop.
Yeah.
You know, we obviously have an ace in our hand if we're Dan, but aces, kings, queens even are not out of the question. Although, you know, us being able to see bets, we probably don't think he's going to do that. Probably been playing, like we said, he doesn't want to make a mistake.
I mean, Tyler, or one of you guys just said it's really hard to bluff 3 times, and Ben, not a very experienced player. For him to have, Dan's got to pretty much put him on a triple barrel bluff to think his hand is good here. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. He could definitely have diamonds or something, but I mean, Ben doesn't seem like he's wanted to risk his tournament on a bluff. And he's not risking his tournament, but he'd be in really bad shape.
Nice shot of both players here.
Called. Yeah, good work by the camera crew.
You know, I do wish that Dan was looking at Ben a little harder for a little longer, trying to pick something up. Just anything at this point.
Maybe he's flipping a coin.
He's trying to figure out how much he has if he folds,
Well, if
what his tournament is like afterwards.
If history is any guide, Dan's going to fold because he's made the right move every single time so far. And now he's staring.
I would bet Dan calls here. This is just, it's a line that's not very credible. The triple barrel on with anything for value that's not very hands there. I think this is a really, really tough fold.
Yeah, if he's giving him value, he's going to think.
Think back to the way that Ben played that Queen 5 of diamonds hand, though. And the way he...
So passively, right?
Well, he
check
didn't
call, check raise this
even
turn.
bet the flop with it.
Right.
Like, he checked the flop, he got to a turn, and then made a decision on the turn. Like, if we can really put that together, you know, with him probably doing something like check shoving a big draw on the flop, then this becomes a little more likely to be a fold.
Yeah.
I mean, he can talk himself into that he had a 6 with the diamonds randomly and to 3 6s. But
that makes sense.
He played it that way earlier when he had the 9-6 of spades, when he turned he had second pair and he turned the
and
flush
it could
draw.
still be 5-4. I mean, that's got to still be in his thinking too. In fact, that's probably the hand he should be most worried about, if anything, would be 5-4.
Absolutely. If you're and you have the ace of diamonds, does that make you slightly more likely to call? Because you cut some of those ace-4, ace-5 diamond combos.
You mean more
Oh,
likely?
wow, he's getting him to talk now.
More likely to call or fold if you have the ace
Call.
of
That's either.
I would think fold because you cut out some of his.
Yeah,
flush
you
draw.
want to fold
got-
more.
he's
Yeah.
got some bluffs. This is interesting. He got Ben to talk a little bit, and Ben was smiling and
And
he
yeah,
was
Ben
comfortable.
does not look.
No, he
I
doesn't.
think Dan picked up on it. He knows this is a really
Trying to
tough
hide his
spot.
emotion
I mean,
with
this
that.
is a huge. This is a big hand, 3-handed to have ace-3 on this board.
It's a fairly clean run out. If it wasn't a 6, you know, if this ran out 7-7 and 5-4 doesn't get there, I don't think there's any way Dan gets away from this.
I agree.
I'd be really surprised to see Ben with ace-8 though. I'd be really upset about it. Like,
No.
if you're Dan and you have 2 9s here, I feel like he kind of tanks the same amount of time. I think he does wind up making a call with 2 9s.
5-4 is the one we're worried about, and the 2 9s doesn't do any better against that than.
You know,
ace-3 does.
obviously.
Worried about, I mean, any 8. I think you can get 3-barreled with 8-9.
You really think Ben could have 8-9 here? Well,
I don't think so. I mean, I think that there's some players that would do that, but I don't think we'd see it from Ben. That's just such a thin, especially when the 6 pairs. It's just such a thin river shove.
Trying to go back to something else. Well, Ben did with the ace deuce when he didn't believe Leo. He just kind of ripped it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yep.
There's a thin value spot.
Well, credit Dan for taking his time here when I think we might have even called by now. I'm not sure. And I think he did pick up on something, and now he's trying to decide whether to go with his read or whether to go with the fact that he has a really good hand for this board.
Go through the whole hand again and
Yeah,
rethink it and rethink it.
I think he's going to make this lay down.
Wow, that's really
I think
awesome.
he is too. You know, and there's, you know, people talk about playing slow and taking time and stuff like that, and there's a difference between people who take their time, people who really rethink decisions, and you can tell that Dan's really just going over this and over this and over this and going through the line and remembering all these, trying to recall all these hands that, you know, we've been discussing and that we brought up, and it's much easier for us to do it because we have nothing at stake. We can remember all the hands that happened, and we've seen their cards in every hand from the beginning of the hand to the end of the hand. It's much easier for us to remember where, you know, Dan just got a shot to see Queen 5 right at the end of the showdown.
And even we're saying we might call here, and like he's gonna, and we know.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Really big laydown.
Every time Dan gets it right.
Ben's going to take down the pod, but it moves
I mean,
over the
Dan
wheel.
deserves to win this tournament. I'm really rooting for him.
Now, having said that, as great a fold as that was, Dan is in dire straits here with just 10 blinds left, I think.
Yeah, right about there. Oh, we told him his hand. He said he had ace 3.
He's not lying, guys. Ace 3 is what it was.
Ben
Unless
is
our
on the
cameras
small
were on.
blind, Daniel's on the big blind. Cards are in the air.
That'd be some coincidence. He
Leo's gonna start
made up a
reacting.
hand and just happened to be the hand that cameras incorrectly got.
Are you just going to see a rip here, or is he going to?
Seems like it, based on the way he's been going.
Might be
seems
too
like
good.
right?
It might be too good a hand.
Looks like you guys are
Yeah,
right.
he just announces
as always.
Raise is announced.
Raise.
So now, I mean, man, that ace 8 was a really easy call. We
Yes.
didn't know it was, but.
Right. See, I thought he would have ripped with this hand, but he's obviously got a different plan. Although his plan is not necessarily even consistent from.
He also may be like
Oh.
considering his stack versus the other stacks.
Yeah.
So now that Dan is shorter than him, he may feel that, you know, is like, or his stack size rather is bigger than it actually is.
And he's 3x'd here. I don't think Dan can really do anything. Well, I mean, he could shove and hope that Leo folds like he did last time for this stack. I wouldn't, but
I wouldn't do it with a hand like this. You know, the ace 3 last time had, I mean, the hands don't have an incredible difference in equity. Ace 3 off versus, you know, Jack 8 suited, but I don't know. There's just something about shoving a hand like Jack 8 and getting called by King 10, and then you just, no one hits a hand and you lose that. It just feels much worse. And a lot of players will shove ace 3 way before Jack 8.
Yeah. I mean, I think ace 3 is going to do better, or slightly better than Jack 8 suited. You're right. They're not that different.
They're not that different. It does, you know, you have to.
You have a little blocker value.
It really depends on Leo's exact ranges and stuff, but
it's pretty hard to find what Leo's doing when he snap called the Queen 5 for 8 big blinds, but then folded.
That's
for
true.
That 3-bet shove.
Right. So that's what I'm saying
It's
is I
tough.
don't even know if it's consistent from one action. to
It's
like,
not.
Yeah.
You know, he may be going off of different reads and different stack sizes and that type of stuff. And, you know, you're right, like when he's short, he just wants to gamble.
The live poker room's still around here, guys. Play in January, 50 hours, and you got bonus dollars.
Super comp dollars.
So with the button folding, I think we're just going to see Dan rip 10-7. It's certainly not the best hand.
I mean, he didn't rip Queen 8, so.
Daniel lays it down.
Yeah,
That's a little surprising. I mean, but he's shorter, too.
The Queen 5 call is deterring
maybe.
him
It
from
may be,
doing
yeah.
bad hands.
I mean, you know, again, I would have shoved there, as I think I've said every time that it was close. I would have shoved in these pre-flop spots, but Dan's being consistent anyway. He's not going below that line.
It's really tough to shove in these spots when you just kind of have a hard time pinning down exact calling ranges. You shove hands that are, you know, unexploitable, that you're basically going to make money regardless of what your opponent's calling.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, some of those super bottom hands, you're not really making, you're like breaking even if the guy's calling way too wide.
Right. I think Dan's actually folded some of those unexploitable.
Queen 8
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. 10-7 offsuit for 9 blinds. Yeah,
There's a shove.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a shove. I don't know if it's an unexploitable shove, but it's definitely a shove.
Button moves to Leo. Ben and Danny are the blinds.
The way to
Hands are in,
exploit that
cards are in
shove
the
is to
air.
call too wide, and that's what.
That's probably what Leo's doing.
Probably
Yeah.
what Leo's doing. Maybe, but he might be
Leo's
wide
first
too.
back.
we don't know.
Maybe some full
because-
Queen 8 suited before. He's not going to fold. He almost postured like he was going to fold for a second.
Does
Wow,
he?
he does fold. That's really surprising. Oh, no.
Interesting.
That was suited.
Yeah,
right?
7-6 suited.
I feel like my eyes are playing tricks on me.
Yeah,
that was
suited,
interesting.
right.
We're back to Ben limping here. The Matt Matros play would be to jam the deuce 3 off.
You got it.
I don't think we're going to see that from Dan.
No, I don't think so either.
Heads up to the flop.
Would have worked though.
That's what happened. Oh, he checked back. Right.
Jack of diamonds.
He didn't shove.
The Borgata Daily is $50,000, a one-day 400 today. I guess it's not a daily. It's one of the open events, but that is a large tournament.
Daniel checks. Let's see the river.
How many players did you say?
It's apparently $50,000 first.
Wow, not bad.
Oh, for the tournament today.
The 400, yeah. Yeah. That is a large field for a one-day tournament.
Ben checks.
So picking up this action, they just want check on the flop, I believe. Yes.
Yes, they did. The pot's still only 1.9 million, which is
I'm
what it is for
surprised
3
that Ben
antes
didn't
and
stab.
blinds.
Now the river.
Checks back even with.
Ten of
He checked
spades.
even the gut shot here, and now pairs the 10, and is he gonna bet for value?
I would guess so.
Huh. It's an interesting.
I don't think we're going to see a play with the nut low here.
Nope.
Ben bets 800,000.
He even
Daniel
said
lays
it
it
in
down.
low, I think. I heard him say that.
Yeah. I'm surprised that nobody took a shot at that pot a little bit earlier, just with stacks the way they are. So Ben, the kind of becoming overwhelming chip leader here. About 31 million, I think I can see there. 32 million, right around there.
The small blind, Leo's the big blind. Cards are in the air.
We'll see if he can go collect the rest of them.
Ben is first to bet.
I would imagine we're just going to see Ben fold his hand. I don't even hate opening with the stacks the way they are, just
Folds
because
over to Daniel.
no one's doing anything. There's not a lot of post-flop play at this point with the two stack sizes so short. And we're definitely going to see Dan folding this hand.
Yes, we know that.
Lays it down. Leo takes down the pot.
These hands that Leo has, this is why shoving at the 10-7 is just not so bad, because there's some hands that you're just beating with 10-7.
Yeah, I'm looking at, what used to be called the Sklansky-Chubakov numbers, because, I have to name it after Sklansky, where these guys found out the biggest stack you could shove unexploitably, and for 10-7 offsuit, it's 10.2
Cards are in the
blinds.
air.
Heads up. So apparently that is an unexploitable shove.
it down.
I knew it was close with Dan's stack,
Yeah.
but apparently that would have been okay.
Well, ace 10's not going to be close here.
Ace
Following
10
with
is
this
not
one.
going to be close.
Daniel announces all in.
We were giving it some thought, but I can't imagine he calls with this hand. Although, small blind, he's not even the big blind. He can't call here.
I don't think so.
No, he's not going to call from the small blind for about a 9 blind shove with a king 5 offsuit. No.
9,250,000. Leo lays it down. Ben lays it down. Daniel
Dan's
takes down the
timing is
pot.
great as usual.
We do have a question here that's kind of interesting from Thomas Smith asking what a standard dealer tip is when you're here. And I think standard in these things is 1 to 5%, but New Jersey also already takes 3%. They make that very public, so they take 3% for the dealers already. So you are, it's perfectly fine to not tip anything more than that. But if you feel great about the service or something like that, it's fine to add somewhere between 2 and or add whatever you
feel
want.
like.
Yeah.
I think that's a great answer, Tyler.
I think it
agree.
is too. I don't think there's really a standard for anything. A lot depends on
Over the Ben.
how you feel things are
Okay,
handled.
okay, guys. Now he does open
Daniel
ship.
calls.
20 blinds
Shows
with
ace
ace
of
jack.
hearts.
So
Queen of
Leo
Wow.
spades.
wins.
Leo
So
shows
there's
Wow, and he
just
ran
no
into-
run.
Well,
and he runs into ace queen.
That's interesting. That's
Ace-queen
not what I would have
versus
expected.
ace-jack.
No, so you open the
Pretty
ace
unfortunate
10,
for Leo
go from rep
to run into a hand like that.
Who knows?
And Dan's in a great
very
spot.
unfortunate for Leo.
Hearts,
Oh, it's even
seven
worse
of
for
hearts.
Dan has
Cuts
ace
one of
hearts.
Leo's outs.
Daniel's in the lead with ace queen.
Now the
See,
rail's
you can
going
see
crazy.
Dan's
Dan
rail
looking to-
jumping
Dan
around a
looking
little
to
bit.
double up once
See
again.
Jake Toole and some other.
It's been kind of a wild final
Three
table.
of
really.
diamonds.
I think
Daniel's
that's
still
Sean
in the
Bussey
lead.
behind Leo
Yeah.
there. So Leo's looking
And
for
the
just
river.
the jack of diamonds or jack of spades.
That's it.
Ten of
not gonna do
spades
it.
won't do it.
Ten of spades.
And once again, this Recycle's going to double up.
Doubles up.
And Leo's back down to the 5 big blinds or something.
So
like
Leo's
that again.
I'm gonna make a prediction. Leo does not stick around with the stack, and he either doubles quickly or will bust.
So it's not just the final tables I play where the short stack wins every single showdown. It's
This is a lot in a row. You know, it wasn't happening. We lost so many people so fast,
Yeah.
and then three-handed, it's just been every combination of double after double.
If you check the stream, I guarantee you, I doubled the amount of food I can't believe anyone else. You should probably add up everyone else.
They're talking about how many times Dan has doubled.
Yeah, Dan's speculating about what we're saying, I think, about all these double ups, too. And then if he chooses to rewatch, which I hope he does.
Being Ben in this situation, it's honestly really frustrating. Like, if I'm Ben sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, I just want to go heads up and just finish this tournament and win all this extra money. And what's the difference between third and second at this point? It's a lot of money.
Even for experienced players, they have a chip lead at the final table and see the short stacks constantly double each other up. So you can imagine how Ben's feeling going through this for the first time at a big stage.
You know, plus, like, when the short stacks keep doubling, they're the ones that feel like they have a lot of momentum and they, like, you know, feel very good about putting more pressure on you. And as a chip leader, you don't want that. You wouldn't be the one putting the pressure on them. Although I think Ben could open up a little bit more than he has been and try to raise a few more buttons and that type of thing.
Try 3-bet. Well, he can't 3-bet if Leo's just going to
No, I mean, he can't do too much 3-betting, but there was a time when he could.
Yeah. Now's not the time.
No. Now's the time to try to get 2 okay cards, knock Leo out.
Yes.
Or...
Oh,
yeah, he looks
frustrated.
frustrated.
Even though he's still.
Don't worry, Dan will move in for you. See?
Yep. That's good enough.
Now, does Leo fold anything here? Yeah, I don't
Apparently
think
he
so.
didn't fold Jack 4 off.
Well, let's see if...
pretty close.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably call that.
I think I probably do too.
Let's see if the short stack can double up again. Leo looking for a 4, some hearts or some spades.
Let's see the flop.
Now the rail's having some fun with Dan.
Well,
that's a bad start for Leo.
Flop for the short stack.
Yeah, Leo's resolved that he's done with this tournament.
Dan doesn't fall for the early handshake.
No, he does some running straight
He
out.
wants to see the entire board come off.
No, that's not going to do it.
Now he can congratulate him.
Yeah.
And with that, Leo will be our third place finisher.
He did a great job. It was
He
fun
really
to watch
did.
too.
You know, look at him leave with a smile. That's great. You know, he did a good job from the start, working that chip lead from the start of the day. And he's going to take home, I think, 82,000?
Yeah, 82,603 for his trouble. Not too bad.
Great score for Leo. And I believe that's his biggest score.
Leo Golberger,
To date.
82,000, third
Yeah,
place.
In
Nice
fact,
job.
he only had 30,000
wow.
in live earnings coming in today, so he's going to
That's
quadruple his lifetime earnings.
That's
with
impressive.
this, yeah.
You know, congrats, Leo. You did
Honestly,
a great job.
I think we have the 2 guys who played the best. I mean, Michael played great. He didn't have enough spots to get involved, but
You know, we know a lot of guys do really well for their situation.
Yeah.
You know, Michael laddered really well. I mean, even Tyng leveled, you know, really well with his 7 bigs or whatever he had. But you're absolutely right. These 2 guys played great, and this would be a great heads-up battle.
We're looking forward to it, and we're going to come back to that heads-up battle, I think, in about 15 minutes.
All right.
We're taking a 10-minute break. Action is going to resume heads up.
What chips you want out, Vinny? The 250. 250. 1.35.
All right, we are heads up. Dan is our button and small blind. Ben is our big blind. Dan is first to act.
All right, I'm back all by myself, just Tyler Patterson now doing the heads up version. You guys might come back in here in a little bit. Looks like they just started.
Make the call and we will see a flop on this first hand of heads
The
up
first
action.
hand, Buzgon opens the 9-10 suited and called to the Queen Jack. So we're not getting a 3-bet out of the Queen Jack. That's
First to act.
something that could happen. Doesn't have to happen. It's fine to just call with hands like that. They play well. Heads up is so much different than in what we've been dealing with before. So the C betting and the sizing and stuff like that, it just changes. So it's so much different.
Dan is reaching for chips and he will bet.
And Ben gives no consideration to any resistance with that kind of hand. And that's actually not that bad of a flop for the Queen Jack. It's probably still ahead of most of Dan's hands, and he should probably be check calling or check raising in that spot.
Our button has moved. Ben is the button this hand. Also, our small blind, 100K ante still remaining.
This is what they're playing for. They're playing for
6.5 minutes left in this level.
68,000 looks like. Heads up for a lot of money.
Cards are out. Action is to Ben.
And that trophy, of course. Don't want to forget that. No, heads up, everybody has a different style. A lot of guys are limping a ton of buttons. Other guys are raising the minimum every button. It depends on the stack size and
We'll check. We'll see a flop again.
anti-structure and all that kind of stuff. So we have Ben limping the Queen Deuce, flops a gut shot. He's going to probably go ahead and c-bet this. That's not really a c-bet, but probably going to go ahead and bet this flop.
Sorry to leave you flying solo here for a second, Tyler.
That's okay.
So here we're here to rejoin you now.
Only a couple hands so far. Oh, I stole yours. You're on 3.
All good, all good.
Ben, our big blind, 5 minutes and 19 seconds.
So we're still, we're heads up, I guess.
Heads up's a different animal.
Yeah, let's talk about heads up.
Either of you guys heads up experts?
I certainly am not.
Me neither.
I do not believe I am. I actually get reasonably made fun of for not being heads up expert because I have a large number of second place finishes.
I think I just had my first
especially
second place finish.
on my live resume, I have a large number. I don't have any good live wins, and I have like 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh, wow.
But I like to think I ran quite poorly. Had a lot of 80-20s to win tournaments and did not hold. So we'll get them next time, though.
I usually prefer to open every button for a min raise, but that's a personal thing. It's not. I don't think there's right or wrong in these situations. I mean, and that changes based on how my opponent plays.
Yeah, if your opponent's playing back at you a lot, it seems hard to make a lot of chips playing a hand like 3-2.
Oh, I don't mean every single hand. I fold some buttons also. But every hand that I play,
I've heard strategies about heads-up play where some people will raise as tight as maybe 40-45% of hands, and others will raise every hand.
Yeah.
And there's obviously players out there that are doing some combination of raising and wimping and that sort of stuff. But I'm talking about heads-up experts that just play heads-up. So there's definitely a varied range of strategies out there.
Interesting, Dan didn't value bet this 10 on this flop. I mean, heads up, it's a pretty good hand. I mean, he's probably looking to induce some bluffs, maybe.
I think checking is fine.
It's fine.
It's hard to get a lot of money in on this sort of hand and have the best hand with 10-8 here. If he had ace-10, I think that you can say, yeah, why isn't he betting? But, with a hand like 10 where your kicker doesn't really play usually, it's, I don't hate pot controlling one street and kind of seeing what happens.
I don't hate it either, but it's so likely to be the best hand. And it has something going for it to get called by ace highs.
I'm a little surprised Ben just
yeah,
ace
high should never be an insta fold heads up.
Well,
you should at least think about
the
it,
one hand that you guys missed also, Dan opened the 9-10 suited. Ben called with Queen Jack off. Didn't really consider 3-betting much. And the flop came King 6 deuce. And Ben quickly check folded the Queen Jack on King 6 deuce, which is, I mean, I think Queen Jack. That's too good of a flop for Queen Jack. I think.
I mean, even Queen High might be good sometimes, but
Right.
I don't think it's the worst fold in the world. But
It's
I
not,
think
but he's not considering.
Yeah, not even considering.
He's playing pretty fit or fold.
Stacks are reasonably even here. Actually, they're very even. But you know, they're only playing just over 30 bigs effective, so I don't think we're in for any sort of marathon heads-up session. We're going to see some chips fly in at least. Nice shot at the 2 players as they take a limp pot to the flop.
I think they're both pretty comfortable with small pots, and I think Ben might be giving up a little bit too much.
I'm surprised Dan didn't take a stab at this, because Ace King 9, you'd think most of the hands that would have connected with that Ben would have raised with. So I would have liked to see a bluff. Now probably wouldn't have worked since Ben turns out flopped a pair, but I think that was a possible spot Dan could have tried.
You know, I think that most of these situations when Dan has had no equity, he just kind of gives up. You know, his bluffs have been bluffs where he's had, you know, some sort of draw, some sort of gutter, some sort of something.
He made my raise the option big blind play with 9-5 offsuit
He did.
once, but aside from
He did
that,
do
you're
that.
right. Yeah, he's
but it was
mostly
pre-flop.
stuck
Pre-flop was a little
pre-flop.
different.
Pre-flop, you always have equity.
You always have something,
Yes.
even if it's only a sliver of equity.
Right.
Do you know the worst equity you can have pre-flop?
I mean, if you had any hand combination of anything,
Yeah.
it's got to be like kings against king deuce offsuit, right?
I think it's jacks versus jack deuce off.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think so.
They're both pretty miserable.
Yeah, they're both pretty bad. I'm not positive. We had this question, and I got it wrong because I said it was aces versus ace 6. Or no, aces versus ace 9. But that's really down there.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought. Aces versus ace 7 probably.
No, I think
Oh,
ace
9.
9 is
Yeah, that makes
worse.
sense. Yeah, it blocks
because
the
you
10
make
jack, queen, king.
well, yeah, you can't. You would chop in that situation versus
Yeah.
just losing or just making more straights.
We haven't seen a 3-bet yet. They've only played like 4 hands or 5 hands.
I don't imagine we'll see a lot of 3-betting heads up. So I think so. Dan opened the button and Ben defends.
I expect Dan to continue here. I mean,
I think
like,
I
Seems
would.
like you take it down a lot of the time.
You know, it's not a great flop for your hand, but you know, what if Ben's sitting there with a hand like 8-7? He's just gonna fold, and he folds really
Insta
quickly.
folds king high too. I mean, that's
Yeah, see, these are the types.
if Dan
of
knew
hands
how
where-
tight Ben was folding, he'd be betting
every time.
yeah.
I'd like to see some 3-betting by probably by Ben, because Dan seems a little more inclined to open buttons where we've seen Ben limp in a few times.
Again, we're not saying king high on an ace queen board is a great hand or anything, but heads up, it's at least reasonable. I mean, your opponent essentially has not quite 2 random cards, but somewhere in the range of 90% of the possible hands is probably what Dan has there. So if you have king high and an ace high board, you're likely to be ahead a fair amount of the time. Maybe too much to just check and fold.
That's
quickly.
a particularly bad ace high board, so I think folding is definitely fine there, but I wouldn't have folded that. I would have at least considered it.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem like, as Tyler pointed out, it doesn't seem like Ben's considering even doing anything other than folding when he misses these boards.
You know, I think Ben really found his comfort zone when they were like 5 or 6 handed. He was like sort of playing his best poker, and as they've gotten shorter, I feel like he's a little bit less comfortable. You know, and we mentioned he hasn't been this deep in a tournament before, and maybe this is, you know, where that's showing a bit, where Dan, who's, even though doesn't have a big live win to his name, you know, has played countless tournaments online and countless amounts of shorthanded cash and stuff like that, that, you know, he is showing through a little bit more and being the aggressor in more of these spots. And being the aggressor is what wins you the pot a lot of the times in this situation.
It's tough when both players are so short. I mean, usually in a heads-up scenario, I like to be as aggressive as possible until my opponent makes me not. So, I mean, I'm even double-barreling almost every board in the very beginning. But they're so short that that's just a big part of your chip. So you can't really feel each other out. There's not a lot of play to be had.
If you heard Kelly, the blinds are up again. The big blind is now $1 million.
That is impressive.
They made the
1 million.
T 1 million.
1 million T.
We've heard it's funny, Matt mentions $1 million, and people always criticize people who call tournament chips dollars, because they're not dollars, they're
Right,
tournament discs.
for sure.
They're not worth anything, they're just worth what they are in the tournament. So a lot of times you'll see maybe some lesser experienced players or players who, for whatever reason, call them dollars. I don't know, but there's a lot of people on Twitter and on various other poker media outlets that get very offended when you call them dollars.
It's really funny. Phil Hellmuth.
He calls them dollars, right?
He famously puts the dollar sign
yeah.
in all of his chip counts.
Nice.
And people have adapted the T for tournament chip.
I know people still did that. That's how we used to write it way back in the day on like the
T1000.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I have T72000 or whatever.
Well, why don't you just put nothing?
Yeah,
so
that's what we ended up doing now.
So Ben with top pair here. Dan, check back the flop. What do you think about that flop check back? Would you rather seen a C-bet?
I kind of like it. I mean, you can get some value out of it, but maybe not against Ben. And you have a ton of equity in your hand, so you really don't want to get check raised on that board and have to fold.
Ooh, are you folding?
No.
No, I wouldn't fold.
But you don't love calling. I mean, here.
If you get check raised.
If you get check raised, I would probably put it in.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time.
Do you really like doing that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind Dan's check back on the flop. You like betting?
I think I would bet 3-bet.
Bet 3-bet. Well, if you're going to bet, that's the way to play it, I think.
And a pretty easy bet here for Ben.
Yeah. Do you think Dan finds a fold here in this river?
Again, a lot of the draws missed. All the hearts missed. All the king queens and queen nines and 9-8s all missed.
It seems like a fairly straightforward call usually, but Dan seems to have a really good line in how Ben's playing, and maybe he finds a way to get away from this hand. So the bet was 3.1 million into a pot of 7.2. I don't think Dan's going to find a fold this time, but we'll see.
One of the small issues, you do block king queen and maybe king nines and stuff, but I don't know. It's still hard to weigh this one down. There's
so
also
many
just
straight
really a lot of jacks and
flush
tens in
draws.
Ben's range, though, pre-flop. He also could just have a 4. Like, that's not out of the question. If the turn was like rainbow, I think you can maybe argue for finding a fold.
If you're Dan, I mean, this is one of the better hands you've had at this point, I think. I mean, for you to have check back the flop and call the turn, maybe you have like 2 6s and something like that, 2 7s.
I mean, he could easily have a 10.
You think he could have a 10?
Yeah.
That's probably his best hand?
Yeah. Wow, he does fold.
Again, it's so uncanny how good his decision-making has been.
We'll catch him. We'll catch him missing. Something up. He's not perfect, that Buzgon.
Oh, the queen 8. That's
the queen 8, yeah.
Well,
the queen 8
I disagree with a lot of his non-shoves with the short stack, but whenever he's had to make a decision post-flop, he's made the right one every time.
So, right, I mean, just with that reasonably small pot, Ben takes the chip lead from Dan. And this is really going to come down to just one clash. I don't think either one of these guys is going to let the other run them over.
I think Dan could run Ben over.
Yeah,
a
I
little
agree.
bit.
I don't know. Ben, I don't think so. I think he's got enough in him to realize that Dan might try that, and he'll pull some bluffs or he'll do what he has to. We've seen enough from him out of the past that I don't think he's gonna let it happen.
I think you're right, actually.
So Ben with a really big hand here for heads up, especially.
And another thing about open limping a few times, it gives a little more credibility to your raises.
This is true. He comes in for the full 3x. And Dan's honestly not even like thrilled about calling a 3x here with Jack 10.
No,
but I don't think
he
folds.
can't fold, but I mean, he can't be loving life either. A guy who's limped every hand is suddenly 3xing.
Is he considering a 3-bet? Just cut out a few chips there.
Like he might have been considering a 3-bet.
He's only got $4 million in his hand, so he's gonna have to grab a couple more than that.
I think he's just calling.
I would think so too. Yeah, I just calls.
Yeah, I would hate having to play all these big pots like this when you only have 25 big blinds.
This is. I really think Dan has a really big edge over Ben at this point, just because Dan's played so much online. Like, when you're playing a lot online, you're really a lot more used to these stack sizes. You're really comfortable playing just 20 big blind heads up poker. And Ben has probably never played this in his life.
I agree. The problem is even a big edge is not that big when you're playing so shallow.
Exactly.
Heads up.
One hand could just do it.
Yeah.
So Ben with top pair, and he's going to start with a bet, and that's a pretty good spot. But Dan's not going to quite go anywhere yet, I don't think.
Got a gut shot and backdoor spades. Yeah.
Now, do you think we're going to see a check raise, or would you prefer just calling and maybe trying to take it away on another street?
Well, Dan's got about 21 million.
You just want to shove.
I don't know if I'm just going to shove. Are you, Tyler?
No.
No.
Okay.
So if Dan's got about 21 million, the pot is 9. So the pot was 6, and Ben bet 3.
Yeah.
Is it a tough spot?
Can he make it 7.5 and then fold to a shove?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he can.
I think that seems like a reasonable play.
Right, just folds. I'm pretty surprised he just folded. I don't know if I would have done that.
Amazing.
It really is amazing.
I think just calling is an option, and
Yeah, I
just
think
kind
so
of
too.
like he's probably going to shut down on that board sometimes. You know.
I just don't like the check raise because it's not that credible. It pretty much has to be 7-8 in order to be a value check raise.
I mean, it could be ace 8, ace 7. Those make sense. Also,
I
just
don't
defend those in the big blind.
I mean,
3-bet them.
Not to criticize.
You could. I mean, he made it big pre. You know, I think either option is fine.
Not to criticize Ben's ability level, but I don't know how important credible is with the check raise in this case. I think if Ben doesn't have a hand, he's not continuing.
I don't think he is. Not on that texture, especially.
I agree. It's not that credible.
It's really hard to continue on that texture if you're just sitting there with a hand like King 10 offsuit anyway.
Right. That's a good point.
You know, a hand like King 5 or something like that. There's so many hands that just going to be nothing.
I was wondering if Dan was going to start limping now that he's down to 20 blinds. Maybe just have some more post flop play, but he's sticking with the min raise strategy.
I think it's fine. I think
that's fine. Yeah.
You know, I don't think Ben's going to do anything too crazy out of the big blind.
Right, and especially with Ben mostly playing fit or fold, you want him to put more money in pre-flop so that when he folds, you've won something.
Exactly. Yep. If Dan gets a little shorter, I think we'll start seeing some limping.
Dan's going to get a little value out of this here with Ben having flopped a pair.
Yeah, he's at least not folding to a flop bet.
Right. That's at a minimum. Potential to hit a diamond and call again, too. Or a 4 to double up, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Is there any point in slow playing if you're Dan and checking back here? You know, we keep saying we can't give someone a big hand.
It seems like Ben is playing fit or fold, meaning if he doesn't have anything on the flop, he just folds. And Dan doesn't want him to fold if he has nothing. So it wouldn't have been the worst thing to check back here. But I would normally bet because you want to stack him if he has anything.
Then you maybe check back.
Think back to that King 6 hand when he bet twice on the ace high board. He did take 2 big stabs at it. So I don't think it's out of the question. 6 is not a great card. I'm actually liking this card if I'm Dan, just because I would think that Ben might have some 6-5s and 9-6s. A little worried about 8-7 or 7-6, but
Ben is going to lead now.
It's just a spot where Ben thinks he has the best hand and wants to end the pot.
I would think that's pretty accurate. I don't think that he expects to ever get called by a worse hand. I think he just is like, this is a really bad board, and he knows he can't call a bet. So he's just trying to go ahead and take the pot down and not face a decision.
So if Dan has the same read as you guys, that this is someone who thinks he has the best hand, does he race for value here and try to get called?
No, I think he just calls here. I think that, especially based on the way that Ben bluffed him earlier when Dan called with the queen with the King 6 hand, I think that Dan's going to think something along the similar lines of he has something. He probably has equity versus me, but he's probably – well, first, if he's bluffing, he's probably going to bluff again, which is good.
If he's bluffing, you definitely don't want to raise.
Yeah. If he has a
good
hand –
but if he has a different read than the read that you had, which is not that he's bluffing, but that Ben thinks he has the best hand.
But if he thinks he's the best hand, he's going to put money in on the river anyway. So it doesn't matter so much if I just call now or if I raise, because if he has a hand like 6-5, 6-5 is going to go all in on the river anyway. This is
6-5. Oh yeah, 6-5. You're getting paid.
This is one of the rare situations. Yeah, this is one of the rare situations where.
Oh wow, Ben!
Wow, Ben shoves.
Bluffed all in into a full house. That's
Dan's
rough.
not going anywhere with that hand.
That's a rough one.
And Dan's going to get a double and take the overwhelming chip lead.
See, I'm not so sure Ben bet the turn because he thought he had the best hand. Because
well, what is he trying to get to fold? I think he.
A 6 that hit on the turn.
That's it. I guess 6 is through 9s.
A tight fold on a queen when the 9 pairs. I mean.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if he was thinking that much about it, just thinking, oh my God, I don't have the best hand after I got called on the turn. I better move in and try to get a better hand.
I think
to fold.
that's the case. His reasoning's been so good before this.
5, 10, 11,
I think that, what you said originally, Tyler, like, he just kind of wants to end the hand. He thinks he has the best hand. I think I said it best when I said, like, he doesn't want to have to face a bet. So you bet to take the bet away from Dan
I think that's
and try to win the pot.
Yeah.
When he gets called, the question is, should he bluff the river? It's honestly not a bad river card for him to bluff. it's not a great one, but it's not a bad one. If Dan had some sort of weak 2 pair or something like that, like 6-5, then he may fold it. You know, that type of stuff.
Counterfeited, yeah.
So a good question from Rafa on Twitter is, how do you broadcast the players' hole cards during live play if there aren't any cameras on the table to record the hole cards?
Aha.
Good question. You know,
I'm only 80% sure of this answer.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised actually that it hasn't been asked earlier. They actually use RFID technology in the cards,
that's what I thought.
and you can't make it out from here, but there's a little X's on the table for where the readers are, and the players, you see them holding their cards just like Ben did, side by side like that. That's so the reader can pick up the cards and broadcast it to the computers. And then after that, players look at it and see Dan does the same thing. He puts the cards on the reader, and then he looks at his hand. So that's how we know. It goes to the graphics, and then we get it right on the screen here.
It even seems like it's working, so that's good.
It
We got
seems...
a 15 big blind shove. That's a pretty big shove for that good of a hand.
You know, we haven't seen Ben play a short stack since the final table started. And heads up and short-handed is different with short stack than it is 10-handed. 10-handed is a little more straightforward.
You certainly don't win as much. There's not antes. I mean, there's antes, but there's only 2 of them.
Yeah.
So you don't win as much.
I mean,
really don't like that play.
If I was Ben, I would just be raising and just hope that Dan shoves on me. My hand is so good.
Yeah, that's what I like too.
Well, it looks like Dan's rail starting the party already, throwing a few drinks back. It's not over yet, boys.
Well, this was a big hand for
We've
Dan.
seen a lot of hands.
Earlier in the night, Ace-8 of clubs was his big double up against King-8 of diamonds when he made that call.
Yeah, that was a big call.
See, and Dan's not just shoving here. Dan's going to raise and then call shove with this type of hand.
Exactly.
Well, with 2 5s, this might do it.
Happen.
Ben moves all in with his 5s.
Dan should snap call this, I would
Yeah,
think.
it looks like he's just verifying the amount.
I mean,
I can't imagine he gets away from
what the
this.
amount is. I'm surprised it's even taking this long, to be honest. I guess he just wants to be sure.
Be sure that it's the right
There's
amount.
no way in the world he can raise fold Ace-8 of clubs.
No,
like
he's
that.
not going to.
Yeah, there it is.
Dan makes the call, and they're going to be flipping. If Dan can win this flip 48% of the time, he will be our champion.
And you know, we're not unbiased here. I mean, we are rooting. I mean, we've been rooting for Dan. He's a friend of ours. Ben seems like a really nice guy, but this would be Dan's first major live tournament win, and that would be something.
That's
to see.
really great. Yeah.
2 clubs on the flop gives Dan a whole bunch more outs.
I do kind of want Dan to win this tournament, but I am having fun in the booth.
Yeah, I'm enjoying
So
it.
I
This has
wouldn't
been
mind.
great, guys.
I wouldn't mind a little win here.
Dan looking for an ace or an 8
There's
or
a
club, and
club.
there's
It's
a
not
club.
2 outs. It's not over yet.
Oh, he's
guys.
got more than
More than
2.
2. 4 outs.
A 3 or a 5 for Ben. Otherwise, Dan will be our champion. Here's the river card. It's another 10. That's not going to do it. And with that, Dan is the champion. Dan will take home $194,500 for his win today.
And his first career major live tournament victory. Dan Buzgon, he played perfectly after
He
the
really
flop.
did.
He
He
played
really did. And great
amazing.
sportsmanship
Yeah.
by both of them. They're seem more interested in discussing hands than even, you know, talking about the money or who's celebrating or anything like that. Really good to see. And hey, let's not forget, huge congratulations to Ben Beahm.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, we got to give him some
Did a
props,
great
too.
job.
played
He started
really
the
great.
day with not a whole bunch of chips, somewhere in the middle of the pack, and he really showed us some moves along the way and did a great job.
Yeah, 7-5, 7-6, and 5-handed. Ben really pumped it up.
He really did, and
started getting in there, and I think that's what propelled him to the end.
If he didn't do that, there's no way he would have been around for as long as he
Right.
was. And $126,000 is nothing to be too upset about. A great performance, and you know, with his limited live resume, I think we'll see him again.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think he's got a real future in this game.
So congratulations again, Dan Buzgon.
Congrats, Wild Man.
Yeah, you're a man. I mean, he made better decisions than we would have.
Yep,
and
we can
saw
see the cards.
every hand.
Exactly.
Like, that's pretty amazing.
That is really amazing.
He played really great.
I know they're going to have a good time tonight.
Yeah. All right, I think that's probably it for us, huh, guys?
Yeah, I'm going to run out and do a winner's interview in just a second.
I bet you are.
This was a blast, guys. I really enjoyed
This was.
Tyler
Again,
Gags. I mean,
Michael Gagliano, Matt Matros, and Tyler Patterson. I think I had a lot of fun.
I had a lot of fun, yeah. You guys are great.
Things went smoothly.
Thanks for the crew also. You
Nobody
guys put the graphics up there and all
No
that.
one did.
Nice job.
Yeah, they did. Everything went really good. Thanks to Borgata Poker. Come down, guys. If you want a chance to be at one of these final tables, you know, they streamed the opening event. They're streaming this one.
Last one's televised.
That's
That'll be a
true.
pretty fun one.
One step above the internet is the television. Well, One step for
They're
these.
getting pretty, yeah,
they're getting pretty
even,
close,
yeah.
and even arguably not. But
I think we
like
can probably
Dan has won
sign
a
off
box.
and let them let the listeners just listen as Dan and his buddy celebrate now.
Sounds great.
So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for listening, watching.
Thank you. Thank you. Yay.
You probably don't want to go down.
I think I might pass on going downstairs. Yeah. I wish I could see like it's got to be over 200,000 or else. The bad beat. Yeah, I'm just
shooting that deck.
Yeah, go ahead, go on.
Get out of
be
here.
good.
Good job. Way to keep it. Way to keep at it.
Yeah, if you're not feeling
Put this on your forehead in case you fall down. It won't cushion the blow a little bit.
Need a medicine?
I'm good.
Yeah, I got it. It wasn't going to. We had 20, 30 bigs. It was not.
Okay, the place is good. No, що скатилось тут трохи на уровне фані, а тут ви читали. Mic is yours. You have like 1 minute. Just, okay. When you're ready, just no, those two cameras. Okay. And when you're ready, just say 5 seconds ready, and then count 5 seconds, and then you can start talking. Okay.
Yes, no problem. Absolutely. Did we get a friend's picture? Where's Mario? Can he get a friend's picture for him? Mario?
I didn't really do too much. I know, we gave you that. Yeah, I gave you that. I cannot.
That's our vlogger's name, right? Will and Mario, isn't it?
Oh, true.
Oh, shit.
Mario was the other one.
Sorry. Not even close, but it's well, can we get Drew to get a friend's picture for him? Sorry, I just want to take the AC 8 out here for him. Sorry, baby girl.
Okay, guys, anytime. Okay, you right here. Please, cameras. Just say 5 seconds ready, and then count.
5 seconds. Ready? Right at the camera. Well, first off, congratulations on your win. What is your first thought? What's your first feel? This is your first big live win. How's it feel?
No words. I'm in shock. Like today has just been coming in. We're all so shallow. It was, you're either going to be in quick or double up or out quick. I can't even talk. I'm just so. There's no words. It's just a great feeling.
Well, you did a great job hanging in there, especially with all the short stacks doubling up. How was it emotionally? Just every single time if someone was all in three-handed, they managed to double up.
I mean, yeah, it was annoying when he was down to 3 bigs and then got all the way back up. But I won my fair share of coolers and all in, so you can't really think like that. But it's definitely frustrating.
Well, that's
when the money jumps are the biggest, but
maybe that's why you made it through, because you kept the most even keel. You have quite a rail behind you here, making faces and doing all kinds of stuff. How was that emotionally? Was that a big help? Were they distracting? What was going on?
It's definitely a help. You don't really, when you win a hand, you don't really think about it. But yeah, it's definitely helpful.
Whole final table, everyone seemed to be having a good time and really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, there were some characters, and poker's supposed to be fun. Everyone likes to take it really serious, especially when there's this amount of money on the line. But it's fun, and this was a good group, especially with Dan and Travell. They're gonna talk, and it makes it a little easier. Like having Dan here, he's one of my best friends, and it definitely made it less nerve-wracking.
How was it playing against him? Someone that and you've played with a bunch. Did you feel like you had an advantage because you know his game, or did you feel like I don't want to knock my buddy out?
I mean, we didn't really have to play. It was unless it was all in pre-flop. I never had chips when he had chips, or more than 20 big blinds. So we definitely, we hang out a lot, we golf a lot, we're really good friends, and I knew he was going to try to, take over, and I was going to let him because I get the target off my back, and I didn't have chips to do anything. So it would definitely, hurt to take him out, but that's part of it.
The cards kind of play themselves in that situation. Well, congratulations again. You did a great job, and enjoy your first win with these guys. Go have a good time tonight. Congratulations.